little fucking insane to hold out hope when things seem so fucking hopeless.
He works all day, he is barely paid. He's lived here all of his life. They broke his door down and shipped him off. He couldn't tell her goodbye. I log on to watch Hasan. I'll be okay. When I feel like I've lost my mind, I wake up another day.
It's still, oh shit. Yo, we need to, don't show him, don't show that.
Her body couldn't handle birth. They said that she'd likely die, but they can only intervene within an inch of her life.
I'm trying not to cry because I don't want them to get an image of me crying.
A voice for good, a sign of hope. Sadly couldn't be saved. They brutalized all those in grief for bringing her to her grave. I log on to watch Hasan. I'll be okay. When I feel like I've lost all hope, I wake up another day.
From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. Your voices will not be silenced.
So much death, so much unrest, too much to comprehend. But every day, around the clock, he does it over again. I knew this kid in junior high. No one noticed the signs. He only needed a little help, but couldn't get it in time. I wake up another day. I log on to watch Hasan. When I feel like this is the end, I wake up another day.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hasan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi Broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles, folks. I'm live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. I know this is I came in hot. I came in hot with the emotional intro for once. I did that. Hopefully it wasn't too wild, it wasn't too crazy, it wasn't too emotional for you, because there's going to be a roller coaster today. There's going to be a roller coaster today of emotions. It's a big day. It's a wonderful day. It's a fantastic day. And many of you are asking, Hasan, is it a fantastic day because you worked out and you're feeling pretty good? No, that's not the only reason. You might be thinking, hey man, oh cool, we just got started and I'm in tears already. Even though it's supposed to be a fantastic day, you're about to give us whiplash. Some of you already know why it's a fantastic day. It's the same reason as ever. Every single week. A day to look forward to, no matter what. It's Friday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Friday.
Then it's Saturday, Sunday. What?
It's Census. It's Community Census Day. That's right. It's the annual HasanAbi Community Census Day. It's Friday. It's Friday. It's Friday. We get to understand the community a little bit better today as well. The reason why we celebrate every Friday, of course, is because our forefathers fought long and hard for this right that we have, a time to have to ourselves. If you like the 5-day work week, then thank a union, thank the labor union movement, thank our forefathers who worked hard and fought with blood, sweat, and tears to ensure that you can have a weekend and enjoy yourself and have a sense of autonomy and have a sense of purpose in your life. It is August 2022. It's August 22, 2025, 11:07 a.m. and we are live. We're alive, baby, and we got a lot to talk about. But it's Friday, my only day off for this weekend next week. Yeah, well, if you're blue collar, white collar, no matter what color the collar, we got it all. All right, it's Friday. It's Friday. It's HasanAbi Census Day. We'll be doing that at 3 p.m. Pacific, as I've already said. The vibes are supposed to be immaculate today. I'm gonna tell you right now. We're gonna keep those vibes immaculate, no matter what happens. Even though some people will probably inevitably try to mess it up. Okay, folks. Before I get into the news, and there's plenty of news to talk about, of course. This is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my own personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God. That's what I'ma do. Don't hide the hickey though. I got no hickeys, man. Okay? I ain't got no hickeys. Let me tell you something, okay? A lot of news happening in the world, but a lot of news happening in the HasanAbi Piker world as well. HasanAbi Piker universe as well. And by that, I mean, I ended the broadcast yesterday after 8 long but fantastic hours of coverage, wall-to-wall coverage. Watch the Hasan versus Hasan. Yeah, 0 bitches and 0 hickeys is right. Hasan versus Hasan. We did that. I was on Hasan Minhaj's show. It was amazing. And then after that, I played a little bit of Expedition 33 as I waited for Will, Austin, Cutie Cinderella to pull up so that we could shoot another episode of Fear. And notice how I didn't say March, because he is nowhere to be found. He is incognito, died of a self-suck incident. Yes, offline gaming, boo, I know, offline gaming. I'm in Act 2 in the story, and it's been going great. It's really, it has also been an emotional roller coaster. But did you fuck up a Tres Leches cupcake? I fucked up too. You know I'm a sucker for Tres Leche. Cutie brought Tres Leches cupcakes, and she brought key lime pies, little baby key lime pies. It was amazing. We did another banger episode. I was basically delirious by the end of it though, because like we shot from like 8:45, 9 p.m. till like 11:30, and I think I've never done this before. But like I literally got up the moment the podcast was over. I got up and I instantly went to sleep. Okay, bro, that's like 6 leches. That's true, I did. Overzealous is coming for you. What is this? Which way, Western man? Listen up, Hamas. I'm a pedophile. Versus overzealots. It is cool that a lot of these guys, like, they kind of don't fit the mold of like soft boy in the way that under previous circumstances, like a lot of these like neck bearded neo-Nazis and like edgelords online look. It's always good. It's always good to be healthy, but it's also extra good to just like flex on your haters every now and then. You know what I mean? Do a little bit of body fascism. It doesn't hurt to be able to put up big weight. And speaking of big weight, after the Fear Am podcast was over, I went to sleep instantly, woke up early in the morning, as always, immediately went and worked out. That's right. Had a good morning overall with my little workout. You know, you already know what it is. You already know what's up. Also, this fit was fitting. If I do say so myself, I'm going back to yesterday's fit a little bit, but like this fit was low key fitting. Okay. Anyway, here it is. Here it is. We got some shoulder mobility problems, but overall, still pumping through it. Boom, 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 boom. Nice little 210 action. Not a big deal. It's nothing to me. It's light work to me. Look at that control. Goddamn, all the way up. All the way. You already know what it is. Got a little, I want you to come to your census. Annual community census at 3 p.m. PST today. Meme there as well. And then that's it. And then today's fit pick is also Unfinished Legacy. Shouts out to the Crash Dummies podcast. Shouts out to the Unfinished Legacy. That fit gives you Cuban and Dominican Park circa 1986. I love that. But yeah, a lot is going on in the universe. A lot is going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. A lot is going on in the world in general. Oh, I had a wonderful conversation with a friend of mine who has made it successfully out of Gaza, and he is in the United States of America now. He's going to college here. I'll be hanging out with him when I get to the Dartmouth Charlie Kirk debate. So that's amazing news as always. Obviously, I think I've given you guys a little bit of an update on that before in one of my other personal news segments. But yeah, that's what matters. You know what I mean? Everything else obviously might suck. And while everything is like shitty, when will you be giving info on the Charlie Kirk debate? I want to make the drive. I don't know what the info is. I mean, I think the info is out there. It's like readily available out there in the ether, out there in the universe. I don't have any additional information on it. I'm hearing that a British man cooked you in basketball the other day. Okay, that's a lie. Don't ever trust the British. When are you and the debate kid from TikTok lining up for prep? Yeah, I thought we could do some fun content around it, considering that apparently Charlie Kirk is like very scared of Dean, the TikTok liberal Spider-Man Dean himself. And so I might do a little collabo with him. This one popped off. Oh shit, let's go. Okay, HasanAbi After Dark, let's go. King is running for U.S. Senate, anti-Zionist, very progressive. He's already being presented as Maine's own Zoran.
And the enemy is the oligarchy. It's the billionaires who pay for it, the politicians who sell us out. And yeah, that means politicians like Susan Collins. I'm not fooled by this fake charade of Collins' deliberations and moderation. The difference between Susan Collins and Ted Cruz is at least Ted Cruz is honest about selling us out and not giving a damn. Why can't we have universal health care like every other first world country? Why can't we take care of our veterans when they come home? Why are we funding endless wars and bombing children? Why are CEOs more powerful than unions? We fought 3 different wars since the last time we raised the minimum wage.
Listen, I totally understand why a lot of people see a swagged out white boy geared up looking like a grunt force tier 1 operator and immediately think of John Fetty Wapman. We've been burned before. As far as his platform goes, like, I mean, he's actively speaking out about this stuff too. Like, I mean, look, Graham Plattner to Prem Tucker on Zateo said there's a genocide that is occurring in Gaza, and at some point in the not so distant future, we are all going to be looking around and realizing that we failed the ultimate moral test of our time. Overview. America's entered a new Gilded Age. We have a government of, by, and for billionaires. We have direct consequence of disastrous court decisions capped by Citizens United that have allowed billionaires to buy elections. As a result, they have built a billionaire economy, one that creates explosive growth for a tiny privileged few, for a handful of billionaires and multinational corporations, and inflation, stagnation, and decline for the rest of us. In 1990, there were 66 billionaires in America. Today, there are over 900. When you look around, do you see a community that is over 10 times wealthier than 1990? So here's the thing. In order to put together a coherent political campaign, you need to talk about what you stand for. You need to talk about who you want to defend. And more importantly, perhaps, you need to talk about who you despise and who you oppose. Targeting billionaires who are unimaginably powerful figures but their numbers are minuscule is good. You need to position yourself against villains. Democrats don't do that. They want to suck up to the billionaires, and so they look like they're phony. We must pass a billionaire minimum pass a billionaire minimum tax, establishing a baseline tax that rate the super rich cannot go under. It's policy extremely popular, but too often we have elections between multiple candidates who refuse to support it. I like that. Uphold tribal sovereignty and self-determination. God damn, that's woke as. That's cool. But yeah, I will be going and interviewing him and stuff and getting a better, making a better assessment in the future. Yeah. So like I've said, I'm excited. I'm excited about our boy here. Okay. I'm excited about our boy Graham Plattner. There are some things that, give me a little bit of pause, obviously. But I'm not going to let that get in the way. Like I said, what matters to me is who you are now and not what you've done in the past. And the reason why I say that is because, like, when you look at a guy who's done multiple tours, there's gonna be a record filled to the brim with blemishes. Okay, not good blemishes either, like some big ones. And overall, my expectations. Wait, hold on. One second. I'm like setting up something for tomorrow. You should definitely watch the Majority Report. One second. Trump just announced Chicago is next for the army takeover. Oh, Jesus Christ. His platform looks good, but the platform doesn't necessarily show the entire story. You know what I mean? You got to look at the platform. You got to look at what he's currently saying. You got to look at what he said in the past. And bro, trying to read a chatter while texting your brain is something else. Yeah, no, I know. Overall, he seems like a significantly far better candidate than one we've seen so far from the Democratic Party's new crop of talent. DSA guy. In the past, he had the high school photo that he posted, his high school yearbook photo that he posted, where it literally says like "Free Kosovo, Free Kurdistan, and Free Palestine" in 1995. So that's like, as I said already, that is the most quirked up white boy. Of course, what gives you pause about him? Multiple tours, including, I believe, potentially a Blackwater, like, or I don't even know if it was Blackwater, but like he did some PMC work. So that immediately worries me a little bit. That worries me for sure. But like, if you think that's like, if you think that in and of itself is like indicative of him like being a federal agent or whatever, no. I don't think the American government is working on disrupting leftist movements in this country because they've already had tremendous success overall. Why would they fucking actively try to disrupt the left when we're doing it to ourselves anyway? It's too soon to tell. This is why former vets give pause. Look at this dumb fuck. I mean, that's Amy McGrath. Amy McGrath is not comparable to this guy. Amy McGrath was like a laboratory-built, third-way neoliberal Democrat that was the exact worst kind of Democrat. This guy is not a normal Democrat at all. This is like our side. This is left flank, okay? This is a left flank candidate. Very, very different. But of course, when I see combat veteran Marines in the Army, immediately I'm like, Has said his work with Blackwater made him disillusioned with the MIC and wasting taxpayer money on unaccountable contractors. Definitely good to ask him about it, though. No, for sure. What is this? I know I was just showing you here getting duped by a joke. This is just the first domino to fall. Just got off the phone with somebody who says Circus City is closing all stores in California next week. Hey, Jordan, Circus City doesn't have any stores in California or anywhere for that matter. It's online only. Why are you spreading disinformation? That's a joke. Oh my God, this person is so dumb. Apparently, I did miss the joke. That happens. Oh, Amy McGrath. Ay, ay, ay. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, Amy McGrath is like I'm a veteran and I was in the Air Force and I killed a lot of children overseas. And you know who didn't do that? Mitch McConnell. And then she got destroyed. Millions of dollars were dumped into her race by the Democratic Party. And then she literally got unimaginably destroyed. Amy McGrath is the archetype for this. Like, this is when we talk about this, more women drone pilots. It's like Amy McGrath is a perfect example of this. Hashtag girl boss, gay women drone pilot, hashtag girl boss is literally Amy McGrath. Apparently Ryan Grimm has known about Graham Plattner for a long time, and he used to be the bartender. This guy knows everyone. That's not surprising. So yeah, the Democratic Party has never shied away from pushing these like lab-made neoliberal conservative Democrats in every fucking state, whether it be like deep blue districts, whether it be red districts, even if they lose over and over again, which they do, they consistently lose, and they still push these guys. They think like, oh, well, the optics of like a person a person being in the Navy or being in the military, being in the Air Force is like enough to make these patriots vote for the Democrat. And it's like so stupid because that's not what patriotism is, especially in the United States of America. I'm sorry. Ain't nobody gives a fuck about anybody's vet status beyond just saying, oh, thank you for your service. That's it. Look at the way we treat veterans in this goddamn country. No one cares, okay? No one fucking cares. There's no better example of this than the way Donald Trump has shit all over John McCain, a prisoner of war, right? Like he said, I like my war heroes who weren't captured. Like anyone, okay? Look at the VA. Look at the way people treat veterans in general. If you want to understand the way that Americans give a shit, the way that the American government gives a fuck about veterans, look no further than like all of the homeless people in DC. How many of them are veterans? Okay? How many of them are veterans? We don't care. We want to pack them up with the current existing active military. That's wrong. Vets care about vets. Vet orgs are amazing. No, but I'm talking about the government. I'm not talking about dudes that are veterans themselves. I'm talking about the freaking government. All right. My brother's a Navy vet and he has to pay $5 monthly for a stupid vet coupon book. Yeah, they do thoughts and prayers for everything, dude. It's so goddamn annoying. We do care. That's why we have to pretend we don't know they're vets. Oh, okay. Yeah. Didn't they make active duty sleep on the floor to protect federal buildings during the ICE protest? Yeah, I mean, that was kind of funny. But anyway, the whole point is, wait, what is this? Grace Spellman, writer, screenwriter, professional music discusser. Awesome moment today seeing this tweet and thinking, wow, that looks like my cousin Graham from Maine, who I haven't seen in forever. And then 2 seconds later being like, wait, I just wish all the dead commie relatives on that side of the family could see this / haunt Susan Collins on his behalf. So he comes from a commie family. I mean, that kind of makes sense if he's like literally putting up a most likely to start a revolution in his high school yearbook. It says most likely to start a revolution, and he's pulling up a, you know, Free Palestine placard. It kind of makes sense. Why the fuck did he join the army then? Dude, I don't know when or how I can explain this to people. I don't know if it's like middle class or upper middle class background people that like simply don't understand this, but, and I'm not saying this to just like excuse the American military's behavior by no means, but it is one, especially for his age group, probably post 9/11 fervor. Okay. And beyond that, there's an active initiative to recruit as many people as possible within the poverty draft structure that exists already. It's upwards mobility. It's like giving you European social democracy style amenities that should not be amenities at all. I don't know what his personal story is, but it's a job program. It's a jobs program. The problem is, of course, what that job is. The problem, of course, is the output, right? The output of like the American military is just like complete dominance of the third world, complete dominance of the global South. So the reality is a lot of Americans were hopped up on crazy amounts of patriotism post 9/11. Like, the only reason why I don't have that kind of attitude is because, you know, I'm Turkish. Like, I was in Turkey when it was happening. So I was on the other side of the fucking equation. But like, I know that most Americans that are my age, they weren't woke at all about fucking Muslims or whatever. They were absolutely brain broken by 9/11. They were just like, we have to kill every Muslim on the planet. And that animosity clearly has not gone away. There's like, it's still something that I have to fight on a daily basis, right? It's nowhere near as like, the fervor is nowhere near as bad as it was that led to tremendous amounts of military recruitment in the aftermath of 9/11. But it was some crazy shit. Like even like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which seemingly was a moment where like a lot of American society got together and were like, oh, we have to defend Ukraine or whatever. And then there was like a lot of media initiatives to push for this as well. And that doesn't come anywhere near, I think, the environment post 9/11, the environment in the immediate aftermath of 9/11 and the years that carried on after 9/11, where people were just like hopped up. They were just looking to do hate crimes. But there are definitely a lot of, I mean, there's active duty people in here. I don't understand how. I always jokingly say, like, there are a shit ton of military active duty people in this community who just agree with me 1-to-1. And I don't know how they like compartmentalize it in their brains. But then there's also a shit ton of veterans in here, which makes a lot more sense. You've done the service and you fucking hated it. And now you're like a left flank vet. That's one thing. I always jokingly say, like, probably the one group of people that don't actually watch me, it is community census day, so we can figure it out, is probably cops. Outside of cops, like, you know, I suspect that like every facet of American existence has HasanAbi has in places that you would least expect. I mean, there's like finance bros in here, which is crazy, you know. But it's so different because 9/11 and the internet didn't really exist. So everyone was still fully in the fold of State Department propaganda. 9/11 took place in a time when the mindset was far more like the 60s and 80s than the mindset today. I agree with you. Yes. I agree with you. There's definitely a few cops that watch you, but like transit police type cops, maybe like European cops. You got some in the IC. I mean, there's hella members of the intelligence community that are in here. Some are in here because they're fans, and others that are in here because that's their job. So there's definitely a lot of people in here from that background, from that community, for sure. Okay, for sure. Yeah, Swedish cops watching and being like, "This is crazy. What are American police doing?" Yeah, I talked about the weirdness of the Dems pulled in the Democrat Farm Labor Party in Minnesota, and it was really messed up. We'll cover it a little bit further today as well. It is different for leftists, I guess, to be more lenient with American war machine people compared to the IDF. Yes, but even then, this is like a big point of contention with me and like some other people. But like, I don't give a shit what people have done in the past, as long as they are atoning for it, is always going to be my advocacy, because I believe in rehabilitation first and foremost. But then outside of being a firm and committed believer in rehabilitation, I also feel like there's an air of hypocrisy if we were to just like act as though people are not consistently victim to their social conditioning. That leads them to do horrifyingly violent things without even recognizing the violence that it's bringing about. So as long as someone actually breaks through that in the process of engaging in these sorts of actions, and then actively works to atone for those things, and actively works against the systems that are contributing to further violence, then you're good. You know what I mean? That's just how it is. It's a firm commitment that I have. This is a principled stance that I've always had. Another guest to talk about Israel. Lol, I hope you sufficiently researched everything they said, not to get to the ire of online purists. No, online purists will love this guy. It's American Prestige Pod. They're great. I mean, it's DANBESSNER. I've linked up with him before. I've met him in real life before. He's a great dude. He's academic. He's a foreign policy guy. He's a history guy. So he's dope, and no one's gonna have some issues with him. You know what I mean? But yeah. Anyway, let's blast off. Do any Israelis watch you? Yeah, there's hella Israelis that watch me. Yeah. Basically, the entire crop of Mezarvot, anti-Zionist Jews in Israel watch me. There's also a lot of Palestinian citizens of Israel that watch me as well. But like, yes, there are all 15 of the dedicated anti-Zionists that are still in Israel watch me. HasanAbi, I was an intelligence analyst in the military, and you helped me de-radicalize. I was trying to find another way because everyone was hopped up on conservatism and were really toxic. Yeah. I think Chelsea Manning is also another great example of like, the getting one-shotted and looking to rehabilitate or even paying the ultimate price, basically, in the process of like working as an intelligence person for the Department of Defense, right? Like you need people like that, right? You need people like that. Anyway, this HasanAbi head ain't no way. What is this? People are saying, I saw this. HasanAbi heads are all cat people, which is why I can't beef with cats too much.
Yeah. That wasn't a joke. No.
I should have brought you ice cream.
The cats doing like Valorant pro player level locked in. You know what I'm talking about? When like Valorant pros would just like slam their face onto the fucking computer. Keyboard is all twisted when they're playing. Anyway, let's blast off. There's a lot that there's a lot going on in the world. Let's pop in. Let's lock in. Let's do it. What was I gonna say? Okay. FBI raids John Bolton. Trump DC patrols. Is Chicago next? Trump military DC patrols. Is Chicago next? DANBESSNER on. DBESSNER will be on to talk Israel, Ukraine, U.S. foreign policy. And later at 3 p.m., we will conduct the annual government wants 10% stake in Intel. Annual HasanAbi community census. Get in now. Twitch.tv/HasanAbi. Oh yeah, also Cracker Barrel has fallen. That's a fire schedule for Census Day. Will we have to fill anything out? No, it's just doing polls in the chat. We always do it in the chat polls. That's how it works. All right, boom, 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 boom. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it twisted. Sell census data to Palantir. Yeah, everybody always is like, wow, what are you doing with the census data? It's just a community thing. Okay, that's it. 3 p.m. PSD or ESD. There has never been a moment where I've ever fucking given you ESD. Even when I'm in ESD time, even when I'm in the East Coast, I still go off of PSD time. Okay, don't ask me that question. Don't do it. Daniel Bessner is going to be on at 1 p.m. PST. Yes, the community census happens once a year. It's on this website if you want to see the previous censuses. Sensei, brilliantdrink.github.io/HasanAbi-census. And it's got data from 2020 to August 2024, bodged together in like 4 hours. Okay, but I'll improve it later. Brilliant Drink has done this, and we'll get to it. You got age, gender, political ideology, ethnicity, religion, sexuality, height, trans chatters, location, salary, education, V card, weebs, diet, neurodiversity, and gaming frogs. We should do a cats v dogs question in the census. Well, the census is so long that I don't want to add any more. Okay, every year I feel like we add more shit. Also, I saw this. Every generation of Twitch streamers, before we dive into like the news head first, every generation of Twitch streamers has this exact same issue. Here is Stable Ronaldo calls out the fakeness in the streaming industry, saying people genuinely don't like each other anymore, and he can't figure out the reason. There's plenty of money, viewership, content. I don't know why this is a thing. This has happened in every single generation of streamers, okay? Every single one. Every single one. I came up with the crop of talent. Like before my generation, the generation prior to mine was like Ninja, Tfue, Pokimane, right? They all popped off. And then my generation of streamers were like, myself, XQC. I think it was like Nick Merckx as well, kind of. You could put them in there. Who else? Mizkif, that was another one. Ludwig, right? Cutie Cinderella. Like, this was our gen of content creators. And if you notice, like, there's a lot of fucking drama in that gen. Like, there's a lot of people who have actively fought one another and don't fuck with each other at all any longer. And now this generation after us is like Aiden, Speed, Kai, and then I guess like the second version of that has been like the Phase Boys as well, if you want to loop all of them under the same umbrella. And there are always content creators in this space that just kind of do their own thing. Lyric is a great example of this, right? Moon, Lyric, like there are always content creators that like kind of do their own thing, right? But there's also content creators who collaborate with one another. Like I would say Keizo is like this new generation's version of like Lyric, right? Keizo just does his own thing. He like collabs with people every now and then, but he just like stays out of everything. He stays out of trouble. He stays out of drama. He's great. And basically, I mean, he's been doing his own thing. He's popping off. Whereas like a lot of these other guys, they collaborate with one another, myself included, right? And ultimately, from my personal experience, what I've seen that has taken place is that when money gets involved, when there's too much money to be made, when there's too much clout, okay, I think ultimately people find themselves fighting over one another and like fighting for like the seat at the top, I guess. It becomes like very transactional. Relationships become very transactional because like before 2020, a lot of content creators were just like friends with one another, like legitimately friends with one another, right? In my generation of content creators, like the top dogs, we were all friends with one another. We like legitimately hung out with one another, you know, Trainwrecks, XQC, even fucking Asmongold from time to time. And it wasn't like a thing. It wasn't a big ordeal to just like collaborate with someone, right? And at the time, their opinions weren't the way that they are. So when you say like ew, you're reflecting on that with like today's opinion. You're reflecting on what these guys look like now or what these guys say now, but it wasn't like that back then. They just weren't like that at all. And I think throughout time, I feel like those collaborations became like more serious, more professional. Like there was an expectation, a tit for tat. It became way more transactional, right? And people got segmented. I think like the big nuclear bomb in terms of like my generation, like no longer collaborating with one another and no longer having a sense of community with one another, I would say was like during COVID, XQC's mistreatment of other content creators kind of started this drama a little bit because he would just like treat every content creator like a fucking NPC. And because he was rewarded tremendously for that, no one really said anything about it. And a lot of people just like kind of let it happen. It wasn't even just GTRP. It was like Among Us, GTRP, No Pixel. Every time there was like a serious collaboration, like that's where it initially started. That's where the fissures initially started. And, you know, there were some people who called him out. I wonder who those people are. And, you know, they got yelled at quite a bit. And I was doing that as a friend, too, like at the time, because we were still close. And then after that, it just like kind of kept spiraling over and over again. Then there was the Kick ordeal. A lot of these guys were getting money from a crypto gambling casino online. And, you know, of course, when financial interests come into play, there's also obviously like people that want to protect their bag. And then Kick gets created as a website after stake.com is banned off of Twitch. And in the process, a lot of the people that went over there they had a lot of animosity. They had a lot of anger towards those who didn't. And then I think like the big nuke obviously was the Miskiff Trainwreck stuff, right? And it just imploded, and no one ever. People became extra cliquey, and no one ever hung out with one another the same way ever again after that. But that was just my gen, right? A long, convoluted, complicated Twitch history. And now I think this is happening for these guys as well a little bit, you know?
That's the smallest one here. I don't think my take on this is... I actually have a take. Let's start... Oh, should I start starting...
Is very cloud driven. Ludwig talked about how so many creators talk to him after streamer games about not being invited, including Neon. That's so funny to me because like I've been friends with most of the people that were there for literally like the past 6 years. Okay, including all the new talent. I'm pretty friendly with them, and I'm not upset. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck is someone random getting upset after like never having any relationship whatsoever with these people? I'm not even fucking upset because I understand, like, you know, you have to fund these big initiatives, and some of those companies that fund these big initiatives are obviously going to be companies that work with the state of Israel and are not too fond of my commentary on that same state of Israel, or even actively fund Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill. So that's so funny that like people get mad. They really hated you for being the face of getting steak banned off Twitch? Yeah.
Myself into this a little bit. I don't actually think streamers have egos. I think streamers just don't like each other. Simple as that. And it's not based off egos. It's just based off they just don't like each other. And people fake friendships. And put question marks all you want. I'm going to be honest. I just don't think people like each other. I don't really know why. I think this shit, there's plenty of money for everyone. There's plenty of viewers.
This is the healthy attitude to have on this, for the record. I do think there's a lot of ego involved as well. But I think there's a lot of clout. There's a lot of ego. There's a lot of money. There's financial interests involved as well. And once like money, in my experience, what I have realized is once money is a part of this process and people get driven by that financial imperative, as opposed to just like taking whatever money you're making and like being excited at the prospect, being excited at how fortunate we are to even be at this position, instead of just like actively just like hanging out with friends and trying to make people trying to entertain people. It turns into this like transactional relationship. Like who can I do this with? Who can I get clout off of? That kind of thing. I can't imagine having to pretend to like my coworkers to make more money. I am fortunate enough to have never had to do any of that. You act like it's not a job. I mean, it is a job, but it's also not a job, if you know what I mean. It's not like a real fucking job, especially for like a lot of content creators. What kind of, like, look, I log in every day. I clock in. I'm doing fucking news commentary for like, 10 hours. Not 10 hours, but like 8 hours, right? A lot of these guys are just hanging out. They're fucking playing golf. They're rizzing girls up. You know what I mean? Like it's a job in the sense of like, it's still supposed to be entertaining. You're supposed to be doing that. Okay. People are saying 6 hours. Fucking chatters. Jesus Christ. Like for a lot of these guys, they're just like having fun and filming themselves in the process of having fun and making a lot of money. And it's amazing. And I say this as someone who thinks my position, which is definitely a little bit more serialized and a little bit more serious than what these guys are doing, as an unimaginably immensely fortunate, immensely privileged position to begin with as well. So anyway, no love for Wubby7. Wait, what do you mean? What happened? No, dude, what are you talking about? Wubby's doing incredible shit with Will right now. IRL streaming is way more exhausting than desktop. I disagree with that. As someone who does both, you're actually 100% wrong. Leaked? What? I didn't leak shit. He said that's true. If you think it's bad on mainstream channels, it's extra bad in the VTuber space. No, I will stand on that. I think desktop streams are harder and worse on your fucking mental and have a worse toll than doing IRL streams. I do both. I'm telling you, I've done both for years. Okay. One of the best aspects of Twitch was that there is like a big community here, There was a massive community here where content creators would like genuinely get together and hang out and have fun. And that's gone. And that kind of sucks that it's gone. Okay? It fucking sucks. But that's why I love the FaZe boys, because they just still keep that energy. Yeah, but you don't do both at the same extent. Like you ain't IRL streaming 8 hours a day for weeks on end, lol. You just flop for a few days. I mean, but in my experience, when I do like 4, 5, 6 hour IRL streams, like dude, I recognize this when I started going to the protests. Okay. I was in the middle of these fucking protests getting shot at for like 4 hours straight, getting fucking pepper sprayed and shit. And that literally took less out of me than sitting here and having to listen to chatters yell at me over fucking minutia. I would rather go to a protest and get shot at, okay, than have to sit through like a drama segment with members of my community fucking chirping at me over like some minor disagreement that they've decided is the absolute worst possible thing that could have ever happened. Yeah. I mean, fair law. Also, chat. I mean, flip. It's fine. I'm telling you, I love this community. Law, he hates the chat law. No, I love my community. I'm an incredibly fortunate person, but I'm telling you, it takes a fucking mental toll, okay? I'm telling you. You're so sensitive, HasanAbi. Wait, what? Anyway. I'm demanding an apology for you interviewing the ice cream man. Anyway, does chat appear in your dreams? Not as much anymore, honestly. I don't know what happened. I don't know at what point. Because, like, remember, I used to talk about how, like, I would debate in my dreams, right? Like, I would come up with, like, talking points sometimes. Like, I would come up with, like, commentary in my mind while I'm sleeping, while I'm dreaming. And then I would wake up and then I would write it down. I'd be like, damn, that's a good fucking talking point. And I'm always on. But -10 aura, I'm always on. I mean, it's not aura. Nothing I do is aura. Let's be real. Maybe if there was like daily fun like the old days, it wouldn't be so bad. Can you believe we used to watch real estate videos? Modern chat would kill you for that. No, I know. I'm working on it. I'm working on it actively. That's why we're doing the community census. That's why I'm bringing back CHADVICE with not one, but two special guests. Second special guest is being announced right now at this moment. CHADVICE tomorrow at 2 p.m. Pacific time. Vanilla Mace and Phase Adapt. That's right. It's going to be a fucking banger. Okay. I am so stoked. Yep. Weak ego, to be honest. Wait, what? Weak ego. Fake friend, do IRL every day. Okay, dude, train is the same. Weak ego, to be honest. You don't have to ban guys like that for saying that. It's fine. You can say stuff like that. I'm not even like, I'm not frustrated by any of this, by the way. I'm just telling you, like, this is in spite of all of the tremendous fortune that I have seen in my fucking life and in my career in particular. I don't know how we moved on to like IRL. I think is like more fun to do and less like brain and soul sucking than a desktop. It could just be a me thing, to be honest. Bet you won't read this. Do you think about chat after you nut? See? Do you understand what I mean when I say this shit is worse than fucking IRL streams? Do you understand it, chatter? Do you understand it better now? Do you understand it better now? Do you understand it better now? Okay? Example proven. Instantly. Okay? Instantly. Proving my goddamn point. Listen. The thing is, the reason why I say IRL is better in general than desktop is also because, like, I think being outside is healthier than having all of your interactions be on the internet. That's it. Because like I interact with fans nonstop. I interact with fans nonstop in the real world when I go out, right? And none of them are asking me questions like that. Because, as I always say, human beings in the motherfucking real world, in the meat space, behave very differently than human beings on the internet. The same guy who will say some shit like that is not going to do that. Anyway, that's a joke anyway. I'm not like being serious or sincere about that.
Shit for everyone, and there's plenty of content for everyone. I don't really know why this is even like a thing. Like I just don't know why people are scared to say they don't like people. That's a small sweat.
Don't you feel like you can? One guy did say, "I'm shaking. D owns you" or something. Yeah, exactly. That's the one time where like an internet cringe lord behaved like he was an internet cringe lord, but in real life, and it was such an inconsequential experience. It was such an inconsequential experience overall, and it was like a major fucking own for that person. That you know, it basically, the problem took care of itself. And speaking of which, by the way, that very same person who has egged on his fans to like stalk me in real life, because the Destiny owns you guy was from this sex pest, who has now been outed as a pedophile as well. From his community. Here's what he recently had to say, and then we're going to move on to the news.
If this is the norm for political commentary, you could very easily justify attacking or killing Hasan. 100%. If it's going to be that every single Zionist, every single Jew, everybody in Israel, even your content creator's wife or whatever in the West Bank, like if that's the norm, then you could basically kill every online content creator you want. Like if that's how we're going to run these norms down, that's fucking insane. I don't know, somebody find the quote of what I said. And I will keep saying things like that, and I'll constantly keep doing things like that. And I hope Hasan keeps.
He's so badass, dude. He's so badass. I like that. I like that. It's just, this is not what I said at all. Like, my point is, and I'm going to repeat it one more time, okay? It doesn't matter who this person is. It doesn't matter if it's your favorite content creator. It doesn't matter if it's me. If I went in, joined the Israeli occupying force, okay, trained with the Israeli occupying force, went into the occupied West Bank territory on a night raid, and I got shot at, that's free game. Okay? Because the occupied people have a legal right to militarily resist against the occupational force. That's it. That is a matter of international law. Take it up with the UN. You can clearly people try to actively move the conversation away to something I didn't say, because that's a position that you can't really defend, right? That's not like, you can't just be like, I don't think that occupied people have a legal right to militarily resist, engage in armed struggle against an occupational force. This has nothing to do with like individual content creators. Like what I'm talking about is very clearly well-defined within international law, and also reiterated over and over and over again. Okay. What he's trying to say is, oh, dude, you should go and kill Hasan. You know? That's it. It doesn't matter who it is. New name, child molestiny? Yeah.
Fucking crying about it. And I hope that fucking Ethan misquotes me because of some shit Hasan said. I don't give a fuck. If this is
Ethan and Hila scold Destiny for helping Hasan reframe the conversation to victimize himself. Destiny has nothing to do with what Hasan did to me. He had a flawless victory, and his dumbass gave Hasan the ability to cry and be victim. Okay. That's interesting. Anyway, ooh, gray bars again. The gray is back. Yeah, this is not the first content creator that is like actively called upon their fans to kill me. and it probably won't be the last. As a matter of fact, this fucking dipshit was hanging out with famous pedophile neo-Nazi. Now we know why he was hanging out with him on his own stream. Also, at the time when that pedophile neo-Nazi Sam Hyde was also doing the haha Hasan Piker, I'm going to come to your house and kill you. So this is not the first time he's done shit like this. See Sam Stinney. Anyway, Stockman pieced out on his podcast with Epstein. Yeah, that's bullshit. He's just trying to. I think the reason why his second in command, who utilizes his community because he has no motion outside of that, to engage in these like stalking operations, is only distancing himself because he is an advertiser of Ethan Klein's podcast. And he feels like it's going to look bad for Ethan if Ethan attacks me. And then I turn around and say, dude, you're getting money from this dude who is giving you all these talking points and this community that is like actively defending someone trying to procure child sexual abuse material. Like, what the fuck? You have no leg to stand on. So I think Dan thinks if he just like cuts ties for a little bit after actively defending Destiny, hopefully that'll give Ethan some stronger legs to stand on. When in fact it doesn't work that way. I mean, this is his business partner. Dan Saltman is the person that is the connective tissue between these two people, and he is directly funding. He's one of the last remaining podcast funders, redact.dev. As you guys know, that's Dan Saltman's company. And he's giving he's giving the talking points to Ethan, and his community is actively in here. They're in here probably right now, losing their fucking minds, looking for something that they can misconstrue, as they do every single day. This clip was posted on the Destiny. Wait, what? They're defending D, losing my mind at the complete inversion of reality here. Then I remember that the H3 sub has been completely taken over by Destiny fans. They all think Destiny's a victim of a years-long harassment campaign by Hasan when it's the other way around. Hasan ignored him for years. Yeah, so that's awesome. The only thing I will say here is that Destiny has been dealing with Hasan for far, far longer than Ethan. Ethan literally said that Hasan brought up Destiny the first time they met in person. He's survived like 6 years of Hasan's constant campaigns against him. He used to not pay any attention to them, but that led him to getting the current reputation he has now, where Hasan will lie about him to others, painting the most horrible picture of him that still somewhat persists. There's a reason why people that get yanked from Hasan's cult literally only have to watch like one full video of his to realize he's been lying about him all this time. It's quite hard to overstate just how deep the Destiny Hasan feud goes. When you've seen how bad these communities are at their worst for like over half a decade, you lose any hope that the high ground will matter. What I really find funny about this is not only is it just the exact opposite of the reality, but my favorite is when they do like the liberal Zionist position between me and Destiny. The liberal Zionists like, well, both sides are kind of fucked. It's like, no, this is not a both sides situation, man. This has been an active cyber stalking operation with mass harassment initiatives. They always do this with like LSF too. Like LSF is literally run by a moderator in Destiny's community. And if you look at the top post in LSF, it's like Hasan sneezed wrong. And it's like 7,000 upvotes. And then all of the fucking comments underneath it is like, yo, he's the worst person that's ever existed, you know? And then they have the audacity to turn around and be like, Hasan obviously brigades this Discord. It's like, it's weird because it doesn't seem to exist. The Hasan defense on LSF. It's just no motion overall because you just push through it. And as long as you push through it, and as long as you abide by your values, and you know, keep doing your own thing, a lot of these guys who are just like utterly repulsive, truly evil individuals, they just, you know, they keep fucking themselves up anyway, in all of their anger, in all of their resentment, in all of their animosity. If you design your entire worldview around hating one fucking person and you don't have any sort of like discernible values, you are inevitably going to find yourself locked in to, I guess, defending Israel's genocide. Yeah, one community constantly harasses, doxes, stalks your entire family. Anyone you show any positivity towards with botted email campaigns to deplatform, deport, and arrest you. And then this community says, wow, they fucking suck. Also, he's a pedophile. These are the same thing. DOJ dropped the Ghislaine Maxwell tapes. We're going to be taking a look at that as well, of course. It's a dead sub that gets propped up by Epstein guys because their larger subreddit is, the easier it is to get threads posted there to get to the front page of Reddit. Yeah, but I don't think that matters all that much. In the grand scheme of things, like, I think there's only the more the spotlight is on a person like Destiny, the more even people who know him as like, oh, the fast-talking liberal debate guy who owns Republicans, realize that maybe he's not such a good guy. And they come to that conclusion on their own. They don't need someone to like lie about who he is or whatever and actively make content about how much of a piece of shit he is by framing things he's saying in the most negative ways possible for 6 years onward. Whereas for Destiny, he has had to do that. And because my position is not exactly popular among neck-bearded incels online who dominate every single fucking space, there is definitely a robust market for fuck Hasan style content amongst apolitical content creators and slop tubers alike. But even then, organically, those guys have realized maybe we shouldn't be aligned with this fucking weirdo loser who is so toxic that he has actively harmed people in his closest orbit. Reminder that Hasan's Freak Squad has threatened to murder Destiny several times. Never happened. Never said that. I can understand why he doesn't give a fuck. He's been targeted by them for years now and has zero faith in Twitch. That's just a lie. And it's not just a lie, but it's like straight up projection. And it's additionally funny because like I've always taken an approach of just gray rocking. That's what it's called, right? When you're dealing with narcissists. I've always taken this approach where I just like don't, you know, for years and years, I did not talk about Destiny at all. And I just kept doing my own thing. And in the beginning, obviously, my community was much smaller than his. And then it grew, and then he never let that go. He never let that, he never lived that down. In the process, he clearly did not take care of his own son, who is now an out and about Nazi. He let his own son be in his Discord where, you know, he turned into a Nazi. I feel terrible about that. And also has done a bunch of illegal things. And every single time he does something like that, his exit ramp has always been, and this is not dissimilar to like what XUC would do back in the day when, you know, people would yell at him about gambling. He'd be like, well, what about Hasan? And then people would be like, oh yeah, you're right. Hasan is worse. Like that's what he does. But after the 11th time that you get like caught doing some fuck shit all on your own, eventually, you know, your people in your fandom are obviously going to go, yeah, man, you're kind of fucked up. Isn't this just internet drama? I mean, seriously, why give these people the time of day now? I mean, this is crimes. It's not just internet drama. He was gloating because you lost a chunk of your audience because of the Palestine coverage and that he was going to have more viewers this year, lol. Anyway. I think they're using bots on Reddit too. I'm from Europe, and I've noticed that some threads are being made late at night and early in the morning. No, he has a lot of European social democrats who hate me. Yeah. Yeah. Also, yeah, one thing that I realized that I thought was perhaps a little bit misplaced, but I thought it was like indicative of this space and what it had turned into is the last thing I'm going to say before we move on. Was that I thought the top dog in Twitch politics was Asmongold, but something shifted. Something shifted yesterday, and it turns out we actually have a similar number of viewers. As a matter of fact, I mean, he was hitting like 50K every day. He was always like 20K above wherever I was. Sometimes even 60K. I would have like 30K to 40K. He would have 60K. And now it seems like we have the same number of viewers, which is, I don't know what it is. I'm not even saying that I'm not making any inferences about this. I'm not saying that this is like something that Asmongold himself did. But it has been a significant decrease in the viewership after Twitch said that they were going to go after bots. Like I said, though, I don't even think this is like his own doing, for the record. Because, like, if you remember when I was talking shit. If you remember when I was talking shit about Kick initially when I was in Japan, not the last time, but like a couple times ago, it was weird that like the three people that were talking shit about Kick was Misgif, Pokimane, and myself, and we all got weirdly botted at the time. Like we had clearly like our view counts shot up, and it was weird. It was like normally in Japan, it would be, especially in the weird hours that I was streaming, I would normally have like 20K, but this time I had like 40K. Now, it could be because people are getting bored of Donald Trump and pro-Trump content and pro-Trump sentiment. That could probably be a part of this. Or, you know, maybe whoever was doing it stopped doing it potentially. Why are bots bad? It's because it's fake. It's not real viewership. And Twitch is a very top-heavy platform. So if you are... No, it was bots. You got 30K in under 30 minutes every single day. Yeah, the thing is, when you have... when you're at the top of the just chatting section, for example, then it's very top-heavy platform. People just come and watch you. Like, organically, real viewers come and watch you as well in that process, right? Whereas, I mean, that's one of the biggest values for botting. And I think people do it for advertisers as well to, like, justify higher pay rates when they're doing sponsored campaigns and things like that. So what is this? XQC responded. Hasan talks about how right-wing commentary has popped off due to Asmongold and points to XQC copying the same rhetoric. Monkey see, monkey do. See Asmon pop off, making Nick Fuentes jokes. Greatest example. XQC doesn't have any worldview, just saw Asmon. Is it for kick? Is it for clout? Is it for Asmon? Is it grift? Is it for steak? Brother, you got us all biting our nails about this one. He makes fun of conspiracy Andes, yet pushes the most schizo narratives. How is this a schizo narrative? You literally saw Asmongold popping off, and you decided to do political commentary as a meta. And you tried to do the Asmongold style political commentary, and your audience fucking screamed at you for it. Thank God there were fucking juicers who still had, like, you know, brain cells, and we're like, what the fuck do you mean? Why are you trying to talk about politics like Asmongold? You're not doing a good job. His own community was cooking him for fucking months. He knows that that's the case. I think that's part of the reason why he stopped. The craziest thing is, like, if XQC just stuck to not doing gambling and not collaborating with, like, some of the worst fucking content creators, and just stayed playing video games and eating his toenails and having a good time, high intensity fucking gaming sessions, he probably would be still one of the top content creators on the fucking platform. But, you know, sometimes you make these decisions. Sometimes you make these sorts of decisions, and you know, you have to live with the outcome of said decisions. All right, let's move away from this stuff. And let's get to the news, because in about an hour, I'm going to also have the man, the myth, the legend, Daniel Besner, to talk about U.S. foreign policy. We got a new memo that identifies 45 words and phrases for the Democrats to avoid, alleging terms turn voters off. They span 6 categories, from therapy speak to explaining away crime. Now, some of these I probably will agree with, but given where it's coming from, I will most likely find myself at odds with it. Having said that, I am going to go in first with the FBI raid that took place this morning. John Bolton, former Trump advisor John Bolton, is under the crosshairs of the Trump administration. We'll talk about the UN officially declaring North Gaza a famine and many other issues pertaining to foreign policy and America's involvement when Dan Besner is on in a little bit.
Just moments ago, FBI agents were seen searching the home of President Trump's former national security advisor, John Bolton. I want to go to our chief Washington correspondent, John Carl. And John, this is the latest indication the Trump administration is targeting the president's political enemies.
I mean, Bolton was very high on the president's enemies list. Federal agents searched his home just a short while ago. In this video we have, you can see federal agents descending upon his home this morning. They conducted the search. He was not at home. Sources familiar with the matter tell ABC News that the FBI carried out this search, and they did it related to allegations that Bolton is in possession of classified records. George, while the search was underway, FBI...
By the way, let him fight. Let him fight. Let him fight. Let him fight. Oh, amazing. 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 Okay? Come on, man. If you think I'm going to be like, oh my God, this is a terrifying use of law enforcement, it's like, yeah, I agree. This is clearly Donald Trump maliciously utilizing law enforcement in ways that he claimed Joe Biden was doing to him against his own personal enemies. Having said that, however, John Bolton is a freakish fascist monster. So if you think I'm going to be like, oh, I don't do it, I'm here to protect John Bolton, you're out of your dang mind, okay? This is war criminal on war criminal violence. Let them fight.
FBI Director Kash Patel posted on social media, no one is above the law. FBI agents are on a mission. Now, some people would say that mission is retribution. Bolton had become a prominent critic of President Trump. The administration had already stripped him of his security detail despite an ongoing threat from Iran. And less than 2 weeks ago, George, on This Week, I asked Bolton if he was worried that he would be the subject of retribution, further retribution from President Trump. He told me he considers this the, quote, retribution presidency.
And John, of course,
George.
President Trump was indicted for taking classified documents to Mar-a-Lago.
Indicted for taking a lot of classified documents to Mar-a-Lago and hotly contested the idea that his home was searched for those documents.
John Carl, thanks very much.
Forward to having with the final.
Oh, yes.
On July
Oh, yes.
19th
No, we'll be
in New
there.
York, New Jersey.
We're going to be there. A lot of people are going to be there.
A lot of people.
I'd like to thank you all. Do you have any questions on FIFA, first of all?
It's going to be a big event at the Kennedy Center. Do you intend to take part in it? Will you have a part to play on December 5th?
I might play.
Hosting,
I mean, I see the money that these soccer players, you know, we call it soccer, but I see the money that these soccer players are making. I may try and play. I'm a very good athlete. My son.
Okay, there's a really funny, like, oh, you're just now telling me that the FBI raided John Bolton's house. I didn't know. Moment from Donald Trump. Not even here, but he had another like quick question answer session. Okay. He's like, oh, I had no idea. I could actually use the law enforcement. I'm top cop of the nation, which he's not. Okay. But, it's awesome. It's just awesome that every single fucking thing that conservatives complained about with Joe Biden, some of which was like at least within the margins, like close enough to the truth, and many that was just utterly ridiculous. All of the things that they fantasized about Joe Biden doing to conservatives, Trump is literally doing to sometimes other conservatives like John Bolton, neocons, and also anyone else. Anyone else he declares an enemy of the state. This could mean predominantly black neighborhoods. This could mean random agricultural workers, whoever, people who have hurt the feelings of the great state of Israel. Anyone and everyone is a direct priority target for this administration at any given moment. Okay? They come after you with no repercussions whatsoever, and they bring down the entire might of the state upon you. This is literally what conservatives were fearful of forever. All the way from Alex Jones talking about like Barack Obama has black attack helicopters circling around my neighborhood. They're going to put me in a FEMA camp. They're going to black back me and put me in a FEMA camp. All the way down to like fucking the Dan Bonginos and everybody else. Talking about like deep state pedophiles being protected by the government. Donald Trump is literally doing that with Jeffrey Epstein and all of the Epstein affiliates that he is currently defending. Every single fucking thing that Republicans have complained about and fantasize the Democrats doing, the Republicans are doing proudly, and they champion it. They're like, hell yeah, baby. You're doing the right thing. Keep doing more of it. It's crazy.
My son is a very good athlete, and he's a good soccer player. He's on the tall side for soccer. He's 6'9".
As had projection much?
It's on the tall side. Good. It's on the tall side, but he's good. But
how can I be projecting here? I'm not even a fucking defender of the Democratic Party in general. I'm just a defender of the truth. Okay? I'm not even defending the Democratic Party at all in this process. I'm simply telling you what the Republicans are doing, and you go, projection much? What do you mean? If this is a frustrating reality for you, then you have to work on that on your own. You know what I mean? You have to just like go back and think like, why is this frustrating to me? Also, this hat is the ugliest fucking hat I've seen. And goddamn, Trump merch is already not exactly known for being good. Okay, but holy shit, this is just fresh ass, okay?
I I may put on shorts. I look extremely good in shorts and enjoying the play. You know, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be good.
Many foreigners who want to come to attend the event are concerned about the visa situation. Can you reassure them?
Yeah, they're going to have a very easy time getting in. Certain countries are going to be very, very easy, and other countries are going to be obviously a little bit more difficult. Would you like to explain that, Chris?
Yeah, absolutely. We have a process set up that we'll be implementing on getting visas approved. Everybody will be thoroughly vetted, but they'll be welcome to this country. It'll happen quickly, and we're excited for them to come. So I would hope that around the world, people know that the United States is excited to bring their family here to enjoy this event.
America welcomes the world.
Yes.
And I can really, from the collaboration that we have, testify.
This stuff is so funny. FIFA is a fascist organization. Yes, dude. I feel like for FIFA, you have to do like a litany of war crimes, okay? Like in order for FIFA to like collaborate with you, in order for FIFA to like work with your country specifically, you have to be known for like some fuck shit. So it is somewhat of a surprise that we haven't done this before, right? They've always been this way. They've always been this way. FIFA is, the F stands for fascism. Fascism, international fascism all the time. That's what FIFA is. Okay? World Cup in Qatar, then USA, then Saudi. Yep. FIFA's like, let me look at the numbers. Let me look at the numbers on the board. Okay? And so it's not a surprise to me that they're doing this with America. Okay? But what's hilarious about it is that they're doing this with America, and the American fascism movement has grown to such a degree and has put the crosshairs on foreigners in general and hyper focused on them so much that it is undermining the goals of having a World Cup in U.S. territory. Because you're literally, you're cooking tourism because you're actively, tourism is plummeted in this country. Why? For understandable reasons. Even some of my friends who normally come and visit me from Australia chose not to come this year because they didn't want to get fucking arrested at the border and then deported back to Australia. And who knows for how long they would remain in a detention facility. Okay? There are plenty of people who previously would have thought to come to the United States of America who are actively avoiding the United States of America. So this like international event that we're going to have on U.S. soil is happening at a time when Donald Trump's administration is saying, like, we don't want you to come here. Do not come here. Do not come. New Willie Mac video, must watch. Dude, that is the most embarrassing thing that you could post in the chat. Take a fucking week off and really reconsider your priorities. Oh my Lord. Anyway, it's just like, yeah, FIFA is a football organization with the sole goal of bringing the fun of soccer to the whole world. Yeah, that's what's supposed to be the principle behind doing these kinds of things, right? Doing these kinds of like global, worldwide affairs. Apparently, he's flipping on D. Good, okay. He's eating good off of shitting on me with talking points that he got from Destiny's community for years and years. And this is what it took for him to finally be like, yeah, maybe he's not such a good guy. Will he go back and apologize for the videos he made? Will he turn around and say, hey, by the way, every single thing that I wrote about Hasan, I got from Destiny's community and actively collaborated with Destiny, who has now been outed as a pedophile? My bad. Anything short of that, and I don't know what we're doing here. I mean, I'm glad. I'm glad he's on the right side for once. Stop taking the bait. Trump stole the trophy from this summer's tournament to the right in the vid here. No, I know. It was really funny. Nah, he made a video about you like two weeks ago. I know. It doesn't matter. It does not matter. As I was saying, you got a situation where like the American government is actively saying, do not come here. We will literally arrest you. We will look through, we will scour your social media profiles to see whether you are worthy of coming to the United States of America, including banning travelers from entering the country after they made plans and spent money to come here because they have fat JD Vance memes on their fucking phones, man. They're like, hold on. Oh, you want to come in here? Let me take a look at your phone. Ridiculous prospect, by the way. What do you mean you demand this level of surveillance to enter the country? Oh, you got fat JD Vance on your phone? Sorry. Not allowed. You're fucking banned. That's literally what we think China is doing. I think this was a hoax. No, it wasn't the JD Vance meme. The reason that they used, aside from the JD Vance meme, was that he had a fucking photo of like a pipe, and they said this was drug paraphernalia on his phone. He had a photo of like a wooden pipe. Does that make sense to you? No, that doesn't make sense either. You don't need to say fat JD Vance when he's already fat. True, baby JD Vance. I don't think you guys understand. The crazy part about it isn't like, oh, it was the fat JD Vance photo that he had on his phone, or the photo of a pipe when they were like, what, do you smoke weed? And he was like, yeah, of course. It's not illegal. And then they're like, fuck off. You're not allowed to come into the country now, you criminal scumbag. The real point of contention here is the fact that they even looked at his phone to allow him to enter the country as a tourist. Do you not understand how ridiculous that is? That has had a massively consequential chilling effect on tourism in this country. Tourism rates have plummeted because why the fuck would anybody want to come into the United States and have the Gestapo go through their fucking phone and potentially put them in prison for an extended period of time, in an immigration detention facility for an extended period of time? Customs and Border Protection agents searched nearly 15,000 devices from April through June this year, nearly 17% spike over the previous 3 months high in 2022. The real issue is the chilling effect it has on all travelers. EU chatter here. I skipped visiting my American friend because of literally this. Yeah, I mean, I have friends who wanted to come to the United States of America that is not coming to the United States of America for this reason. I myself have changed travel plans that I had, travel and content arrangements that I had made in Cuba. I canceled the Cuba trip for this reason, because once I got detained by Customs and Border Patrol on my way back from France, okay, and they were asking me about fucking, what do you think about Donald Trump? What do you think about Israel? What do you think about Hamas? I was like, if I go to Cuba and I come back, they're going to say, that's a state sponsor of terror. You are a fucking fully fleshed out terrorist. I'm not trying to go to jail, okay? Yet. The China trip is still on. China, as it stands currently, is not considered a state sponsor of terror by the American State Department. But it's crazy, man. You ain't being let in if you go to Cuba. Yeah, that's what I mean. If I went to Cuba, I feel like they would just not let me come back into the country at all. I would just get arrested on the spot.
Absolutely. Thank you.
And I just sent a picture from somebody that wants to be there very badly. He's been very respectful of me and of our country, but not so respectful of others. But I'm going to sign this for him, but I was sent one, and I thought you'd all like to see it. That's a man named Vladimir Putin, who I believe will be coming.
That's crazy, dude. They'd make you into the modern day William Worthy. If you folks don't know him, look him up. Also, it's a Phil Ox song. Vladimir Putin, my best friend, very good guy. Love him so much.
Depending on what happens, he may be coming and he may not. Depending on what happens, we have a lot of things happening over the next couple of weeks. But I thought it was a nice picture of him. Okay of me, but nice of him. So that was very nice that it was sent to me. Okay?
Okay.
On that subject, have you talked to Vladimir Putin about the fact that yesterday a big U.S. factory was hit in a Russian airstrike in Ukraine? What's your reaction to that?
I told him I'm not happy about it, and I'm not happy about anything having to do with that war. I said I settled 7 wars, and actually, if you think about pre-wars, add 3 more, so it would be 10. I thought this would be in the middle of the pack in terms of difficulty. No, I'm not happy about anything about that war. Nothing. Not happy at all. We'll see what happens.
Dude, it's remember when I told you he just keeps making up new wars that he has ended? The number went from 6, which again, up for debate certainly, to 10. He just added extra wars that have started and have been stopped by Donald Trump. He's just going to keep increasing the numbers because it doesn't matter. None of it is true. Okay? None of it. None of it is true. By the end of this month, if the Epstein stuff keeps pumping, he's going to be like, I've ended 100 wars. Every week, there's like 10 new wars that he's ending. I've ended 100 wars. You know the 100-year war between France and England. They were fighting each other so vicious, so mean. I ended it. I ended that. No more war. World War II. I ended that myself.
I think over the next 2 weeks, we're going to find out which way it's going to go. And I better be very happy.
Mr. President, a very good call with Prime Minister Carney of Canada yesterday morning.
Yes.
Actually, Canada is taking away some retaliatory tariffs.
He's removing his tariffs, yeah.
Exactly.
He's removing his retaliatory tariffs, which I thought was nice. And we're going to have another call soon. Okay. Yeah, we had a very good call.
You're getting closer towards an agreement on trade?
I like him. You know, look, I'm fighting for the United States. Canada and Mexico take a...
By the way, this is from friend of the show, Nikki McCann Ramirez for the Rolling Stone. New analysis finds Trump family has raked in $3.4 billion off the presidency. Remember when they go like, AOC and Bernie Sanders have made so much money. They made so much money. They're so rich. Like they just lie and they'll be like, AOC's a multi-billionaire. She used to be a bartender. It's like this guy is literally doing that, man. This guy's actually doing it. Once again, it's projection. Every accusation is a confession. Every accusation is a confession. These guys will be like when you say that about Nancy Pelosi, there is validity to that. Okay, there is truth to that. I'm not going to sit here and fucking defend Nancy Pelosi, who is seemingly one of the best stock traders in U.S. history. Okay, most likely trading on non-publicly available data. Okay, well, her husband, Paul Pelosi is the GOAT at trading. And there's truth when you criticize those people. But these guys will then, and even Nancy doesn't do it like this. Okay, this is just like transparent graft. Okay, this is just mostly cryptocurrency schemes that he has implemented in broad daylight without any of the regulatory agencies actually turning around and going, hey, we should probably do our jobs and penalize this kind of behavior. And it's insane. It's insane that he does this. And if you ask the average Republican, they'll be like, Trump didn't take a salary. He didn't take a salary. He's just a great businessman. He is not corruptible because he has a lot of money. It's like, no, dude. He's always been a fucking failure of a businessman. But of course, it doesn't matter. You can be the biggest failure as a businessman, but if you're the president and you're running the country like a fucking mafia boss, then you could just like steal as much money as you possibly want. You can do cryptocurrency schemes. You can do pay for play. It's so crazy. It is so wild how open this corruption is. and people do not care about it. I can't comprehend how little, like, I don't understand how someone could live in this world and be an American dude who like works as a plumber, living in the fucking Midwest, goes out and votes for Donald Trump, and he's like, he's gonna clean out the swamp, the DC swamp. He's gonna be an anti-establishment candidate. He's gonna do the best thing. He's gonna fix the housing market, all this shit, right? And then he doesn't do any of the things that he promised, and all he does is basically arrest your fucking neighbors, utilize the military as a domestic police force in direct contravention of the Constitution, basically makes a fuck ton of money in the process by just like farming the presidency as a pay for play scheme for himself, enriching himself and his family. Okay. And no one understands, like no one recognizes this reality. It's slapping you in the face every day that Donald Trump wakes up and goes into the White House. It's like he's taking his dick out and hitting you in the face with it if you're a Trump supporter, and going, yeah, you like that? And Trump supporters look at that and go, hell yeah, Mr. President, slap me in the face with your cock one more time, please. It doesn't make any sense. How do you not realize it? It's not like, this is not a sophisticated way of doing things, okay? At least with like the Clinton Foundation, right? Those guys are demons too. They're demonic. But at least there was like more sophistication in the ways in which they operated, you know, through the NGO structure. These guys are like, I'm a criminal. I love stealing your money. You're a fucking idiot. Keep getting mad at Mexicans and you will forget that I'm stealing your money. And I'm going to give all of it to Israel. And these guys are like, yes, Mr. President, it's fucking amazing. Oh, please give Israel more money. Oh, they need it. I don't need it. My house is underwater from the hurricane, Mr. President. But don't worry, even though I signed the loyalty pledge to Israel, they need it more than me.
A lot of our business over the years, over 25, 30 years, especially during the Biden years. They took a lot of our business, and it's basically all coming back into the United States now. Well, hot as a pistol, and it's coming back in. Because of tariffs and the incentives we give, it's coming back. And it's impossible, I think, for another country to stop it. And we are working on something. We want to be very good to Canada. I like Carney a lot. I think he's a good person. And we had a very good talk yesterday. So I think it'll be good.
Mr. President, I have a question about the search of Ambassador Bolton's home. The Vice President recently just did an interview saying that...
Yeah, America's hot. You know, like the impact site of a nuclear first strike. Hot. You know, not hot in the way that you would want it to be. Perhaps a little too hot. Okay? Maybe we should cool it down a little bit, I think. It's also insanely fucking annoying that this entire process, like, once again, people just eat up whatever the fuck he's saying. Like, it's that easy. You can just keep repeating a lie over and over and over again, and your sycophantic cult fans are just going to believe you. They will refuse to reckon with the horrifying nature of American existence that is unfolding in real time in front of their eyes, because the president that they love, that they somehow have deluded themselves into believing cares about them, is telling them that shit is actually fine. It's actually awesome. It's actually great. He's not even trying that hard, man. He's not. He just says whatever comes to mind. He's not like a particularly interesting, particularly sophisticated, particularly intelligent person. He's not even actively trying to craft a narrative that makes sense. He has an opportunity to do so. He's not even doing so. He just goes, nah, believe me, everything is so good. Everyone else is saying things are so good. And people just eat that shit up. They believe it. It's crazy.
It's about classified documents, but that there's also broad concern about him. What are the concerns?
Well,
that
I
you
haven't
have?
spoken to Pam in the group yet, but I will be. I saw that just like everybody else. I try and stay out of that stuff. I'm allowed to be, and I'm chief law enforcement officer, believe it or not. You know, I don't like to go around saying that, but I am. That's the position. But I purposely don't want to really get involved in it. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. I thought he was a sleazebag, actually. And he suffers major Trump derangement syndrome, but so do a lot of people, and they're not being affected by anything we do. I don't know anything about it. I just saw that. I'll find out about it. But if you believe the news, which I do,
you make it sound like he's the papacy in the 10th century or something. Dude, that is exactly what I'm saying. Because that is exactly what's going on. We have unprecedented, unfathomable access to real-time information in the palm of our hands. Okay? Because of the internet and because of smartphones, we can literally look shit up in real time. And yet, with the unimaginable bounty presented by the democratization of information, we have a situation where the average person's mindset reflects the mindset of a medieval peasant. It's fucking insane. The average American in 2025 believes almost the same exact shit that a fucking medieval peasant believed. And a medieval peasant would have gotten one-shotted by eating a chicken nugget or like hot Cheetos. It's crazy. And it blows my mind because it's like there is a real regression taking place in real time, and seemingly no one cares about it because everyone is too invested in purchasing Labubus or, you know, consuming whatever fucking slop they got in front of them to take notice of like how society is unwinding in real time. I don't understand how people they don't get frustrated about this every fucking day. Oh, well, I got Dubai Labubu matcha lattes that I can drink, so it's fine. Everything is getting worse and worse and worse. Oh. Part of it is, of course, because people go, what the fuck am I supposed to do? Okay, I go to work, I put my head down, I try to make some money so my landlord can have a comfortable existence. You know, I directly fund my landlord's lifestyle. Like 40% of my salary is directly going to him, okay? And he deserves it. He deserves more, okay? And then the meager wages that I have remaining, the little bit of disposable income that I have, I spend on Dungeons and Dragons, or I spend on Magic the Gathering cards, I spend on fucking Warhammer 40K figurines, or I spend on this or that, and Labubu and matcha Dubai chocolate lattes. Because that is the only thing that gives me like a crumb of autonomy in my life. A silly purchase decision that I made reminds me that I am human. I do have free will. I'm exercising it right now. So I can't even fucking get that mad at people for feeling so dissuaded, for feeling so powerless in the face of it all. I buy shoes, not Labubus. Yes, Labubu is a simple catch-all terminology for insert whatever the fuck you like. I mean, I have my own version of this as well. You know, I like nice clothes. I like fashion, right? So I engage in consumer escapism with regular frequency. The only difference is like by design, because of my job and because of my worldview, I'm like constantly fucking tuned into this shit and constantly yelling about this shit. Everyone deserves a little treat every now and then. Make no mistake. I'm not saying don't do treats, okay? Treats are very important. You like fashion, but you're not good at it? Explain. Okay, well, that's subjective, I think. And you can't find like a really bad fit post 2024, let's say. 2023, 2024. So, you know, we had the dark period. Long hair Hasan. We need to We need to just destroy that. That leave it in a dustbin of history.
I guess his house was raided today, but my house was raided also, called Mar-a-Lago. They went through everything they could, including my young son's room and my wife's area. They went through her drawers, as the expression goes. They went through everything you can imagine. And when she came back, she looked, she said, she's very neat, you know, she's meticulous. And she looked and she said, whoa, this wasn't the way that she had it. So, you know, so I know the feeling. It's not a good feeling. Thank you.
The funniest thing is, like, this was incredibly avoidable for him, the raid on Mar-a-Lago, because the DOJ under the Brandon administration was still operating on don't rock the boat mentality. And as a byproduct of the don't rock the boat mentality, the DOJ was trying to do everything by the book. And they just kept saying, like, please, we know you have these classified documents in your house. Can you please give it to us? And he was like, how can I lie to them? He was telling his fucking lawyers, like, how can we hide these documents? For no reason whatsoever either. Like, I genuinely think to this day, it was just a flex. I think that it was just straight up just a flex on Kid Rock and shit, and like dentists that wait, hold on. New start time 1 p.m. Okay. Yeah, he was just a fucking he just wanted to have classified files at his house, at his place of residence, just so he could flex on like dentists that have Mar-a-Lago gold cards or whatever. I mean, he put it in the fucking bathroom, man. It's not like he cared about it, you know?
Mr. President, how long will you give Putin?
A couple of weeks. We're going to figure it out. We'll find it.
Do you think you'll have to intervene at some point?
Look, it takes two to tango. You understand that. I wanted to have a meeting with those two. I could have been at the meeting, but a lot of people think that nothing's going to come out of that meeting. You have to be there. Maybe that's true. Maybe it's not. But we're going to see. In the meantime, people continue to die. But I've solved 7 of them where they were in wars for 31, 35, and 37 years. We had 3 of them that were for more than 30 years, Johnny, and I got them solved. And we solved one that could have been a nuclear war with India and Pakistan. That was getting ready to be a nuclear war. I solved them all. And this one, I thought we would have had it done by now, but it's more difficult. There's a lot of anger, a lot of hatred. There's a tremendous amount of hatred there. So. But we'll see what happens. I think in 2 weeks we'll know which way I'm going. Because I'm going to go one way or the other. And they'll learn which way I'm going.
Mr. President, if I got 2 questions for you. One on FIFA, the other one on DC. Let's talk. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there that can't even get permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor's incompetent. You know, Gavin, I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit. And he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it, everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government.
Is the permit thing real? No, he's just using that as... Dude, first of all, nothing that Trump says is real, okay? Is there a permit structure? in the rebuilding? Absolutely. Should there be regulation in the rebuilding of some of these buildings? Duh, no shit. That's the reason why they got fucking eviscerated by a goddamn wildfire. And Donald Trump has decided there should be no building code whatsoever so that they can expeditiously prop up these buildings. I don't want to get into that right now. Because we have Daniel Bessner that I am going to be talking to right now because we're going to move into the 6 wars, now 10 wars, all the wars that Donald Trump ended because he's big, he's bold, he's beautiful. And we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna talk about Israel, some of the wars that Donald Trump hasn't ended yet. Israel, Ukraine, and Russia. And I'm having him on right now to talk about it. Hello.
Hey, Hasan, could you hear me all right?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly. Daniel Bessner is in the building. Ladies and gentlemen, Danny, been a long time, and this is your first time on the broadcast. How would you present yourself to the people that might not know of the good word that you put out there on the American Prestige?
Yeah, for sure. Well, first of all, thank you very much for having me. Really appreciate it. So basically, I'm a historian. But beyond that, I've kind of spent the last 10 or so years thinking about what a genuinely left-wing approach to American foreign policy would be in an age of imperial decline and an age of capitalist domination, and how the left should respond in an era when the United States still remains the world hegemon and is doing things like supporting the IDF, sending arms to Ukraine, having 750 military bases abroad, the dollar is hegemonic, and things like that. So basically,
you're saying you're a woke, tanky, red fash, all of those things. Like you're, when people encounter your work and they have like the globe emoji on their Twitter profile, they see what you have to say and they go, "This is the scariest person on the planet."
That's precisely right, but I'm a little bit weird because I'm also sanctioned by Russia. One of the few Americans who has been personally sanctioned by Russia. So they don't know what to do with me. But yeah, the globe emoji people do not love me, and a lot of people don't love me, but I'm fighting the good fight just like you are, sir.
Yeah. Well, I haven't been sanctioned by Russia, but they did actually dunk on me in one of their like crazy ads that they had done. I actually kind of want to show this to you right now. Chatters, do you have that ad? Let's show it to Daniel. I want to see if you can notice where they end up using a version of me as a way to say, like, which side are you on? Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
No, I'd love to see that. It was a shock. I think I'm on the same list as like Larry Summers. There's a couple of dead guys on there as well. So, it's an honorable list to say the least.
Yeah. Let's see. Hasan Piker, Russian military ad. Maybe this is the one.
Oh, they're using you as a recruiting tool.
No, they're in the reverse. they're using my likeness. And saying like, which side are you on? You want to be a gay guy that live streams, or you want to be like a big burly man that fucking dies in one of the grayest places you've ever seen, so that the Russian government can get like extra, like a piece of extra territory. But hold on.
Why not both?
Yeah. How about be a gay guy who live streams and do that?
What's the problem?
Out to Jackson Hinkle. He's doing both. Here, I think I found it. Okay. Hold on. I'm going to share my screen with you so you can see it as well.
Yeah, let me see it.
Here it is. Okay. Let's see if I can find the actual moment. Oh, here it is. Russian military recruitment ads. Okay. And it's incredible. Let's take a look. What are our men?
Из колотых ушек, из смузи, сделаны наши мужчины, из мейнстримов.
That's crazy. Okay? How did I make the goddamn Russian government my op? That's insane. Okay? Who is over there like former HasanAbi head? They got my worst era too. They got my worst era. FSBs hate watching out here, bro. What the make me bright makeup and streams? Like they did like a mishmash of different and struggle periods throughout my streaming
It's like the
career.
Taylor Swift tour, but for
Yeah,
Hasan.
they put on they said like you put on makeup and you wear a lot of jewelry and you paint your fingernails and then you pose in front of your nice supercar. I guess the sanctions were hitting them hard, so they couldn't put the Porsche there, so they used whatever this car is. I think maybe it's a Corvette. I can't tell.
It looks like AI.
Yeah, could be. But this is so we both got we've both been unjustly maligned by the Russian state while simultaneously being called operatives of the Russian government, because that's like the main thing. Like I've always been anti-NATO for obvious reasons. I'm Turkish. I know what NATO has done in terms of its own version of Operation Gladio in Turkey, and how much of a formative role it played in Turkish politics and still does to this day. And that is where like a lot of my enmity brews against NATO. And of course, when I talk about NATO incursion immediately, or even just like the truth about what has taken place thus far with the ultimately unjustifiable and illegal invasion of Ukraine that Russia committed to, everyone always would be like, "Oh, you're just defending Russia."
Yeah, I get that a lot as well. And then I just come back with, I've been sanctioned. What has happened to you? I've put my body on the line in a way that they haven't, but they don't really cotton to that often.
So you're anti-NATO as well. So let's start there. Why are you anti-NATO, Daniel?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's an important question, because when people point to American hegemony or the American empire, one of the things that they'll point to as a representative of why this is a good thing is NATO. Famously, NATO was founded in 1949 to keep the Germans down, the Americans in Europe, and the Soviets out. And one could argue that NATO did that. But what I think it really represents is the fact that the United States remaining involved in global affairs as the hegemon in a way that, if you look at the historical record, has done incredible amounts of damage to the world, both over the course of the Cold War and after. And so actually going against NATO is a way to argue that the United States should allow other world regions, particularly very wealthy world regions like Europe, to determine their own politics and to determine their own approach to the military and to some degree the economy as well. So even if NATO is the quote unquote good part of empire, and personally I don't think there's ever such a thing as a good part of empire, going against it is a way to really articulate that you don't think the United States should be involved in other world regions to the degree that it has been, to say nothing of, NATO expansion helping engender Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the Ukraine sounds like a WWE thing, and other negative consequences that it has had. But yeah, I think it's an important thing to be against, and an important thing to be against the United States dominating these forms of global alliances, because that's a form of American imperialism as well.
Yeah. So what do you have to say to people that would retaliate to what you're saying right now with the question, well, what about Baltic states? Like they all actually wanted to be a part of NATO. All these states wanted to be a part of NATO.
Yeah, and this is the whole empire by invitation argument. And for that, I just return to actual history and the amount of damage that the United States has done abroad. For example, during the Cold War, the U.S. tried to overthrow regimes abroad about 66 times. And even if that didn't succeed, like it succeeded in Iran and Guatemala and Chile and elsewhere, even if you were just targeted by the United States, you were more likely to experience mass deaths, displacement, and things like that, to say nothing of what the United States has done since the end of the Cold War and the global war on terror. Millions of people directly dead as a result of the war on terror, millions of people indirectly dead as a result of the war on terror, deracination, displacement, and all of those things. And I think if you just look at actual history, you can't actually have the quote unquote good parts of the empire without the bad part of the empire. So what does that mean? In the short term, that means that there's going to be some negative things. For example, like Russia invading Ukraine or the Baltic states being threatened by Russia, right? This is a reality that people on the left can't ignore or deny and say, oh, Putin will never do it. Putin will never invade Poland. That's ridiculous. But Putin could very likely threaten the Baltic states. But again, what we on the left we need to look at structure, the actual structure and condition And what that reveals, again, is that there's no such thing as just the good part of the empire without the bad part of the empire. They go together. So if you don't like Iraq, if you don't like Afghanistan, you don't like Libya, you don't like the United States having 750 military bases, to get that down, to not do in Iraq again, you're going to have to also face consequences in other world regions. It's just looking at the reality of the situation. And you're not going to get the world that you and I want to live in, the sort of humanistic world where everyone's equal, blah, 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 with the American empire still existing. And so I think what I tell people is to take a step back and look at it from a macro perspective and a historical perspective. I'm a historian.
Yeah. So outside of NATO and outside of Russia and Ukraine, which we will get back to, there's obviously two incidents that have taken place in the same administrative cycle under the Biden administration that I think has played a formative role in redeveloping the Western world's perspective on America's role in global affairs. On the one hand, as I like to say, America joined or was already a part of active initiatives to bring Ukraine into the sphere of Western influence. But America joined in the aftermath of the invasion of Ukraine, the side of the battle with Ukraine for, the good side, if you want to, use good, bad dynamics there, is reductive for bad reasons. For the worst reasons, as a matter of fact. And I think that played a formative role in the continuation of the conflict. And we are now seemingly arriving at this conclusion that it's all lost and America's taking a big fat L here. And it seems like Donald Trump is trying to manage the empire in decline in the ways that he's doing. Some bad and some we'll see if it's good or not. But on the other side of that, you saw all of that goodwill that America could have cultivated in the process of we're defending Ukraine, no matter how heavy-handed it was and how much it damaged the European economy, for example. October 7 happened, I would say, as a direct consequence of the Abraham Accords and the continuation of that process under the Biden leadership and the expansion of the Israeli occupation and the allowance that the Trump administration gave that Biden continued. And then we saw that America does not care about the morality of the situation at all, which, of course, you and I never really thought that they gave a shit. No state actor really cares about the morality. They just have their own interest. But this, I think, has been this is almost created whiplash for a lot of people who did sincerely buy in to the manufactured consent to turn around and take a different approach to say maybe America's not the good guys in all of these circumstances. Maybe America's world police is not about creating free enterprise and a just world filled to the brim with democracy. Exactly. Because we associated ourselves and aligned heavily with Israel as it kickstarted its genocide.
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I just think to underline what I said, there's almost not as good an example to point to as the fact that you can't have the quote unquote good part of the empire without the bad. Almost immediately, the quote unquote good defense of Ukraine, which I think you're correct, was total bullshit. If you actually look at what Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, or Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said, they're basically, they said explicitly, we want to bog Russia down. The reason that we're involved in Ukraine, it's not for democracy. It's not for anything of this democracy versus authoritarianism stuff. It was just about bogging Russia down to make sure that something along the lines of Russia doesn't do what it did in Ukraine again. So it was really linked to these hard security interests and the United States' desire to be the imperial hegemon in every world region now and for always, which is ridiculous. And we could talk about China later if you want. But even if you were to say, it was a legal invasion, it was a terrible thing that Vladimir Putin did and that Russia did. And even if you want to say that it was good to defend against them, I mean, almost immediately after you get funding for the annihilation of Gaza, you get a total support for Israel's annihilation of Gaza. And there's just no starker example of the fact that the quote unquote good empire can be had without the quote unquote bad empire, which means you need to get rid of the empire. The problem is the empire. The problem is not how the empire is used. It's the structure of imperial rule itself. And that's what I think needs to be the lefty position on this.
Yeah. So let's see if there's any like disagreements that we can find in this conversation. I don't think there really is any, but I'm trying to figure out like if there's anything that I could if there's anything that like you could elaborate further on as far as
Sure.
I guess it's not necessarily a disagreement, but is it more so a question like what do you think Joe Biden could have done, especially as it pertains to like Russia's invasion of Ukraine, like
in general,
or just in general, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing is, I think it is reasonable to argue that what happens in terms of Europe, in terms of European war, is of direct interest to Europeans, and I think that one couldn't deny that, and so. What the United States should have done, and should have done, frankly, 30 years ago, after the end of the Cold War, and really probably didn't really need NATO in the first place. The more we learn about the Soviet Union, the more we discover that, for example, even Stalin wanted to make deals with the United States, and that the Cold War was essentially an American project. But just bracketing that, let's say you need a NATO threat.
Big L for Stalin.
Big L for dude. Stalin got so fucked. Stalin thought he was going to be able to like make deals with Truman, and he was literally flabbergasted that the Americans were just like, "No, fuck you. We're going to constantly encroach on your territory and not care about what you did whatsoever." not to rehabilitate Stalin. He wasn't a good guy, but there's more going on there. But the United States shouldn't have ever been as involved in European affairs. And so what Biden should have done is that he should have used this as an opportunity to begin a security transition. And I think this is what needs to happen over the next several decades. And it would have been nice if it started in Europe, because European countries are quite wealthy and they could actually produce a defense industrial base that would allow them to intervene in Ukraine if they consider this to be a major interest of themselves. If the British, if the French, if the Germans, if whomever, the Poles, really want to intervene in Ukraine, that they should be the ones responsible for it, and it should not be the United States. So what Biden could have done was to begin a security transition. And why I think it's important to kind of focus in on that is that this is what also needs to happen in East Asia, because East Asia is really a powder keg that could go off at any moment. And you have people within the United States who are under the fantasy, who believe in the fantasy that the United States is going to be able to remain forever hegemonic in Asia, like it's 1945, and the United States controls half of the world's exports. This doesn't take account of the fact that, one, China is way more powerful than it was in 1945, but two, China is also in Asia. And things like Taiwan,
which is very noticeably close to our bases and our security interests, though. Like, why is it right there?
Right, and it's really rude of China to actually be in Asia. But it's important. How dare they? It's important because it raises questions about what do you do with something like Taiwan, which is like, and again, in an ideal world as leftists, I think we would both agree populations of a country should be allowed to determine what form of government they have. But unfortunately, we don't live in an ideal world, and we need to take seriously things like power and interest and geographic location. So it would have been nice if he started to draw down in Europe, because that would have begun a process and gotten people within the United States, particularly the American state, ready to do drawdowns around the world. And so that's what I would have advised Joe Biden to do. But I don't think Antony Blinken or Jake Sullivan agree with that position, because, as you know, Americans are under the fantasy that they could dominate the world forever, which is ahistorical and frankly ridiculous. Doesn't take account of basic facts like the US and the G7 just control less and less of world GDP. So there's like a kayfabe element to American foreign policy that I think really winds up preventing it from making wise choices.
Yeah. So the question here would be, do you believe that Russia has genuine ambitions of territorial expansion in Ukraine, or even further beyond Ukraine, and or is it simply a matter of defensive posture for maintaining its security interests in its own neighboring region? Because I do go back and forth on this a little bit. Go ahead.
I think you go back and forth because the right answer is both. I think Putin absolutely has a vision of greater Russia, going back to this notion of Kiev Rus, this medieval empire of which what is today the Russian Federation and independent Ukraine were a part, going back to the medieval period. And he does believe that these peoples are essentially the same people. They have the same culture, and they need to be united. He clearly believes that. I also, with regards to the 2022 invasion, I don't think COVID helped Putin's psychology. I think from what I remember, he isolated himself seriously, and this probably helped encourage the invasion. So there's a psychological element there as well, which is difficult to analyze, but is certainly true. But I also think that NATO expanding far into Eastern Europe, and with various administrations, particularly George W. Bush, basically saying that Ukraine is going to join NATO, was another cause. Yeah,
on
in Georgia,
his way out, he was like, "It wasn't enough that I fucked the entire planet. Like, let's also throw another blow in the direction of Russia too on the way out." Fantastic work.
It was crazy, and people in his administration being like, "Don't do that. Like, why would you do that?" Like Boris Yeltsin in the '90s told Clinton, "Don't do these things." But yeah. Anyway, and also that led to his invasion of Georgia, Putin's invasion of Georgia in 2008, almost immediately after. So I do think that NATO expansion was a cause of Putin's 2022 and 2014, for the 2014 invasion of Crimea and the 2022 invasion of Ukraine. Because you got to remember, Russians have long historical memories. Over the last 230 years, they've been invaded multiple times. First during the Napoleonic Wars, then during World War I. And this is something Americans don't know about. During the Russian Civil War, the United States, United Kingdom, and France dispatched troops to North Russia and further out parts of Siberia to defeat the Bolsheviks. After World War I, the U.S. sent troops to Russia to defeat the Bolsheviks. They also remember that. And then, of course, World War II with Operation Barbarossa. So there's a long-standing and understandable reason why Russia wants to have a security buffer zone. It's not totally insane for a Russian leader to want that. And I think that's was a major cause of the invasion of Ukraine.
Yeah. So there's a long-standing tradition for sure. And long-standing animosity there. But having said that, what do you say to some of these counter narratives that people present, such as Russia actually had to invade because they wanted to defend the autonomy of LPR and DPR? 14,000 people were slaughtered in the process with this like back and forth artillery shelling. Do you feel like do you feel like that's just marketing for Vladimir Putin and also people who push Z pretty aggressively online?
Yeah, I do think that's a form of marketing, and no nation needs to expand in such a violent way. And I don't think that the Russian security was actually under any genuine threat in the short or medium term. I don't think this is, again, what's so brutal about the United States. I think American leaders were just lying. I don't think they were ever going to let Ukraine or Georgia into NATO. I think that was total nonsense that they were essentially doing because the United States doesn't suffer the consequences of its policies. I mean, that's the fundamental truth of American empire, is that since the ending of the draft in the early 1970s, the bourgeoisie of the United States does not suffer the consequences of American foreign policy. We're incredibly insulated. And so George W. Bush could just be like, oh, okay, I'm about to lose. The Republican Party is about to be displaced, but let's have Ukraine and Georgia join NATO. Or various people within the Obama administration could make gestures toward this happening. And it's just total bullshit. And the people who wind up suffering, like always in U.S. foreign policy, are people abroad and not us here. We're just insulated from our hubris and our aggression, frankly, abroad.
With some exceptions, like 9/11.
Yeah, but I mean, the exception that proves the rule, you know, like 3,000 Americans versus 9/11 was horrible. You know, all the necessary disclaimers, innocent people should never be killed for the crimes of their government. But that just, again, reveals how, for the most part, it's not millions of Americans that are suffering as the result of the American empire. It's millions of people abroad.
No, absolutely. I famously have a very similar opinion. It's actually one day removed from one fateful evening in August 21st, 2019, when I said what I said about 9/11 that people still consistently bring up. But
yeah, no, I mean, two heroes.
Yeah, let's move on from that. So I guess I guess my question is, or not even necessarily a question, but the thing that I've been thinking quite a lot about has been this Vladimir Putin summit that took place with Donald Trump. It's not a secret that Donald Trump has a lot of reverence for what he perceives as like charismatic authoritarian strongmen, right? To a degree that I've never seen from any other American president, Republican or Democrat alike. Presidents have had decent, much better relationships with foreign leaders, even adversaries in the past. But I've never seen someone have like an actual boner with respect to like the way he speaks on Vladimir Putin, especially someone who has much stronger terms for even the leader of a proxy like Zelensky. Where do you think this animosity towards Zelensky comes from for Donald Trump?
I think that Trump is a very personalist leader. He's not a policy guy. He's not a thinker. I think this is why it's kind of funny that so many people try to trace the intellectual history of Trump, because he's not a thinker. He's kind of an outer borough New York guy who made his career, one, due to his dad's money, but also by basically following his gut. And I think vis-a-vis Zelensky, I don't think he liked that he felt that the client in the weaker position didn't show the necessary deference to the guy who had the power. And I think it's as simple as that, which is why when Zelensky went to the White House recently, he wore that like black bar mitzvah suit. He was very deferential to Trump. And he was doing what he should have done when he came earlier in the last few months. And so I think that it's really just that. And
a reality that European leaders have actually come to terms with, because the first term under the Trump leadership, they were actively undermining him. They kept making fun of him. It was clear that they did not appreciate. It's clear that they were like, this guy's a fucking idiot, which, I mean, he is. And these guys are right. Except that idiot does, run at least the Western sphere of influence. And therefore, you see a very different attitude from European leaders now, with like Rutte literally saying he's daddy, and all of these people that were around even or had an unfavorable opinion of Donald Trump now coming to terms with having to glaze Trump in an effort to get in an effort to stop the bleeding to the best of their ability, which I don't think has seen much success anyway, especially with the universal tariffs regime that he's implemented. The economic deals that he's putting forth that look like tithing, like demanding more tithing from the vassal states, and I think that, yes, you're right. The relationship is just all about like how Trump feels about you and how you make Trump feel and stroke his ego. But beyond that, do you feel like Donald Trump has seen the writing on the wall about Ukraine's lack of manpower, for example? Because like, if we're going to analyze the situation right now, my feeling after that Alaska summit was that this was truly the moment that spelled the end of singular hegemonic superpower America. This was like, we've talked about multipolarity existing in the world, and certainly there was in the Cold War, but this seems like it was the proof that multipolarity is here.
That's 1,000% correct. And I think what the most important thing to my mind there is that Putin was able to effectively, as far as we know, kind of sanction-proof Russia since 2014. And he was basically able to establish an alternative, not world order, it's not at that level yet, but an alternative space for Russia to interact in a way that it wasn't subject to the will of the United States totally. And I think you're exactly right. This is a transitional decade, and this is going to be looked back on by historians as a moment that indicated the United States is not, in sort of fancy terminology, the quote unquote unipolar power or the hyperpower is another term that was, it's not the only game in town, that there are actual spaces that the United States doesn't dominate. Because basically what the Alaska summit demonstrated is that Putin doesn't really need to give the United States as much as he would have needed to 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that he's able to act with a freedom that was basically unthinkable relatively recently. And so I think that's true. And just to comment on the tariffs, I just think that, again, this is just another example of Trumpian nonsense, because you can't tariff goods and not do things like regulate monopolies or tariff financial transactions. In a world where the United States' economy is essentially organized around high finance and giant conglomerates, to tariff goods, it's pretending like you're living in 1890.
Yeah.
So I just like, it's just all part of this. This is why, to some degree, and I hope I'm not proven wrong as I'm dragged away by stormtroopers one day, but I don't think that Trump is going to be able to put together the type of lasting coalition that an FDR or a Reagan was able to put together, because I mean, obviously, I'm a fan of FDR, not a fan of Reagan, but those guys were able to do things like pump money into the economy to help the average American, and everything Trump is doing is not doing that. So I think this provides an opening for leftists to really rethink and offer alternative visions of the world that might not come again if we don't take advantage of it, because the liberals just aren't able to do it. I mean, liberalism is in total crisis. They're not able to really offer anything that addresses the problems, whether we're talking about capitalism or imperialism or how people should even live their lives.
Yeah, I think that the question I guess I have is do you feel like Donald Trump is going to, and we probably shouldn't speculate on America and Russian affairs. I feel as though both yourself, myself, and many others, including Zelensky himself, has been burned by making speculations about whether or not Russia really has that dog in them to go in and just like militarily dominate a country. A lot of people made predictions that came out to be wrong for once, and you know, a lot of NATO enjoyers who are wrong professionally will never let you forget that. Having said all of that, do you feel like this is? Do you feel like the negotiations process, is it going to go anywhere? And also, do you feel as though Trump recognizes, or at least is like interested in communicating that this is over, that Russia has won, and that America made a bet thinking that it had its former superpower status and thought that it could just both economically and militarily dominate a foreign adversary by utilizing a proxy that was a standing nation state, a sovereign nation state like Ukraine, by offloading weapons into Ukraine with the hopes that like the battle lines would not look the way that they do right now, but instead just like push Russian troops back into the border and maybe have like active conflict there, and have that exist in perpetuity as the military industrial complex, it keeps racking up profits year over year.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stocks of the defense contractors since 2022, it's really crazy that they've just exploded. But in terms of your question, I think that Trump has a sense that this is not going to result in the type of American victory that an Antony Blinken or a Jake Sullivan, I'm not even sure Biden knew what was going on, expected, that they would be able to really bog Russia down forever, and Putin would not be able to sort of escape the purview of the United States, that we could sanction him, and that would be that. So Trump has a sense that that is not the case. But the issue is, I think what's the problem is that I'm not sure that Trump could offer Putin enough to get Putin to stop, essentially. On the other hand, I think this has been a grinding war for Russia as well. I mean, could you imagine the Soviet Union in 1970 not being able to just conquer Ukraine should Ukraine have rebelled like Hungary, East Germany, and Czechoslovakia did? No. So there's a relative decline in Russian power as well over the last 40 or 50 years. So that's why I think the thing to look out for is you don't want to get a Kashmir-like situation where it's just constant warfare. It bubbles up sometimes, it stops for a couple of years, then it bubbles up again. And that was what I was warning against from the very beginning in early 2022, that this could very easily turn into a horrible situation for actual people living on the ground there. Basically a state of permanent war. In a real way, not like the United States is always at war, even though we haven't declared war since 1942. Officially, we're always at war, but that you would have this bubbling up of conflict. And I don't think Trump is that interested in preventing that from happening, which to me seems like a likely outcome at this point, that it's kind of used by both the United States and Russia for domestic political purposes to shore up their own legitimacy. And Ukraine gets screwed in the short, medium, and long terms.
One thing that I've noticed in the way that Trump is communicating about this is that there's a little bit of a hand washing happening where he just keeps saying like, well, Vladimir Putin could take over the entirety of Ukraine if he wanted to. And that's what he wants. That's the apple of his eye. But this was Biden's war. This was Zelensky's war. They started it. I didn't start it. Vladimir Putin told me directly at the Alaska summit and over and over again that like I would have never invaded Ukraine if you were still the president, stuff like that. I mean, that's such a ridiculous that's such a ridiculous concession that you're extracting there for pure domestic favorability purposes in exchange for like basically recognizing that Russia has, to use a Trumpian term, Russia is holding all the cards, right?
No, they absolutely are. And I think that Trump gets
exactly
that.
Yeah. And considering that we don't know the exact outlines of whatever this like proposal, this negotiation that's supposed to take place, the trilat as Trump likes to call it, we don't consider like what we do know about some of the basic outlines and the fact that Ukraine and European leaders were seemingly very happy, and I don't know if they were faking it or if they were genuinely happy about the outcome so far. It feels as though there will still continue some kind of like insurgency initiative and weapons transfers that continue $100 billion specifically. I'm just not so certain as to why Russia would be on board with that. So it's not really going to look like a ceasefire at all, it seems. Well, they're just going to kind of call it a ceasefire, I guess, for domestic purposes.
Dude, I think you're totally right. I think we're heading towards that Kashmir-like situation where Ukraine is essentially a pawn for both the quote-unquote West, but the United States and the Western European powers especially, and Russia for domestic political reasons. And of course, the tragedy is that all the Americans who are just saying that fund Ukraine, don't negotiate in 2022 and 2023 are still going to all maintain their positions within the foreign policy establishment and within the media. I mean, to me, Ukraine just underlines a total lack of accountability for the commenters and makers of U.S. foreign policy. That's really disgusting. I mean, you see it going back to the Iraq war with people who advocated Iraq to still be in powerful positions. And the same thing is happening with Ukraine. We just live in a society without any fucking accountability whatsoever. And that the people, the warmongers who keep on making terrible choices that backfire immediately suffer no professional or personal consequences. It's you and I who are lambasted by the Russian government, not the people who should actually be.
Yeah. So moving on from Ukraine, because actually, last thing on Ukraine before we get into Israel. Was my analysis of the situation is that like the major power player here is still very much China outside of the United States of America and the entire Western enterprise. You have this guy, you have this ginormous manufacturing base for the entire globe, basically propping up, at least or economically helping, and even in some instances maybe militarily helping Russia continue being able to do this. And the way that I try to explain this to my audience, which is primarily comprised of Westerners, is like a lot of the rest of the world that has been outside of the periphery of the West, the global South, see Russia as the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They see America and American dominance and Western imperialism as like a plague that has dominated their entire existence and their histories and humiliated them at times even, so that they see Russia as the the tip of the spear, like the one country that's like crazy enough to militarily strike a blow at the Western Empire. Meanwhile, of course, ironically enough, Ukrainians are dying in the process, and they are the ones who suffer the most out of these decisions that like two larger powers are making here. Do you feel like there is like the most just solution to the best managed resolution to this process would be to bring China to the table as well, and to have a negotiations process where like China is also involved and offer more favorable deals to China, instead of like continuing to adopt an even more hawkish attitude towards China, both economically and also trying to engage China militarily as well.
You're exactly right. I think one of the most damaging fantasies of U.S. foreign policy today is the idea that the United States will be able to remain a dominant power in East Asia. So anything that is going to bring China to the table as a major stakeholder in whatever world order that is going to emerge after U.S. hegemony is recognized to have totally declined is going to be important. Anything that brings American leaders together with Chinese leaders in a way in which the Americans recognize that they are the power in decline, and that they're not going to be able to remain, they're not quite regionally hegemonic any longer, but regionally powerful in Asia, in East Asia, is going to be a positive thing. And that's one of my biggest worries about U.S. foreign policy going into the future, is that the people who get recruited into both Democratic and Republican administrations, you basically can't really occupy an important position in either party if you don't think that the United States should remain forever dominant in East Asia. Even someone like John Mersheimer, who has been correct about Ukraine, thinks that the United States should confront China, and that it's really important for the United States, which is ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. If you embrace the science of historical materialism and you just look at the material reality on the ground, there's just no way that's going to happen. What I'm worried about is that the United States is just going to actually cut and run one day, that China will do something super dramatic, whether it's an invasion of Taiwan or not, something else dramatic. U.S. leaders will have done nothing to plan for this. They're going to recognize it's not worth fighting a nuclear World War III over an issue that's of tangential, ultimately, interest to the United States' physical security, and they're just going to leave the region, thereby leaving allies and partners totally in the lurch. When what should happen is this should be like basically a years-long process of preparing to leave the region in a meaningful and responsible way. But I don't think that there's any hope of that happening, because Americans are infected with a Protestant messianism that makes them identify the interests of the United States as being the interests of the world. So it's pretty grim. I mean, it's a pretty grim moment, even though the facts on the ground are so obvious.
There's like a dual-headed snake here as well, because like as domestic conditions worsen, like as material conditions worsen for the average American or the average Westerner, there's a lot less interest in feeling a sense of patriotism as well. On the one hand, you have more reactionary forces that grow out of the anger and resentment born out of the economic instability, the volatility, and a lot of hatred for the other tribalist attitudes, white nativist immigration policies, and growing fascism. But I don't think the large swaths of Western society are as on board with like going to war with a larger power when they feel as though there's nothing to really fight for. It's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go and die in a heated battle between America and China, so that or maybe survive so that I can come back to continue paying rent to my landlord. Like that's that's not a life worth living, or that's certainly not a life worth fighting for, specifically fighting to death. So I think that is also somewhat crippling America's position around the global stage as well. And I guess the most reasonable outcome here, after all of America's dominance around the world, I think, is like maybe scaling back in a way that's not dissimilar to the British Empire blowing a 13 colony lead and just like slowly becoming just an island full of weird reactionaries that do finance and is like and allow foreign capital to like purchase whatever they want over there so they can enter like the European markets.
Yeah, and to some degree, the sort of skepticism of going abroad is actually much more deeply felt, is a much more deep tradition in U.S. history than most people would expect, because like you and I grew up in an era of American hyperpower. People older than us, for the most part, grew up in the era of the Cold War, when the United States was super involved in international affairs. You took over a lot of those British bases, actually. FDR made a deal with the United Kingdom that during World War II, he would give them Lend-Lease aid in exchange for basically taking over the British bases. So to some degree, the U.S. just like stepped in for the United Kingdom. But before that, it's George Washington who warns against foreign entanglements. There's a real skepticism of leaving the Western Hemisphere for the first 175 years of American history. Now, it was never isolationist because, as you know, the United States, first you get westward expansion, the genocide of indigenous peoples, you get the total domination of Latin America, Central America, and the Caribbean in very brutal ways. And even during the War of 1898, you get the seizure of the Philippines and Guam and Puerto Rico as colonies, and the United States totally dominates Cuba. So it's not 100%, but something did change in 1945 when the United States really went global in a way that it never had before, and people were actually really against, but is normal to us. So to some degree, I think we're returning to the historical mean in the next 10, 20 years. It's just going to be difficult because we have this gerontocracy ruling us, which really is really into American global empire, even though it's done so many bad things for the world, really responsible for the deaths of millions upon millions of people. One should just, when you're talking about the global South, I mean, just look at the numbers. Millions of people died as a direct result of American actions in the last 75 years. So it's not a surprise that they would, two cheers for Russia when it's combating what is perceived as an American war.
Yeah. Okay. So let's talk about another.
Now into the fun topic.
Yeah. Now let's talk about another incident that's being billed as a war, but it's actually something beyond a genocide. Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population. Israel has intensified its push to Gaza City, specifically trying to turn Gaza City into rubble, as it has done in Rafah and many other parts. The UN, as of last night, declared famine in North Gaza. Hold on, sorry, doors open. I apologize. I have the delivery coming in. I wanted to play a quick video from. I wanted to play a quick video for both of us to look at. UN accuses Israel of using hunger as a weapon as famine is declared in Gaza City.
Across Gaza, there is hunger, and now that suffering has a new name: famine. A United Nations-backed report says it has taken hold in parts of the Gaza Strip. 500,000 people are facing catastrophic shortages of food, with the crisis deepening by the day. And the United Nations blames Israel, saying it has blocked aid and used hunger as a weapon.
It is a famine that we could have prevented if we had been allowed. Yet food stacks up at borders because of systematic obstruction by Israel. It is a famine within a few hundred meters of food in a fertile land.
Near Gaza City, food is handed out at soup kitchens. These are meagre amounts that are supposed to sustain a family. The mortality rate is horrendous. Every day, of 10,000 people, 2 will die because of hunger. When aid does come, there's a scramble of people running towards pallets dropped from planes or fighting to get on the back of lorries to grab a bag of flour. This man is 75 years old. He is painfully thin.
Before the war, I weighed around 70 kilos. Now, because of malnutrition, my weight has dropped to just 40. I suffered both a stroke and a heart attack. They had to put in a stent to help me recover. I thank God my organs are still functioning.
The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu dismissed the report as an outright lie and said the problems in Gaza are caused by Hamas. For many Israelis, there is limited sympathy for Gaza.
Look at that. Make Gaza Jewish again.
It's just direct. Our country's directly responsible for this. It's just horrible to even comprehend. Yeah.
Yeah. So this has had, this has had, as someone who has been an advocate for Palestinian emancipation for my entire professional media career for the past decade plus, I have never seen such a dramatic attitude shift against Israel. Even in places like the United States of America, where like our numbers are far worse in terms of favorability and unfavorability towards Israel in particular than like other countries, even other Western nations. But even here, obviously, the overwhelming majority recognize what Israel is doing as wrong. And even a majority of the population now also see the truth that Israel is doing a genocide. Why do you think America has attached itself to the hip with this very clearly suicidal, fascist, genocidal state?
There's several different reasons. So I think partially it goes back to gerontocracy, that a lot of the party leaders and a lot of the people who are in positions to make decisions were politicized and basically professionalized in an era where to go against Israel was to risk your political career flat out. From the 1970s onward, the power of the Israel lobby when you're talking about the Democratic Party, the power of the Christian Zionist lobby when you're talking about the Republican Party made it very difficult for any politician to make a career in this country if they were to go against Israel. And oftentimes, as sad as it is, a lot of U.S. foreign policy is directly linked to domestic politics. So I think that's really going on. That's really crucial here. I think there's also larger geostrategic reasons. First, there's racialized reasons. The notion that Israel is sort of a white redoubt in an era, in a region of brown barbarism is actually really important and is deeply held in American foreign policy, which has been racist for a long time and continues to be racist going forward. So that's an ideological reason. There's also the geostrategic reason, which I think Israel is viewed as a bastion of the American empire, again, in the Middle East. And this is most important vis-a-vis Iran, which the United States has been basically attacking since 1979 because we installed the brutal Shah after we overthrew Mossadegh in 1953. And was a Cold War fought through proxies, but since Trump attacked Iran, now a hot war. And so there's this geostrategic idea that Israel provides a base for the United States to be in the region in a more powerful way than even literal bases in Saudi or Egypt or wherever the case may be. And so I think those are primarily the reasons why it seems like the American political elite, until incredibly recently, tied itself so closely to Israel. Beyond that, before the era of social media, you didn't see it. You didn't see it to the same degree that you see it now, what apartheid in the West Bank looks like, or what now genocide in Gaza looks like. You didn't see it to the degree that you do now. And I think that's a genuine major cause. If you're scrolling Twitter and you just see murdered children, starving people over and over again, you begin asking yourself, what type of country is doing this? What type of country supports another country doing this? And I think that Netanyahu, just to take a step back, has really overplayed his hand, because I do think there's a gigantic emergent generational divide between basically people under 45 and people over 45 when it comes to Israel. And I do think going forward, you're going to see less and less support for basically allowing Israel to do whatever they want. The problem, the tragedy of it, though, is I think that Israel might very well succeed in this Likud project, this Jabotinsky project, to create greater Israel. And by the time there's this shift in American politics, and like the famous book says, everybody is now against this, everybody will one day always be against this, it'll be too late. And so this is really a tragic situation in the original meaning of the term.
Absolutely. Do you feel as though there is Chris Hedges has this mindset that it's and I've in our interviews he brought this up as well, where he feels like it's completely gone, that there is no solution here beyond like Israel is going to complete its genocidal project here, and America is going to try and actively provide political cover as it's done so far. And it will create a lot of animosity against the American government and against the Western governments as well. And it's clear to me, at least, that like some European leaders who still try to maintain the optics of like being bastions of liberal democracy and defenders of like international human rights are trying to at least offer some kind of exit ramp, a pressure valve release by saying we're going to recognize the state of Palestine and things of that nature. Whereas America is, especially under the leadership of Donald Trump, not even choosing to offer any sort of olive branch to those who see the horrifying realities of Israel's genocide and demand stopping said horrifying realities. Do you feel like this is where we're headed towards, that it's going to? Or is there any sort of counter messaging operation or any sort of like initiative movement that people could take that could potentially set back Israel's genocidal ambition in Gaza?
I mean, I think, first of all, optimism of the will, but I think with this one, pessimism of the intellect, because I think it's very difficult to see how there would be a transformation in U.S. foreign policy toward Israel. But I mean, obviously this is a terrible situation, but if one thing positive could come out of it, I think people could really appreciate the undemocratic nature of U.S. foreign policy and the degree to which ordinary Americans have almost no say over what their country does abroad. And I just want to stick on that for a second, because this was a conscious choice made in the late 1940s when the United States was creating its modern state to create institutions like the National Security Council, like the Central Intelligence Agency, and eventually the Department of Defense, which were constantly separated not only from public opinion, but from congressional opinion. So you can have a moment, even within the Democratic Party, when most Democrats are against whatever the United States, not whatever, the United States allowing Israel to do whatever it wants. Most people could be against that, and it doesn't matter, because we don't, in a lot of issue areas, we do not live in a democracy. Yeah. And I think people really need to understand that, because understanding that is the first step toward actually changing it, to creating the type of world where we could say, no, we're not going to support genocide. We're not going to support apartheid, and actually having policymakers listen, because we don't live in a democracy, not in a real democracy. And hopefully this will help people realize that. That's the only positive benefit, because right now I don't see how things could change otherwise. I don't think protests are enough. I don't think letter writing campaigns are enough. And it just is really a terrible and tragic situation. That doesn't even do justice to it. It's beyond that. It is beyond that.
Americans have been kept in the dark about American foreign policy by design. At least that's my assessment of the situation. Deliberately kept in the dark, because if they were to recognize the violent nature of American dominance, especially in the global South, that contributes in very meaningful ways into them getting like $5 t-shirts at Forever 21 or whatever, some people would probably be understandably angry towards it, and maybe others would actually land on the side of permanent warfare as a constant state. But because of that, there is somewhat of an opportunity here, because many Americans, while benefiting from being a part of the labor aristocracy or being in the imperial core, still very much have this weird opinion where they're anti-war. They fancy themselves to be anti-war. Donald Trump took advantage of that when he was running against the more cold and calculated and perhaps more serious tone that Kamala Harris took when she said she wants a more lethal military. She's going to have the most lethal military and whatnot. And I do agree with you as far as like this being an issue that definitely wakes up a lot of people to how little say they have in the process of this quote unquote democracy, especially in liberal capitalist states. I feel as though, specifically with Israel, like for people that think this is just foreign policy, what is that supposed to do with me? Oh, it's just like Muslims and Jews. They've been fighting, ahistorical shit that they say, like they've been fighting for decades or centuries, thousands of years. It's wrong. I think the lack of democracy is ever present in domestic agendas as well, that many people have somehow deluded themselves under our duopoly into thinking like, no, there's marginal improvements that one party can make over the other. But when it comes down to universal things like Medicare for all, clearly something that like the overwhelming majority of Americans want and demand, they're not getting it. So something's got to change.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the many reasons that people feel a little nuts today, because we're way more politicized as a culture than we ever were. People talk more about politics in the 2020s than they did in the 1980s and the 1990s. But as we talk more and more about politics, we have less and less ability to affect policy. So you get this strange situation where everyone's politically motivated, but there's no actual avenue for genuine policy change. And it leads to a type of corroded society where everyone kind of feels insane all the time, because we talk about this all the time, but nothing ever changes. And so the positive thing of that is that we could recognize that you're totally right. Americans don't decide the macro economy of this country, what this country invests in, the various incentives it gives to companies, the fact that it gives SpaceX all these government contracts, which are built on NASA, i.e. government-funded research and things like that. We have absolutely no say in that. And the story of the United States over the course of the 20th century is a story of de-democratization. Ironically, as the franchise expanded, first to women in the 20s and then to all Black Americans in the 1960s and beyond, ironically, as the vote expanded, democracy went away. And I don't think those two are not related. As more and more people were given the vote, the actual ability to change things was ironically reduced. And this is the fundamental tension of what it means to be an American interested in politics in 2020. And we need to change 2025. And we need to change it, because if we don't, we're just going to be getting more Israels. We're just going to be getting more landlords, higher inflation. Everything is more difficult. No one could afford rent. No one could afford a house. And even if we're able to consume cheap calories and cheap pornography, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. And we need to change it.
Yeah. And obviously the treat economy only takes you so far when everything else is on fire at all times. And if one party is recognizing that frustration that people experience and then redirecting it back to like vulnerable targets that have historically been very effective at undermining, like, Nazis in like fascist in Nazi Germany and prioritizing Jews in society as like the primary enemy, the arch villains, and socialism or Jewish Bolshevism as like the thing that was disrupting the very fabric that was holding the Volk-backed German society together. The reactionary politicians in our day and age are doing a very similar thing, if not damn near identical. And this time they're doing it in the direction of immigrants. The process, even the legal process that they utilize, is actually not dissimilar, if not completely identical to what Nazi Germany did as well. The denaturalization process of like creating a permanent state of like statesless people that you can just dominate and either use as slave labor, or if it's opportune for your propaganda purposes, use them as like the arch villains that are responsible for all of the economic hardships that you're experiencing. And so some people do actually abide by that. Some people do go along with this like comfortable narrative that it's not the impossible to change systems that are actually designed to dominate the overwhelming majority of workers living in American society, but instead it's actually the migrants, or it's the trans people, or it's people that are just like don't understand the living conditions of, even if they are completely aligned on class interests. I guess one last question that I have, because you want to talk about China. Having said all of that, do you...
Hasan, can I just say something really quickly?
Go ahead.
Just two things happened in March 2003. The U.S. invaded Iraq and ICE was founded. Those things go together. And I think it's just very clear that they rely on each other. Sorry, please.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Foreign policy always plays an incredibly important role in domestic policy in the lives of Americans. At its most base, like every dollar spent on a rocket is a dollar that could go back to American infrastructure, a dollar that could go back to our education, a dollar that can go back to building roads and a robust infrastructure that we could rely on. And yet we don't treat it as such. I guess the other side, now that we talked about the Republicans before we get to China, the other side, on the liberal side, there's this delusion that necessitates them like treating the population as like silly and childish, that makes it seem like their anger and resentment and the economic hardships that they're facing are actually totally ridiculous. So if one side is not actively channeling the frustration towards more productive avenues, because if this was a true left flank, if this was a true left party, they would say it's the millionaires and billionaires, it's the corporate oligarchs that have designed society in this way. But they're not doing that because they're also funded by the same corporate benefactors. They don't do that. But the other side at least like recognizes the frustration, Republicans, and then redirects it to vulnerable populations, marginalized populations. And then ultimately you have this growing fascist movement in the country.
I think that's totally right. And I think that indicates nothing more than the crisis of liberalism, which the Democratic Party represents. One of liberalism's historical strengths is that it was able to incorporate criticism. That's what FDR was. FDR was essentially a liberal who incorporated the social democratic criticism. To some degree, that's what Ronald Reagan was. Ronald Reagan was a liberal who incorporated the criticism of the stagnation of the Fordist economy at the mid-century. What's interesting about liberals today is that they can't even brook criticism. I remember, I'll never forget it. After Trump won in 2016, the New Yorker ran a cartoon, which was like a guy standing up on the plane being like, I know better than the pilot, let me fly the plane, which was just a total dismissal of why anyone would be radicalized to the degree to vote for such an anti-systemic candidate like Donald Trump. They don't take it seriously. And that's due, like you said, because they're funded by the same people. But there's also this sort of like oligarchization process, meritocracy thing, where the Democratic Party is essentially staffed by people who went to the Ivy League institutions and associated institutions, people who are so separate from what ordinary Americans understand that the party literally cannot comprehend how an ordinary person lives. So you need a total transformation of the party. The party is a cancerous rot right now.
Yeah, there's a complete infantilization of like the large majorities of the population, and I understand like to a certain degree that people are not making educated decisions when they're voting, but that's partially borne out of the fact that we do have this duopoly that is actually uniparty on a lot of the issues that matter.
The left and right sides of capital.
But even then, like the dumbest person on the planet still understands when they are experiencing harm. So there is this like directionless anger that people have, and you can either, like I always say, direct it at those who are causing you harm, or direct it at those who are marginalized and can be easily cast aside as like villains in society when they're not playing a role, not playing that role at all. As a matter of fact, when they're utterly powerless.
You just saw it very quickly with the fact that they tried to tell you that Biden wasn't in mental decline. That's just a sign of disrespect to people. Don't believe your lying eyes.
Yeah, no, exactly. But let's talk a little bit about China as well before I let you go, because thank you for being on here for an hour. This is a wonderful conversation. What do you think about China's rise in this past decade, in the past 2 decades especially, and its role as a power player in the global marketplace?
To some degree, it's a return to normalcy. If you look at the grand sweep of international relations, China was always a major player. And the strange thing was that it wasn't a major player for a couple of hundred years due to various contingent historical circumstances. It's unique that basically, since 1492, that the West, or more accurately, the global North, and even more accurately, the North Atlantic world wound up being dominant. That's kind of a historical outlier when you're looking at the last 5,000 or so years of history. So to some degree, it's a return to normal. The big question with China is it genuinely trying to move toward a more communist world? Or after Deng, did they just decide that the only way that you could actually interact in the world is as another major power, and that you could take care of your country, you could develop your country, you could try to control your region and push it in a particular direction, but the sort of dream of a universalistic communism is just, the world just isn't ready for that. And to me, that's the big question of China. Is China just a state capitalist society, or is it a state capitalist society that is trying to foster a transition to something like a more equal communism? And I think it's an open question right now. It seems more state capitalist, but I hope that I'm wrong with that. When it comes to international relations, it's just going to dominate East Asia. That is the reality of the situation. And like I've said a couple times, the United States needs to accommodate itself to that reality. It shouldn't fight World War III over things that are of tangential interest to this country, even if in an ideal world, Taiwan or Hong Kong or what have you, the people there would be able to determine their own form of government. That's the world we want, with that genuine democracy. But in the world that it actually exists, the United States shouldn't fight World War III over it. And I worry that American officials don't recognize that, and they really need to.
Yeah, I think we're definitely in agreement that like one of the major issues that's already unfolded and will continue to become even larger, more consequential problems is like America's inability to recognize that it no longer has the same amount of power around the globe. And empires don't die quietly. They go out. They don't go out in a fizzle. It's a long and very violent process usually. And I think America is going to become increasingly more belligerent, and not in the ways that, I mean, America's always been belligerent, but at least like belligerent in a way where they can still like maintain the optics of stability as the world police. But now, especially in cases like with Russia, Russian retaliation in some ways, or Russian expansion interests, and America's inability to address those things militarily, is creating this unique predicament where there's just a continuation of conflict, which might actually help in the interim, in the short term, for corporate super profits. And you see this with like Anduril and Palantir and all of these like Silicon Valley tech companies now entering the military industrial complex in more meaningful ways than they ever did before, because they want a piece of that last remaining pie, I guess. But all of that leads to more militarism. And all that leads to more bloodshed, and I don't know. I feel it just seems like if you're not under the protective banner of like nuclear arms, if you're not under like a nuclear security treaty, you're just going to look like Ukraine. There's going to be more and more Ukraines all around the world.
I mean, look at Kim Jong-un versus Gaddafi, right? And this is the classic instance, right? One of them has nuclear weapons, one of them didn't. And this is one of the things that I think you might see happen in Iran. I think it wouldn't be a surprise if many Iranian leaders decide that they need to go full on for a nuclear program, particularly after Trump bombed them and Israel bombed them. And this was an argument made by a political scientist named Kenneth Waltz maybe in early 2010s. But he essentially said the most stable world would be one in which there was actually nuclear proliferation, because it would prevent the type of foreign adventurism that you saw in Afghanistan and Iraq and in Libya or Vietnam or Korea or what have you. And I don't think that argument is absolutely absurd. I think a lot of history demonstrates that, but that's not a good thing, because nuclear weapons or a nuclear war could actually destroy humanity in a genuine way. And it's difficult for us to feel that because it's been so long since one was dropped in war, but it could really destroy humanity, not necessarily from annihilation, but from engendering a global famine. These are real things that could really happen. And so this is why the left needs to win and push the state in a good direction.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, last question about China.
Sure.
In terms of your calculations about whether China is honestly a transitional socialist state that wants to build global communism, or simply self-interested and maybe hyper pragmatic, possibly because of their analysis of what they consider that the USSR did wrong, and their focus is becoming an irreplaceable world power by trade. and soft power initiatives rather than any sort of like military dominance. With respect to Israel, China is still very much the second largest trading partner of Israel. This is, Israel relies on Chinese commerce. Do you feel like they could take a more active stance against Israel beyond writing sternly worded letters every few weeks about how angry they are about Israel's genocide?
Oh, of course they could. The question is, why aren't they? And that, I think, leads to more pushing into China viewing itself as a more quote unquote pragmatic realist power when it comes to international relations. It does not seem to me that China envisions itself as the exporter of global revolution that Mao might have imagined in the 50s and the 60s. And I think its policy vis-a-vis Israel suggests that when it comes to the world stage, at least in the 2020s, it's going to act like a pragmatic realist power and try to basically protect itself and pursue what it perceives as its own national military and security and economic interests. And Israel provides a salient example of that. I think it's the exact right way to view it, like you said.
They don't even take advantage of potential like-minded, like ideologically aligned militia movements in their own backyard. If they wanted to cause like some semblance of instability or even like an American-style military coup, they could use the Philippine Maoist movement, and yet they've actively undermined the Maoist movement in the Philippines and worked with an American-backed dictatorship against the Maoist movement. So, like, I feel like they're pragmatic to a fault in some instances. But then again, who am I? I'm just some random dickhead living in the United States of America. I'm not Xi Jinping. Maybe he knows something I don't.
I mean, very similar to Stalin, right? Right after World War II, Stalin didn't really support the Chinese Revolution. Went back and forth on the Greek communists. So I think basically my overall macro take is that since the 30s, no communist country has really imagined itself as the exporter of global revolution. I think this is when I joke, half joke, that all was lost in 1914 when the working classes of Europe fought each other, because that shouldn't have happened. And the state was immature enough when the working class could have actually taken it over in a meaningful way. But that's a conversation for another time. But it does not seem like that they imagine themselves
the
as
German Revolution could have dramatically altered the trajectory of humanity.
It was supposed to happen there, man.
Yeah.
It was not supposed to happen in Russia. It was supposed to happen in Germany.
Yeah. All right. Well, Daniel Bessner, thank you so much for coming on the broadcast. This was enlightening. This was an incredible conversation. I hope to have you on again. Is there anything you want to plug before I let you go?
Yeah, please, everyone, check out my podcast, American Prestige, at AmericanPrestigePod.com. We've got a really good episode this week with Glenn Lowry, and we've got one with Rashid Khalidi coming out on Tuesday. And this Sunday, we're talking about Ukraine. So if you like foreign affairs, please check out American Prestige. Again, American Prestige Pod. And if you want to follow me on Twitter, just DBessner is my Twitter name. And Hasan, I just want to say thanks for doing all this good work, man. Really appreciate it. You're fighting the good fight, and thanks again for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Bye.
Bye.
All right, that was Daniel Bessner of American Prestige. Great convo. You guys, we are very fortunate. I'm very fortunate to be able to have these sorts of conversations with people who are very well educated on the history of global affairs and just in general. Fuck, I literally just missed it. Lamau. Yeah. You should get Danny and Derek on at the same time. Yeah. We'll do that. We'll do that in the future as well. Building on Dan's point about China. Was this your first time ever interacting with him? No, we've hung out at Felix's birthday like many years ago. And ironically, our hostility of addressing climate change led to us gutting our electrical production capacity, which will harm us versus China. Ah, well, onward. Mortaza Hussein says, it seems like the U.S. is going to treat competition with China the same way as climate change. Recognize it's a big deal and start to shuffle some things around. But once the scale of the structural changes required start to dawn, just ignore it and continue on as usual. Yeah. You'll look at that and go, look, we're seeing it. We're listening. We're learning. It's real. Climate change is real. We're not going to do anything about it, especially one that like undermines the profit motive of the fossil fuel giants. Yeah. You got to get Seth Harp on. I know. I will. All right. Chat behaved very well. Yeah. Chat was good. Good job, chatters. As a treat, we're going to continue talking about man-made horrors beyond comprehension. Before we get to the census in a little bit. Okay.
This sign has just gone up in Jerusalem's Old City.
You lived in Gaza? Oh, you were
And
there?
here we meet a father and daughter who lived in an Israeli settlement inside Gaza until it was closed 20 years ago. They both think Gazans should be evicted and that Israel should take over the territory.
Landlord behavior is crazy.
If someone was trying to kill your wife
Miss Taylor, thank you for the 25. Get the subs.
kidnap your child from the home, was you're thinking about if we're hungry or not?
Once again, everything that a pro-Israel person in Israel says can be spoken about Israel tenfold in retaliation to Israel. Like, oh, what about kidnapping your wife and killing your child? How can you live with them? It's like, okay, like that is an understandable position from the perspective of the average Palestinian. And even then, they don't have that position for the most part. So the very fact that these people do not realize that they are the ones doing this in perpetuity, especially in the process of a genocide that is going on that everyone can fucking see and feel, implies that the only reason why there is no just solution to this is because Israel has not incurred significant penalties in the process. If Israel incurred significant penalties in the process, they would have to reconsider their belligerent military occupation and their militant position, their constant escalation. Okay? The reason why Israel does not ever withstand significant penalties is because America, the large superpower, the global hegemonic superpower, at least for the last, 40 years, is allowing Israel to continue behaving in this way with zero accountability, with unlimited weapons. It's completely unacceptable.
Others, less strident, but still dubious that Israel has caused a famine.
I think Israel cares. I think Israelis in general care. And I don't know if any other country that's fighting a war and trying to help them at the same time, the people.
No, a big part of the anger and resentment is that Israel is not even abiding by the basics. The basics of warfare, like the rules that were created. It is ridiculous. Like that statement in and of itself basically captures the Nazi sentiment behind Israel's genocidal ambition, like the Israeli state's genocidal ambition. You're not fighting a war with everyone. Okay, first of all, you're not fighting a war at all. You're doing a genocide. He knows that. He can't say the word. So he's like, but we're giving them food while we're fighting a war. It's like, you're talking about children. You're talking about women and children. You're talking about civilians. Like, of course, you are supposed to not treat this as an aberration that needs to be excised forcibly, but instead just local occupants of this land that deserve to live free of Israeli cruelty and Israeli violence. It's so strange that people don't see this reality when Israelis themselves are the first to admit it.
The IPC report says death, starvation and deprivation are evident on the streets of Gaza. But on the outskirts of Gaza City, the Israeli military is slowly massing forces, ready to encircle this cursed place. If a ceasefire is not agreed, then this city of starving people will be attacked once more. Adam Parsons, Sky News, Jerusalem.
Please read the IPC report, cover to cover. Read it in sorrow and in anger. Not as words and numbers, but as names and lives. Be in no doubt that this is irrefutable testimony. It is a famine, the Gaza famine. It is a famine that we could have prevented. It is a famine that hits the most vulnerable first, each with a name, each with a story, that strips people of dignity before it strips them of life, that forces a parent to choose which child to feed, that forces people to risk their lives to seek food. It is a famine that we repeatedly warned of, but that the international media has not been allowed in to cover, to bear witness. It is a famine in 2025, a 21st century famine, watched over by drones and the most...
Who's causing this famine? No, they're saying it's Israel. I feel like they're... Am I wrong? Am I misunderstanding? Am I being too hopeful? I feel like they are saying Israel is doing this. Like, they're not... Normally, these guys... they're careful. They're perhaps a little too careful with their language in a way that like actually offers protective cover to the Israeli state. No, they're saying it. They're saying Israel is doing this. He said it in the beginning, and I believe he'll say it once again in this conversation. He is saying that Israel is starving the population of Gaza. And it took far too long for them to... Actually, I won't even say that it took the UN far too long, but like... This is the expansive permission structure. This is when the United Nations is actively saying Israel's doing a genocide. Israel's doing a fucking man-made famine. It is impossible for Israel defenders in the West to just continue being like, oh, this is anti-Semitism. UN is Hamas. And all of that will inevitably cause even more pressure to bubble up. That creates an environment that demands some kind of change in the positive direction.
Advanced military technology in history. It is a famine openly promoted by some Israeli leaders as a weapon of war. It is a famine on all of our watch. Everyone owns this. The Gaza famine is the world's famine. It is a famine that asks, but what did you do? A famine that will and must haunt us all. It is a predictable and a preventable famine. A famine caused by cruelty, justified by revenge, enabled by indifference, and sustained by...
No, it's not a famine, though. Famines are natural occurrences. No, they're saying it's a man-made famine, dude. Come on. Okay. They are saying this is a man-made famine. It is forced starvation that Israel has designed. They're saying it, okay? The only other thing that they're not saying is that or at least saying out loud as of this point, and I don't think they ever will, is that America is doing it. Make no mistake, they have no issue with other members of the Security Council when they behave in fucked up ways. They call them out. Russia gets called out. China gets called out. America seemingly doesn't get called out. America is the major responsible party. When he says complicity, he's not actually defining who is complicit. He says, oh, we're all complicit. And to a certain degree, that's true. We have some semblance of culpability here. But if you look at the parties that are involved directly, it's Israel number one, of course, but America is a very powerful number two. So much so that maybe America is number one and Israel's number two.
Complicity. It is a famine that must spur the world to more urgent action, that must shame the world to do better. It is a famine that therefore also asks, and what now will you do? My ask, my plea, my demand to Prime Minister Netanyahu and anyone who can reach him: enough. Ceasefire.
This is low-key the UN doing the "if I was your mother" to Vladimir Putin. Remember that tweet, that video? Vladimir Putin, if I was your mother, I'd embrace you. Like, yeah, dude, you're gonna please reach out to Benjamin Netanyahu. He can't hear the cries of starving children. No, dude, he goes to sleep with that playing on repeat. Okay, that's not. He knows. He loves it. He's fucking fantasizing about more of it.
The crossings, north and south, all of them. Let us get food and other supplies in, unimpeded, and at the massive scale required. End the retribution. It is too late for far too many, but not for everyone in Gaza. Enough. For humanity's sake, let us in. Thank you.
Oh. Also, speaking of mechanisms of control, TikTok updated its guidelines 15 days after hiring a former IDF soldier and proud Zionist to fight anti-Semitism. Calling the IDF terrorist now violates community guidelines, even though it's literally real. That is true. That is exactly what it is. They also changed all racial supremacy as hate speech to only white supremacy, they say. I don't know how hard they're going to go after that. I don't know how valid that is. But some changes are obviously going to be implemented. That's the reason why they got like an anti-Semitism czar. So it's not surprising at all. Another fat L for China there. Yeah, TikTok is definitely trying to tweak the algorithm in a way where it's that it suits the American State Department so that they just can still keep selling you unlimited labubus, okay? Here is a friend of the show, Zach Foster, and talking about in under 1 minute how he went from how he became an anti-Zionist. Okay, I've had Zachary Foster on before. He is a historian of Palestine, has a PhD from Princeton, specifically on the history of Palestine. I believe Zach Foster himself is Jewish, and he was one of the early academics I had on to speak convincingly on this issue. He's a fantastic resource for understanding the history of Palestinian resistance, even the evolution of Hamas as a group that turned into militancy. Let's hear what he had to say here.
And then I spent a summer, 2006, in the Balkans with a group of half Jews, half Palestinians. And I learned that the Palestinians I met, mostly Palestinian Americans, who have a strong connection to Palestine, whose parents and grandparents are from Palestine, who want to return to Palestine. They can't because they're of the incorrect religion. They're not Jewish, so they can't go, even though their parents and grandparents are from there. Whereas me, an American Jew, who may or may not speak a word of Hebrew, who may or may not have any ties whatsoever to the country, who may or may not be able to even identify where it is on a map, I have a quote-unquote birthright to go move there, claim citizenship, get benefits, free language instruction from the Israeli government. Does that make any sense to you?
I'm trying to post complimentary TikToks of you. It keeps getting flagged for violent extremism. Do you know why this might be happening? I think I'm my days in TikTok are they're not over necessarily, but let's just say I have a lot of trolls obviously that are like actively spamming. But let's just say that it's not as democratic as a process any longer. Most of my TikToks that normally would bang, absolutely, and there's uncertainty there. Barely make it past like 100K views now. Is pretty wild. Yeah, TikTok algo is busted for sure. Not exactly seeing me as a very favorable, my ideology or my worldview as a favorable one. It is what it is. Nevertheless, we keep pushing. But yeah, if you're marked as like a pro Palestine account, I feel like they just kind of tweak the algo a little bit, and you go to TikTok jail. We obviously have the Ghislaine Maxwell thing off topic, but new info: the rats have jumped ship. He privately admitted to keeping alleged CSAM, and police are involved now. Yeah, this is why I guess people were like, you have to watch the Willie Mack Show's new video. One of Stephen Bono, aka Destiny's previous supporters and collaborators, just reported to police for allegedly keeping CSAM on his computer and admitting to it.
It's because he continued to write. I didn't know this until way later, but the videos she recorded with other guys, the file names are like screen recording, blah, blah, blah. And then he shows me a screenshot of the top of a video clip and says her boyfriend was recording these on Skype calls. That's absolutely insane to think about him doing all of this if she was 17. Well, this is insane to me because he's saying Rose's boyfriend recorded CP while sending me a screenshot of the alleged CP. So I asked to confirm if he just did that. If you were sending me this, I'm guessing you still have that video. Destiny replies, depends on why you're asking. But yes, I created copies of all of our messages and everything when that court case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP.
Why does this dude think that this is like a good defense? I mean, I don't think that Willie Slop Show actually gives a fuck about anything. I'll be honest with you. I think he's a mercenary, and I think he's just reading the room and realizing that this is a sinking ship that he must jump, because he was like actively defending and sweeping for him for Destiny for quite a while, even after like the initial accusations of the court cases took place. Like he was like kind of critical of him, but not really. He was critical of him in a way where it was like still in defense of him. He has utilized Destiny's community to make multiple fairly successful videos on people like myself and many other enemies of Destiny. He is definitely a fixture of that slop tuber community that we talk about. Like these guys literally looked at Israel's genocide of the Palestinian population and thought, this is a great opportunity for us to farm some drama clicks. And unfortunately, there are a lot of not very intelligent people who have taken their note from this, because they're just like kind of watching something that's easily digestible, and they go, oh, this is a bad person, we shouldn't listen to him. And now he is jumping ship. So it seems like the walls are closing in.
Case started. Just to be clear, he's admitting to having alleged CP downloaded on his computer. He literally has the video open as I'm talking to him. I go, bruh, there's been allegations at least since my last video that she was underage, and you still have potential CP of her? He replies, I have an obligation to preserve relevant evidence, etc. So I created backups of all of the important / relevant conversations. He continues, I don't think I'm allowed to delete it, lol. I don't know if it counts as hiding / destroying evidence. And I reply, talk to a lawyer, that seems crazy to me. Who keeps this sort of stuff on their computer without 100% knowing if they're supposed to or not? Isn't that something you want to confirm? I continued, you just let me know you have CP videos saved to your computer. You knew it was alleged that she was underage. You still have them. Do you see how this is. So now I've confirmed that this guy has child porn on his computer. In my 8 years of reaching out to people over allegations, I've never had anyone admit that to me. The last message he sent me was, 1, I don't even know 100% of her age was legitimately less than 18 when these were taken. So basically, he's not 100% sure if he has child porn on his computer. He's just 99% sure. Got it. 2, I'm pretty sure I have an obligation to preserve stuff related to my court case. I've talked about it with my lawyer already, specifically with regards to the Rose stuff. So we went from, I don't know if I could delete this, to my lawyer says it's totally fine to keep. I don't know the law, but the idea that his lawyer would tell him to hold on to CP for a civil case just doesn't seem likely to me. I don't know. LawTube can figure that out. 3, if something were to come out of this, I don't know if I'd want to wipe everything and not have something to turn over to the authorities. If hypothetically, whenever a political creator is about to give a hypothetical, you know you're about to hear some weird shit. If hypothetically her boyfriend or whatever was actually trafficking her or getting her to fuck other dudes on video for him, and if there was ever some kind of investigation into that, am I hurting the chance of looking into him by deleting all of this stuff? Oh, so now the reason he's keeping the CP.
Yeah, no, there's a justifiable reason for it. He actually has the utmost highest morals at all times. Wow, from the guy who has actively debated the ethics of ethical CP, ethical CSAM, comes an opportunity for him to have that. In his hard drive. Interesting.
Is because of
Destiny be like, I'm a white hat pedophile, actually. You don't understand.
A hypothetical criminal case that he is not pursuing at all. Okay, maybe these reasons are legally sound advice that came from his lawyer. Maybe he's lying and just saying anything to make it sound better to me. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I just know this guy's admitting to having CP in my DMs. 60 gigabytes according to him. Seriously.
Yeah. Destiny be like, excuse me, what if there was a nuke that was about to go off in New York City and the only way to stop it is to insert a USB with CSAM into my computer and watch it? What then? And then, of course, the intellectual titans cult of sycophants will literally look at that and go, that's an amazing argument. I never thought about it like that. Actually, you are right to do so. That's one of the most ridiculous aspects of this entire situation, beyond the criminal element, beyond the fact that there are still people who are so deluded. If your entire fandom revolves around you making the best argument possible and ritualistically humiliating your interlocutors in the marketplace of ideas, and you can't even come up with a convincing counter narrative here, then what do you have? You have nothing that remains. A couple of the reasons why people still hold on to this idea that Destiny's a force for good, actually, even though he's just a little bit of a gooner, was because, one, he is actively de-radicalizing people, right? He is so effective at de-radicalizing people. I've seen no evidence of this, okay? I've seen no evidence of this whatsoever, especially because he still holds a lot of reactionary perspectives. He just says, you can say the N-word as a white guy and shit on marginalized people all the time, except, you just have to vote Democrat while doing so. And not only that, but also he can't even fucking help his own son. If he was a better father to his own son wouldn't have turned into a fucking Nazi. So clearly he has failed on that front demonstrably. And the other idea that people love him is because he is this intellectual warlord, a giant that can best anyone in the marketplace of ideas, no matter how incredible their intellect might be, right? He can go toe to toe with intellectuals that are subject matter experts and still defeat them in the marketplace of ideas. That also was a fucking abject failure with the conversation that took place between him and obviously Norm Finkelstein, even though his cult still deluded themselves into believing that he didn't make a fool of himself in that process, okay? But especially now, even if you're viewing this from the perspective of drama, okay? Even if you're viewing this from the perspective of drama, the way that he has actually dealt with this criminal incident is so stupid. I brought up one of the examples yesterday. Okay. No hate, big dog, but I really think that if you or any other debater would debate a lawyer, you would lose. Wait, what? Debate a lawyer. What? I don't know what you're even saying right now. I didn't say I'm going to debate a lawyer. What? I don't even know what you're referencing. But what I'm trying to say is, with respect to what Destiny's been trying to do in the last couple of days, as he's like flailing around and trying to defend himself, he's gone back to his old tricks. Number one, what about Hasan? Okay, that's always the thing that has helped him. No matter how ridiculous, no matter how fucked up something he's saying is, he can always turn around and say, well, what about Hasan? Okay, well, that ripcord doesn't work here. Okay, it's clearly not working because this is like a fucking criminal thing that he's doing. And that hasn't worked. So he has also started the process once again, or never really stopped the process of victim blaming, specifically going after Pixie, who is in a court case as a victim of the distribution of revenge porn. Okay, and he's turning around and attacking Pixie and anyone he can get his hands on, anyone he can like belittle. But even in those counter arguments, even in those deflections, like, they're so silly. Those deflections are so unimaginably silly. Like, he'll just be like, why does nobody care about the person who potentially filmed this CSAM? It's like, what the fuck do you mean? Why does nobody care about the person who filmed the CSAM? Like, nobody knows that person. You know that person. You have direct involvement with that person. You should be the one who cares. That's not an active deflection. What do you mean? Well, I'm just the recipient of CSAM as opposed to the person who procured it? Okay. Why the fuck do you think that's an argument that actually maintains your innocence? That just means there's another guy out there who's also fucking an awful piece of shit. That doesn't make any sense. You can't turn around and be like, well, Your Honor, I may have purchased it, but someone else made it. And from what I understand, the only reason why they figured out that this person that he was actually sending the revenge porn of others to in solicitation of CSAM and even actively trying to traffic this minor, okay, both are different crimes. That person was 17. And the reason why people figured out that that person was 17 was because he fucking flexed on the haters to reveal information about this person, seemingly, so that he goaded people into figuring out who this person was, to identify who this person was. And then they did. It makes no fucking sense. And now that they did, now he's cooked. Just yesterday, he lied by claiming there was nothing to give to the police. In yet another shocking case of self-sabotage, the Omni liberal claimed yesterday he had no evidence to give to the police regarding Rose. Today, Willie Mack Show posted a video explicitly detailing evidence that Destiny gave him, including file names, purported CSAM sent by Rose. Destiny goes on to confess that he has made copies of not just his friend's messages, but all, with Rose and all attachments. Would he be incapable of going to the police with these files? If you send me this, I'm guessing you still have that video, he says. He says he's not sure if she was under 18 when the video was taken. The video title just commented on a date that is obviously before is claimed to be her 18th birthday. As if this couldn't get any more bizarre, Destiny goes on to tell Willie that the reason he is preserving this evidence is to help a potential investigation. The exact thing he told Eli B again, he wasn't able to do. Incredible stuff, Steven. Bro, at its most, like, there is also, like, obviously a permanent victimhood narrative here at the heart of everything. It's like he distributes revenge porn that he has filmed both consensually and unconsensually of other people to a random person on Discord in an effort to like fuck that person because he wants to fuck that person. Turns out the person is also 17, which is, you know, extra insane and criminal. Okay. But even in that process, like he's been able to try and present himself as the real victim here. Is like, oh, well, my porn got leaked too. It's like, bro, why were you sending it out? The fuck do you mean? Why were you distributing it? Why were you filming it without the consent of both parties? Why were you distributing it without the consent of all parties involved? This doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But clearly, even though plenty of people initially were like, oh man, I'm actually very upset about this, they still turned around and eventually found that there was a good reason to protect Destiny here, to defend Destiny here, because he's like, his enemies are so much worse than him. Me. Ironically enough, that's what they literally think. That I'm like actively terrorizing the country. I'm a hater of America. I want to sabotage America. I'm a terrorist. And he's the only bulwark against like growing communism in the country that they've been deluded into thinking is like a reasonable force to reckon with, or even a scary one at all. Yeah, it turns out Pedstiny reminds me of Onision, but the debate lore version. Yeah, if Onision was at least like a convincing enough debater, he probably would have been able to maintain his career, I guess. He is trying to present himself as a victim once again in this process too. He's like, well, I was just duped. I was duped by a 17-year-old. I'm actually the real victim here. Yeah, here's the other victim here, primary victim, Drew Pavlov. For God's sake, why couldn't Destiny just not be like this? Bro, I made all these pro Destiny videos with my face in them. This should be a wake-up call for a lot of people in his cult. This should be a wake-up call for a lot of his orbiters that maybe everything he was saying was a fucking lie from the start. If he always operated this way and you found him to be a charismatic figure, perhaps you were deluded into shaping your worldview around the personal vendettas of a fucking maniac, a sociopathic villain. And I know that cult deprogramming takes a lot of effort, but considering that this is just like someone you have no interest in, someone who you don't know at all, when you find out that they're like a fucking freak, this is a good point of severance, the easiest exit ramp of all time to be like, yeah, this is my break-off point. Perhaps the things that he was saying and doing all along might have been to serve his own personal agendas, to serve his own personal vengeance mission. Everything he does for himself. It's not like he's like fucking hiding it either. That's it. So, you know, I welcome people finally coming to that conclusion on their own. It took far too long, but it is wild. Yeah. Man has stupid take and claims Destiny isn't a pedophile. Destiny responds by saying, no, actually, I am a pedophile. What the fuck?
Trapped in a cave looking for diamonds. That's funny. I'm in the same cave looking for miners.
What? What is even happening over there, man? I don't want to know. It's like one of those things that's like so gross that I don't even want to touch that. That's my third rail, you know? I don't fucking, oh God. I feel like I'm staring into the void and it's staring back at me. that guy is also a pedo. Jesus Christ. It's just the ultimate debate pervert tactic. Neuter your opponent by admitting to being a pedophile. I know, but like, I just don't. I don't. His subreddit is deleting posts about it. His cult will never snap out of this. I don't think there is. I mean, I think this has entered a different stage now, especially considering that some of his most like loyal community members and orbiters, a self-described term, by the way, are actively jumping ship, and his community is marginal. It's ultimately very loyal, but it's tiny, and it only works when there are other seemingly objective, other external forces that he can deploy. Like Willie Slopshow is a great example of this. This guy used to be another one of his orbiters. He jumped ship when the revenge porn stuff came out. Many other examples as well. But like very clearly, it's now come to that point. So I think that there is going to be even more pushback from people that are around him. His mods are deleting stuff. Yeah, I know. That's not surprising to me at all. I'll be honest with you. That's not even remotely surprising to me at all. I mean, look at LSF. They also, like, they're very good at brigading Reddit. I'll give them that. They're very good at brigading Reddit, and they're very good at like creating an environment of plausible deniability. But there are certain things that you just can't continue doing when the crime is far too severe. It usually leads to people even in your own community going, "No, that's gonna fucking tarnish your good reputation forever," and it should. The only reason why I think it's gotten to this position is because there was never accountability. For far too long, he just kind of got away with doing stuff like this because it's not the first time he's done shit like this. I mean, there are so many different clips of him just like openly talking about how he thinks 15-year-olds are hot. So many messages that he's put out there, and people were able to just like avoid seeing this, avoid recognizing that this was like weird behavior. So he said in a leaked chat, I can just meme it away and they'll believe me. Yeah, I mean, he thinks his audience is comprised of absolute buffoons. That's true. Like he genuinely thinks that his audience is very stupid, and the remainder of his audience is very stupid. Let's be real. Like even if you think like there is good reason to still defend him because he's still ultimately a force for good, like there's no like philosophical ethics justification for how much harm he is able to do to anyone and everyone in his vicinity. And if you can't comprehend that like this person's moral compass is completely out of whack, especially when he's behaving like this with regular fucking frequency for the past 2 decades of his like media career, I don't know. I don't know what more you need to see. At a certain point, you have to really reflect on who you are listening to, whose worldview are you adopting, who's playing a formative role in your understanding of the world. For me, I thought maybe the consistent consistent failure of his analysis would have been good enough for some people to jump ship. I love that this is what I mean. There are still people who will actively fight his battles. Obviously, far less in numbers now. 2022 is the last time he spoke. And then once in 2023, comes back in here just to say, deny, deflect, attack. Sounds like self-report, literally you. The question I have for someone like this guy is, really reflect on all of the things, that you have heard about me. Almost all of them have come from Destiny's community. Okay? Do you feel like it was a negative framing that actually took root and caused you to believe that I am a defender of certain indefensible things, a person who's done awful shit? If you were to close your eyes and think like, if you're defending Destiny right now, then I certainly have not done anything even remotely as bad. I've done nothing that is even remotely criminal. It's all pure fabrication. Honestly, I liked you before, but I saw through the bullshit since the Ethan debate. Oh, God, that's an even dumber thing to admit. Jesus Christ. You're doing Destiny's work for him. You coming in here trying to point the fingers elsewhere is literally his deflection strategy. No, for sure. Like, turning around and being like, Hasan has received unsolicited nudes. This is exactly the same. No, it's not. And nobody fucking thinks that. You can just keep repeating it to an increasingly shrinking audience of fucking sycophants. But that's not the same. That's ridiculous. And it's that lack of accountability that unironically causes a person like Destiny to continue spiraling out of control, because without any sort of accountability whatsoever, of this sort, you just feel like you're ultimately incredibly powerful, far more powerful. Like no one can hold you back, and then you keep doing these incredibly selfish and increasingly more harmful things to other people. Like even going through the process, it's like I bought a house for myself and my family. People make up that my father is a billionaire. He's not. But even if he was, it still wouldn't make any sense as like a reasonable point of contention. He's not. I take care of him. I take care of my whole family financially, and I'm very fortunate to be able to do so. Hasan doesn't donate, or if he actually donates publicly, then it's actually just for show. All of his fundraisers amount to nothing. Hasan doesn't go outside. Okay, when he goes outside, he should get arrested for violating laws. Like, it's at a certain point you have to realize it's not even about politics. You just like have developed personal enmity towards a content creator for no fucking reason whatsoever. You just were primed into feeling this way, and you made it into a much larger issue in your mind and in the communities that you frequent. The greatest example of this is the whole idea that like I was going to go to jail or something because they were saying I was like threatening to kill a random chatter with a gun. That wasn't the case at all. Someone had issued a death threat, and I jokingly flashed my airsoft and said, "Good luck." And that is a perfectly normal thing to do. That is, it's not like a death threat at all. And they tried to They whipped themselves up into a frenzy thinking Hasan is going to go to prison any day now. Any day now. And of course it never happened. Why the fuck would it happen? That's ridiculous. Me saying, even if it was a real gun, me saying like, I'm going to defend myself. So to someone who is issuing a death threat as I was laughing is not, that's not a bannable offense at all. But for some people that only get their notes from like Asmongold, Ethan Klein, and Destiny's community, they thought this is it. This is the moment that he goes down. But that moment never came. But that resentment still continued, and it probably festered, and it grew in that process, because then you said Hasan is an unaccountable force. He must control the media. Okay? Take accountability for mistakes. Literally admit when you're wrong, and that's it. Not gonna lie, the speed of that snipe is crazy. Not really. Literally, when even flashy, you're on Twitch, not Kick. Plausible deniability. Wait, what? I am on Twitch, and I did it on Twitch, and I didn't get banned for it. And the reason why I didn't get banned for it is because I didn't do something that was bannable. And the very same people that actually loved when Moist Critical did it to Sneeko fucking hated it when I did it to a random person that was coming in here to issue a death threat to me. One must ask the question, why? Because a lot of this stuff online is just parasocial activities, okay? You identify with a content creator and you develop a personal relationship with a content creator that doesn't actually exist. And then you think that there is a real issue when that favorite content creator turns around and says, this is a real issue. And then you go and you wage their battles at his behest. But it doesn't actually go anywhere. So then when it doesn't go anywhere, you go, well, there's got to be an alternative reason as to why this didn't go anywhere. It's not because my favorite content creator was wrong and he actually made a mountain out of a molehill. It must be because he has a tremendous amount of power. He must be all powerful. He must be controlling. He must be the puppet master behind Twitch. A lot of these people rightfully call out the Republican Party and the MAGA cult. They call out the MAGA cult for how insane it is. They call out Republicans for how uneducated their decision-making is. And yet, they have deluded themselves into thinking in an identical way that just makes no sense whatsoever when it comes to someone like myself. They can't comprehend it. They're like, why is mainstream media not aware of this? Maybe they just didn't watch the right YouTube videos. Or maybe they're adults. Maybe they don't have a parasocial relationship developed with the content creator that is now outed as a pedophile procurer of child sexual abuse material that you did. Maybe normal people who don't spend every waking moment online trying to look for new lolcow targets, okay, adults with a job, journalists, academics and the like, they actually see a guy like Sex Pestiny and they go, ew, gross. Why is he debating ethical CP? Ew, gross. He said that white supremacists should mow down Black Lives Matter protesters. That's fucking insane. Okay? That's it. And they just write that shit off instead of going, hold up, let me hear this guy out. Because when you say, hold up, let me hear this guy out, you seemingly start singing in a very different frequency. You start defending things that you previously thought were indefensible. He makes points. Okay. I've seen it. I've seen it happen in my own community. There's a, you'll have like a loyal fan, okay, who spent months, if not years in here. And then there's like one issue where they disagree with me on. And then they look for like someone to provide a counter narrative. And instead of like making up their own mind, they just they fall to the mercy of another person. And if that person has any motion whatsoever or can make a credible counter narrative fit that gives them a sense of comfort, they go, oh, this is my new intellectual daddy now. And then they become lifelong fucking haters. But in the process, like I've pulled logs before of people that literally would be like anti-racist, actively fighting against white supremacy, only to turn around a couple months later to say like, no, white people should be able to say the N-word. It's like, how the fuck did this happen? Well, I know how it happened. It's because you went to the community of a guy who couldn't even actually clean up his own home, clean up his own backyard, be a good father to his own son, who literally allowed his own son to become a fucking neo-Nazi. A guy who can't even be a good father to his own son, who can't even stop him from being in the mercy of alt-right politics and neo-Nazis. How the fuck is he supposed to be a guy who shepherds people away from reactionary politics? One must ask themselves, perhaps he's not shepherding you away from reactionary politics at all. He's just adding the Democrat designation to reactionary politics. That's it. So if you're like a, I don't know, 37-year-old or whatever, and you grew up in the Gamergate era and you loved all the shit that they were doing on 4chan poll, okay? And you're looking for someone who is going to best everyone else intellectually, and he still maintains that same edgy nihilistic streak when arguing on issues because he doesn't care about anything and simply cares about winning the optics of an argument, and still allows you to say the N-word and things of that nature, and still allows you to be edgy, still allows you to like cyber stalk people. But now these new villains are no longer like liberal journalists, if you were like a Gamergate guy, but instead now it's the scary leftist communist socialists that are trying to do terrorism on U.S. soil. And you delude yourself into believing this narrative. Did you actually grow from your past positions? Did you actually learn an alternative way of existence? Did you actually change your mind at all? Or do you just still do the same exact shit that you were doing, but instead of calling yourself like a neo-Nazi or alt-right or whatever, you're just now calling yourself a Democrat? Just simply calling yourself a Democrat and still being a fucking racist doesn't mean that you changed at all. You're still an edgelord, and you still need to grow up. And that comes from within. That's it. Hasan, you said you were doing Zumba on a rooftop when 9/11 happened. Not cool, bro. Yeah, that's a joke. It's me making a joke about Islamophobia. Anyway, so much of this also, is just like simply just offering zero charity to people that you have designed as like a permanent enemy. You know, enough well poisoning. This guy's my permanent enemy. So therefore, even if he's making a joke, it's like very clearly, I'm going to take it seriously. I'm not even going to think about it. I'm not even going to think about like what that might be about. You know? It's 2001. I was 10 years old. Are you fucking stupid? I was in Turkey. What do you mean? I was trying to make a joke. My bad, dog. My bad, gang. It's all good. Sorry for popping off on you. $2024 response thread. If you want to compare it to this year, no, I have it right here. The HasanAbi Census website. Yeah, I said I gave $7 million with this puff piece. I paid $7 million with the puff piece. Like, it's like taking that seriously. But then again, it doesn't take much. Because there's people that fucking literally think, and we got the Ghislaine Maxwell stuff too, and I'm obviously going to cover that as well. But people straight up, they believe like AI articles about my dad being a fucking billionaire and shit. And it's because like you're actively looking for a reason. I have to pee. But yeah, I'm going to do the census in a second. Hold on. Let's do California redistricting for a moment,
the outcome of the midterm elections next year. California Governor Gavin Newsom signed a bill yesterday which could give Democrats an advantage in that state's congressional races. He says it's all an effort to balance a similar measure that helps Republicans win extra seats in the state of Texas. Ed O'Keefe is following all the back and forth from Washington. Ed, good morning.
Tony, good to see you. You know, if you live in some other state, you might be wondering, why does this matter? Well, this political battle is happening in the two most populated states, but it infects the entire country because it's all about the balance of power in Congress. Historically, a president's party loses congressional seats in the midterm elections. Republicans have a slim majority in the House, so they're looking for every possible win. California Democrats moved quickly Thursday to start redrawing the Golden State's congressional map. The move sets up a special election in November.
They fired the first shot, Texas.
It's in response to a Texas redistricting plan that's poised to shift several Lone Star State districts away from Democrats in favor of Republicans, starting with next year's elections. The GOP hopes to win 5 more of the state's 38 House seats, fulfilling a request by President Trump. Texas Republican Governor Greg Abbott defends the changes, saying he's doing what Democratic-controlled states have already done.
These blue states had already gerrymandered their states so dramatically, there's really hardly any Republicans they can squeeze out of congressional districts.
Final passage of the new map seems inevitable, given the GOP's total control of Texas state government. But it was delayed by Democratic lawmakers who left the state in protest.
We're going to still continue to fight. We're going to take this to the courts.
And in doing so, they convinced California Democrats to act.
We're responding what occurred in Texas. We're neutralizing what occurred, and we're giving the American people a fair chance.
But unlike in Texas, members of the minority party in California stayed to fight.
Some point to Texas as a justification for this proposal, but California doesn't follow. We lead.
The redistricting fight might not stop with just these two states. President Trump on Thursday said again other red states that are also looking to redraw their maps include Missouri, Indiana, and Florida. And in New York, the Democratic-controlled government there still thinking about possibly redrawing the map as well. Vlad?
No more high road. Remember. No more high road, baby. I think it's good. I think it's good that the Democrats are doing this. We should hold them to account to ensure that the new positions that are opening up, the new districts that would open up in the process, are filled with progressive, actual left politicians. So to think that like Gavin Newsom is the answer is also incorrect. Gavin Newsom is not the answer. The reason why I haven't done the census yet is because things got pushed back a little bit with DANBESSNER coming on the broadcast. That's the reason why I haven't done the census yet. Okay? I will eventually.
This is radical rigging of a midterm election. Radical.
And I got to eat real quick.
Rigging of an election. Destroying, vandalizing this democracy, the rule of law. So I'm sorry. I know some people's sensibilities. I respect and appreciate that. But right now, with all due respect, we're walking down a damn different path. We're fighting fire with fire, and we're going to punch these sons of bitches in the mouth.
Mr. President, if I've got 2 questions for you, one on FIFA, the other one on DC. Let's talk. Can you talk about the economic impact that FIFA will have in these cities, and what's your message to the mayors to get their cities prepared, not only the beautification process, but also the safety aspect?
Well, Los Angeles is an example. You know, it's poorly run. We have a mayor there that can't even get permits to the people that lost their houses. Lee Zeldin got every permit. The hardest permit is the federal permit. Within 20 days, every single permit was there for the people to build their houses. But people are writing us and they're saying they won't give us. The mayor is incompetent. The governor's incompetent. You know, Gavin, I know Gavin very well. He's an incompetent guy with a good line of bullshit. And he doesn't get the job done. And frankly, those people want to build their houses. It's terrible. They could have been built. Some of them could have been built already. But think of it, the federal government that has the most complex part, and it's the most complex environmental thing to do. We got it, everybody had it within 30 days. And they're not even close to getting their permits. And now they're talking about taking some of those sites and building low-income housing on them. These are high-end neighborhoods. And I'm all for low-income housing. I built a lot of low-income housing. I know all about 236. I know every program that there is in the government. I used every one of them. I know more about low-income housing than probably almost anybody. And it's great. It's fine. It's wonderful. But you don't build it in Pacific Palisades. You don't build it there, and you don't build it in the other areas that burn down.
What a fantasy.
So they're talking about putting up low-income housing. And you talk about riots, they're going to have...
I wish. Imagine the rebuilding process is handled by the state, where they actually do address the housing shortage in the process of rebuilding in the aftermath of the wildfires, turning a devastating tragedy into something that is literally better for every single person living in Los Angeles and the victims themselves of this natural disaster. When he says that would cause people to riot, he's talking about rich people. It's not happening anyway. It's just so fucking crazy. At least I'm not aware of any initiative to build affordable housing in any of the impacted areas whatsoever. That sounds psychotic.
Riots if that happens, because you're taking the people's property away. They want to build their houses, and they're unable to get permits from the mayor and from the governor. And that's a terrible thing. But, and let me tell you, if I didn't send in the troops in Los Angeles, Johnny wouldn't be in Los Angeles. You wouldn't be having your World Cup there. I sent in the troops, and we kept it. And even the police commissioner, the sheriff and the police commissioner, they all said the same thing. They said, we could have never handled what was happening. You saw that, you were there. He said, we could have never handled what was happening. And then you hear Gavin Newsom, after it's all quelled, you hear Newsom get up and say, we could have done this for ourselves. No, they couldn't have.
I mean, it just doesn't make any sense for Gavin Newsom. It goes against everything that I know about Gavin Newsom for him to like build affordable housing. Like, there have been a million opportunities for him to do so. He's never taken them. He's actively undermined those initiatives. So him doing this in the aftermath of a wildfire sounds extraordinary.
And now to that breaking news. Within the past hour, the US Justice Department has released transcripts and recordings of interviews an official conducted with Jeffrey Epstein's imprisoned former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell. In them, Maxwell recalls a number of meetings with Donald Trump and Epstein, but she says she never saw Donald Trump do anything inappropriate.
I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any...
Oh, wow. You mean to tell me Donald Trump got exonerated by a pedophile who was known to perjure and has actively lied to offer protective cover to other pedophiles, like Prince Andrew, for example? Huh. Interesting. You don't say. Wait, you mean to tell me that Ghislaine Maxwell, the pedophile and child sex trafficker, who now is presented as the sole witness to Donald Trump's innocence, is actually in the hands of the state already, and Donald Trump has already given her some leniency in the process of extracting this kind of false confession out of her? No way. Well, I'm the dumbest guy in America. I am a Trump cultist loyalist who thinks Donald Trump is a white hat pedophile, so of course I believe her.
Inappropriate.
Oh, you libtard, don't you say believe all women? That's the energy we're gonna fucking hear from some of the dumbest people.
Setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
Let's bring in our US correspondent Martha Kellner now, who's in Los Angeles. Evening to you, Martha. Look, there's been a clamour for weeks now, months really, for more files on Epstein to be released. So was this...
Guys, I know we covered this initially, but it is important to repeat some basic facts here. The person that Ghislaine Maxwell is talking to in that recording is the deputy attorney general, who only got that position under the Trump Department of Justice because he was Trump's personal lawyer. The attorney general, the top cop in the country, Pam Bondi, also was Trump's personal lawyer. Make no mistake. Trump put his own loyalists into positions of power for this exact reason. From the very moment that Ghislaine Maxwell was floated as the sole witness to cracking the Jeffrey Epstein criminal case, the sole witness to showing like the collaborators, the list of collaborators to Jeffrey Epstein, the moment that was presented as an option, I was like, she's going to get a pardon and she's going to say everybody's innocent. And lo and behold, it turns out that's precisely what the transcripts have shown. Shocker. In the process, though, she did go to a different facility, a much more lenient facility. So she's just playing ball.
Expected or a surprise?
I think there has been a huge clamour, Matt, for these interviews, this audio to be released. We're still making our way through the transcript at the moment. 6 hours worth of audio recorded over 2 days. But as you say, people calling for more information amid also calls for the release of the entirety of the Epstein files. This is an interview that Ghislaine Maxwell did with Todd Blanche, who is the Deputy Attorney General, the second most senior lawyer in the government. She conducted this interview nearby the prison that she was serving a 20-year sentence for helping Jeffrey Epstein abuse underage girls. She has since been moved to a different prison in Texas. But these files were posted on social media by Todd Blanche. He said they were shared in the interest of transparency. And the Trump administration want to be seen to be being transparent in this case, amid calls for the release of the so-called Jeffrey Epstein files, and also the spotlight that has been placed on the president's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. They were known to be friendly. On the face of it, as you were hearing there, this seems to be good news for Donald Trump. Ghislaine Maxwell saying she never witnessed.
I joked about this, man. I said this as a joke when it was like floated as like Ghislaine being the sole witness, the primary witness here. I said she's going to come out and be like, Donald Trump is the best. He has been so fascinatingly cordial around women and has never been around underage women at all. And that's literally what she fucking said. Yeah. The only thing missing from the equation is, her being like, Trump is totally loaded. He's packing. He has the fattest penis of all time, which I've never seen because, of course, like, I've never seen it because, like, he's only engaged in consensual acts of sex with adult women that were consenting and not around me at all, of course. Never around Jeffrey Epstein either. But, like, everyone always says he's got a fat one. You know, he's got a real fat one, dude. Thick 8. That's what they're saying. Please give me a pardon.
Donald Trump being inappropriate with young girls. She also said that no client list exists. Now, Jeffrey Epstein died. It was ruled that he died by suicide in prison in August 2019. He was awaiting trial, accused of abusing hundreds of girls over the course of decades. The FBI, as I say, ruled that suicide. Ghislaine Maxwell was asked whether she believed that Jeffrey Epstein's death was by suicide. This is what she responded.
Oh, wait.
So you think he did not die by suicide, given all the things we just talked about?
I do not believe he died by suicide, no.
And do you believe that, do you have any speculation or view of who killed him?
No, I don't.
Now, Ghislaine Maxwell's lawyer, David Marcus, has been responding to the release of these audio files.
You were supposed
he
to say
said Ms.
Clinton.
Maxwell answered every question. She did not refuse to respond and did not dodge any question. She supported her answers.
Guys, understand something here. Donald Trump brought the head of a foreign adversary that we are directly at conflict with, Vladimir Putin, to Alaska, specifically so Vladimir Putin could say, I would have never invaded Ukraine if Donald Trump was the president. This man is willing to throw away leverage that he may or may not even have in geopolitical incidents that we have a lot of investment in, just so that he can get a fucking I told you so moment. Okay? What makes you think he's not going to offer freedom to a pedophile sex trafficker of minors just so she plays ball and says Trump is a gentleman with a fat hog and is incredibly gentlemanlike around women and has never been around me or Jeffrey Epstein in any other capacity other than being a gentleman? I actually saw him save children from a burning orphanage. If a dude is willing to genuflect to a foreign adversary in a way that is like definitely uncharacteristic of any other leader and simply uncharacteristic of Trump to do so as well, with respect to like how he deals with other foreign ally leadership, simply so that Vladimir Putin can like get a dunk off of Joe Biden, he will absolutely offer pardon to Ghislaine Maxwell. I mean, he did it with the January 6ers. He did this with January 6ers. Not to sound too much like a lib, but like he straight up said, if you're doing crimes, no matter how ridiculous said crimes are, as long as you're doing those crimes for me, as long as you are doing those crimes to defend me or defend my interests, you will not face legal scrutiny. He even entertained the notion of pardoning Diddy. Out of nowhere. And we know why he entertained that notion is because Diddy used to be his friend. That's it. He straight up said it. He was like, maybe I'll pardon Diddy. I'm thinking about it. I have the power to do so, you know. And it's like, the fuck? Like, who is this for? It's wild, man.
With documents and other objective evidence, her demeanour and credibility are clear for anyone to hear. This, though, won't make this episode disappear for Donald Trump. There is still large calls, not least from people within the Republican Party, for the release of the full Epstein files. But we do now have this audio of an interview that Ghislaine Maxwell gave to the Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, last month.
As far as I'm concerned, President Trump was always very cordial and very kind to me. And I just want to say that I admire his extraordinary achievement in becoming the president now, and I like him, and I've always liked him. So that is the sum and substance of my entire relationship with him.
What about Mr. Epstein's relationship with him?
I don't know how they met, and I don't know how they became friends. I certainly saw them together, and I remember the few times I observed them together that they were friendly. I mean,
was that in social settings or was that in private settings?
I believe I only ever saw.
There's no gun to her head. The gun to her head is her freedom. That's the gun to her head, chatters. She wants freedom. And she knows she'll get it if she plays ball. Following basic logic, the only reason she would agree to speak and exonerate Trump in doing so is if she was promised relief from her conditions by doing so. If they didn't offer that, she would have no reason to agree to speak, because what's in it for her? And if she did speak and implicated Trump, they would absolutely crack down on her even harder. It's self-preservation. Exactly. Here's how prosecutors described Ghislaine Maxwell in a pretrial motion during her criminal trial. The defendant's willingness to brazenly lie under oath about her conduct, including some of the conduct charged in the indictment, strongly suggests her true motive has been and remains to avoid being held accountable for her crimes. Yeah. The difference, however, is that there's usually additional penalties that come along with that. Perjury. They didn't even follow through on the perjury because she was already convicted of the other heinous crimes anyway that she perjured herself about. But in this situation, lying is actually a lifeline for her. So of course she's going to do it. And worst of all, she is going to get away with it. Make no mistake. She already has gotten away with it. Even if she was like in a lower security prison as she is now, that's it. Maybe she gets a work release in the process. Ghislaine Maxwell said she only knew Kevin Spacey from the trip to Africa with Bill Clinton and Chris Tucker and nowhere else. But what's this photo of her and Spacey on thrones? I'm telling you right now, she is like actively hiding every single power player's allegiance to Jeffrey Epstein and involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's part of the reason why she's not dead right now and very much alive right now. This was obviously one of the theories that was floated, like, how is Ghislaine Maxwell still alive when Jeffrey Epstein is not? Perhaps it was because they could deploy her in this way maybe in the future. And now they are.
Them in social settings. I don't recall any private settings.
Have you ever been to Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach?
I have.
And what time period are you thinking about when you say yes?
Well, I don't remember when the president purchased Mar-a-Lago, so from whenever it turned into a club, I went there, and I loved going there.
Did you go there alone or with Mr. Epstein?
Mostly alone. Only times I went there was for an event, maybe once or twice.
And do you know whether Mr. Epstein ever went there?
I believe he did, but again...
Bro, this person is talking about Jeffrey Epstein like I would talk about Jeffrey Epstein as a person who learned about this by reading about it in the news. What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. I think he might have gone. It's like you were literally slammed in his ass cheeks for like 3 fucking decades. What do you mean you don't know? Of course she knows. She knows everything. She's literally making it seem like she's just a totally oblivious third party. It's like, did Jeffrey Epstein ever go to Mar-a-Lago? She's like, who? Jeffrey Epstein. Who's that again? Jeffrey Epstein. You know, the guy you were convicted for sex trafficking minors with? I can't recall his name. It's at the tip of my tongue. What? Jedediah? Is that what? Who is this person? The New York financier? Is that?
We really were, he didn't take me with him all the time, so he would go and, oh, right. Well, he did from time to time, but he would go alone. I think he would maybe go himself to the spa. I certainly did.
Did you ever observe President Trump receive a massage?
Never.
Did you ever observe, you said that you were...
What was that? Oh, right. What did he do that she responded with, oh, right? Oh, yes, yes, of course. Yes, very nice. Yes, you're so right. You're not far off, top Blanche. But from what you know, you do not believe a camera exists, or a video camera, or a camera that takes pictures inside of any of his residences. Correct. Come on, man. She also tried to clear Bill Clinton. Oh. Trump today. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island 28 times. Ghislaine Maxwell. He never, absolutely never went. Did, and you're not, I think you said you don't. You're not aware of President Clinton ever going to the island. He never, absolutely never went. And I can be sure of that because there's no way he would have gone. I don't believe that there's any way he would have gone to the island had I not been there, because I don't believe he had an independent friendship, if you will, with Epstein. Well, mutually assured pedophilia destruction remains. But of course, as I've stated before, it's too much of a load-bearing pedophilia case to indict the Bill Clintons on. But if there's no red meat for the base here, they're going to recognize that something doesn't smell right. So it is a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation. You out Bill Clinton, and Bill Clinton destroys everything. Mutually assured pedophilia destruction. Okay. If you don't give the people Bill Clinton, then they go, what do you mean? Bill Clinton, we know, is a active collaborator of Jeffrey Epstein and most likely a pedophile. We know that already. Why won't you say it? It turns out she went with the protect Bill Clinton route. Todd Blanche, all right, I wanted to follow up about former President Clinton's relationship with Mr. Epstein, not you. Can you, we touched on it, but can you just set the, I have a couple of questions about it. What's your understanding of their relationship from what you observed, meaning former President Clinton and Mr. Epstein? I saw them talk. I saw them sit down and have chats about, oh, I don't know. Do you know one way or the other whether their relationship continued without you? Like when you kind of moved on past Mr. Epstein. When did she move on past Mr. Epstein? When did I even, like after he died? I don't believe so. Why do you say that you don't believe so? Because I don't think they had a relationship even when I was there. President Clinton liked me, and we got along terribly well. But I never saw that warmth, or however you want to characterize it, with Mr. Epstein and Cert. So I didn't see. When the Southern District of New York case became public, there was a search warrant for Mr. Epstein's house. There was there was some sort of painting a picture with Mr. Clinton in a blue dress. Do you know where he got that picture of that painting? The first I saw of it was in the press. So you never observed that in his... No! Do you know of any other gifts or paraphernalia or pictures that former President Clinton gave to Mr. Epstein? No! I mean, did he maybe give him a gift? I don't know. I have no knowledge of that. I mean, that's unironically... That's unironically the clearest indication, even for the Trump supporters, to look at and go, oh, this person is obviously lying. And they're not going to think this person is obviously lying to Trump's lawyer, by the way, when Trump has floated the idea of a potential pardon for her, by the way, on just Trump's infallibility and Trump's innocence here. She's lying about Bill Clinton's innocence as well. So clearly she might be lying about Trump too. I say this continues.
I mean, have you seen there's photographs, public photographs of Mr. Epstein and President Trump together?
Yes.
And there's photographs of, I think you're in some of the photographs
as
well. Those all appear to be social settings.
Yes. That's my memory. There were social settings. I don't know Epstein's, if he had, whatever the nature of the president's friendship, if you will, or however you want to define that with Epstein, I was never witness. I think they were friendly, like people are in social settings. I don't think they were close friends, or I certainly never witnessed the president in any of, I don't recall ever seeing him in his house, for instance. I actually never saw the president in any type of massage setting. I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects.
When's the last time you think you saw in person President Trump?
It's been a long time. Probably not. Sometime in the mid 2000s maybe, and it would only have been a social setting as far as I recall.
And did you ever hear Mr. Epstein or anybody say that President Trump had done anything inappropriate with masseuses or with anybody in?
Well, that settles it. I'm convinced. I believe this pedophile that my favorite president is not a pedophile. Sold me. How dare you question women, libtard? I thought you said believe all women. Turns out you don't want to believe them when they're making a convincing case about our glorious president. Why do you hate America? Case closed. Why do you hate America? Guess you don't want to believe all women now, do you, libtard? That's right. I choose to believe this pedophile. Excuse me. This is a different kind of pedophile, a very superior kind of pedophile, very good at pedophilia. I believe her. Ghislaine Maxwell, anything that touches Israel or the state of Israel, I'm always interested in it because my father loved Israel, so I pay attention to it. And we have ties to, to Israel. This is like that Israeli cybersecurity guy who worked under Benjamin Netanyahu being like, hey, guys, I'm going to escape to Israel the moment that you let me go. Actually, can you please give me the number to the Israeli consulate? I'm Israeli, by the way. Hey, I know you just arrested me in a pedophilia sting, but I'll have you know I'm Israel high. Israel. You just walk in, do like minor crimes. You just like rob a fucking you just rob a gas station, you get caught by the cops, and you're like, guys, I hate to do this, but I love the Israeli state. As a matter of fact, I am Israel. I'm Israel high. People are just like, maybe this will work. Fuck it. Yeah, I mean real minor crimes, not crimes against the minors.
Your world?
Absolutely never. In any context.
Do you know whether masseuses from Mar-a-Lago spa ended up giving massages to private massages to Mr. Epstein? And I'm not asking for what you may have read, but from at the time, from your personal knowledge, do you know whether that's true?
I don't recall. Is it possible? Yes, but I don't remember that. So I don't recall that, but it's possible.
Do you have recollection of you ever recruiting a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago spa to go give a private massage to Mr. Epstein?
I've never recruited a masseuse from Mar-a-Lago for that.
Yeah. So a bunch of masseuses from Mar-a-Lago just recruited themselves, underage, by the way. That's crazy. She got hit with the John Fetty Wap gun, but this time it just makes you forget all of your involvement
Night,
with
ABC
an
News.
internationally famous pedophile sex trafficker who, because of your involvement with him, you're currently serving a prison sentence right now. But you just forgot it all. It's crazy. Guys, everything is above board. We crossed all the T's and dotted all the I's. Everything checks out. And if you think it doesn't check out, well, let me tell you, okay? You're anti-Semitic? I don't know. Fuck. You are anti-Semitic. Yep, I'm going to go with that one.
Have you ever had any contact with any representative that you know of from Mossad, the Israeli intelligence agency?
Can you ask me that again?
Have you ever had any contact with an individual that you understand to be from Mossad, an Israeli intelligence agency?
Well, not deliberately.
Pardon me?
Not deliberately.
Okay.
She's laughing. She's like, yeah, my dad. And also possibly me. Yeah, my father and myself. And also Jeffrey Epstein. Basically all of us. My papa. I mean, that's a fact, by the way. Like, that's not even in dispute that Robert Maxwell collaborated with the Mossad 1,000,000%. That is an indisputable, undeniable fact of life. Okay? So just so you understand, like, her involvement is, unfortunately for us, currently at the speculative level. But her dad's involvement with the Mossad, not a secret at all. That is 100p.
And did you know, we asked this, we talked about this a little bit earlier, but just to put a finer point on it, did you ever know that were you ever told, you ever think that Mr. Epstein was getting any money from any intelligence agency, including Mossad?
Well, I don't believe so, but I wouldn't know. I mean, I would be very surprised if he did. I don't think so. No.
We've talked about a lot of names, and I'm sure there's some that we haven't covered. Are there any?
So why did he have a Saudi passport? How'd that happen? Who amongst us doesn't have a Saudi passport? Jeffrey Epstein was doing the pilgrimage. It's one of the pillars of Islam. That's right. He had said the Shahada and found the light of Allah. He will see Jannah. He was going to Mecca and needed a Saudi passport. The fuck? 2357 Ehud Barak. Oh, let's just keep watching.
Foreign nationals. So right now we've talked about some British, the royal family a little bit, and maybe high society folks in Britain. Were there any international businessmen or politicians that had a very close relationship or a close relationship with Mr. Epstein that we haven't already talked about?
No.
Off the top of my head, I can think of Ehud Barak.
You said that Mr. Epstein, at some point in the mid to late 90s, he started taking testosterone.
What? No follow-up? I'm sorry. Well, he's going to go back to it. Did he say Barak? Yes. Ehud Barak, former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, which everybody knows was caught leaving the Epstein mansion numerous times in New York.
Did you ever know him to take any other drugs?
No. I mean, he took pills for his heart, I think. But I don't know no substances.
What do you know anything about his heart condition? I know we talked about this at 9:45 this morning, but do you know anything about his heart condition beyond that you understood he had a heart condition that affected his ability to have sex?
Other than what he told me, no, he never shared anything. But he did take pills. I don't know anything about that. And like I said, he did the testosterone, which made him mean.
And we're jumping around a little bit. Sorry. Do you know someone named Donald Barr?
No.
He is, I can represent to you, was the former headmaster of the Dalton School.
Bill Barr's father. Bro, it's crazy that like Todd Blanche is just in here asking all of the most like common Epstein related questions. And I think the role here is, yeah, that's Bill Barr, former Donald Trump's attorney general, Bill Barr's father, Donald Barr. I think the reason why they're doing this is to basically like pack up all of, in their minds, I think they believe this will pack up all of the conspiracies. Like this will be the one big, like, see all of the shit that you thought was wrong moment. I don't think it's going to work though. I just don't. Especially because not only is it all stuff that we knew about already, I have seen no new information. And as a matter of fact, there are numerous instances where Ghislaine Maxwell actually contradicts something that we know is real. Like, it's not only all old information, but times where she will like actively defend the allegiance that like a known person might have had to Jeffrey Epstein. She's often just lying, and we know she's lying. She's perjuring herself because there is evidence to prove the contrary.
What you mentioned earlier.
All right.
Do you remember any conversations with Mr. Epstein about a book that Mr. Barr wrote called Space Relations?
I've never heard of that.
About aliens and sex? No. Do you know whether, well, have you ever met the former Attorney General of the United States, Bill Barr?
No.
Do you remember whether Mr. Epstein knew him or whether his name ever came up in conversations you had with Mr. Epstein?
I don't recall any.
Okay. Did you have a relationship, or no? I'm using relationship, and I appreciate you don't like that word. Did you know Mr. Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Through Jeffrey.
How would you describe your relationship? Close, friendly?
My personal?
Yes.
Not that close, but friendly enough. I mean, you know.
How was Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with his brother Mark, from what you observed?
I mean, they were brotherly, but I think that I don't know. There are periods when they were closer, and then when they weren't. I think sometimes Epstein found his brother irritating.
And I think I know the answer is given what you just said about Bill Barr, but did you ever hear any from Mr. Epstein or anybody else that Bill Barr had any role in Mr. Epstein getting a good plea deal in Florida, or any role in that process with Mr. Acosta?
I never heard that.
I think you said this in an interview, but if I'm wrong, forgive me. Do you have a view of Mr. Epstein, of whether he committed suicide or whether something else happened?
Can we take a break?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we can take a break.
This is too traumatic for my client, and not because of his, not because of her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. As you can tell, she doesn't even know who Jeffrey Epstein is. It's just that it's traumatic because she just doesn't remember anything, and it's a reminder that she just simply cannot remember anything at all.
Yeah, sure. Actually, it's a good time to take a break anyway, because this will be the last one of the day.
All right, so we're going to take a break at it's 2:53, Thursday, July 24th. We are continuing with the recorded proffer of Ms. Maxwell. The time is now 3:10 p.m., Thursday, July 24th.
My colleagues alerted me to a couple questions I think I may have forgotten to ask you.
Most pathetic guy on Twitch, Hamas Piker. Nowadays, this is probably the worst time to say that. You know? Because the people that have this kind of energy can only be coming from one of like 4 or 5 different communities, and many of them are battling their own internal demons at this very moment. Some of them have tarnished their entire good reputation that they've built after being YouTube legends because of their psychosexual obsession. Others have been outed as pedophiles. Some were already outed as being bald sexual assaulters, generational sexual assaulters. Some are no longer the #1 political content creator on the platform after Twitch started tackling bots. So it kind of feels like this is perhaps one of the worst moments, one of the most inopportune moments to say stuff like this. Because, like, automatically you're positioning yourself as someone who may or may not be, or at least in recent history, definitely were in favor of a person who recently got outed as trying to solicit CSAM. It's odd. Odd situation to put yourself in, I think, for no reason. Bad look, chatter. The vindication is here. Nah, this is our rare extra Emily fan who just fucking hates you. Yeah.
One is, sorry, I'm just going through my notes. Well, we talked a few minutes ago about this birthday book that there's been press about. I understand you don't remember anything with President Trump, or a lot about the book anyway. Do you remember asking President Trump to submit a letter for that?
I do not.
And do you remember, would you have been the one to do that, or would somebody else have done that?
I did ask some people. I don't remember Mr. Trump. I don't remember who I did ask, but Epstein also asked people himself directly.
Okay.
So it could have happened that way, if it happened at all.
I'm trying to find all that. Where is that?
You mentioned Ehud Barak.
Yes.
What was his involvement?
Oh.
This would have been in the later 2000s, so I do not know how they met, but I do know that they I don't know if friendly would be the right word. I don't know that, but I know that they saw each other, and only because my father, anything that touches Israel or the state of Israel, I'm always interested in, because my father loved Israel, and so I pay attention to it, and we have ties to Israel.
When you said
Indubitably. Ew. As you know, my father is quite the ties to Israel. Very interesting. Yeah, we know your dad had ties to Israel.
it was later though.
Ties meaning friends and family relations.
Aha. Yes, just simply ties. Your reactions are really shit. Not like my favorite reactor, Hasan Piker. Yeah, Hasan is better. Hasan Piker is better. Here, I'll do Hasan Piker's reaction. Hell yeah, Israel's the most moral nation on the planet. They even want to legalize pedophilia, I heard, and I like that. I want child brides here in America, and also I'm in favor of all of that. We need to give $100 billion to Israel right now. Can we lower the age of consent here, please? Is that good? Is that better? Yeah. I hope Trump comes and deports my wife. She's a bitch. I hope Trump deports my bitch-ass wife. And then all my taxes go to Israel.
Was the prominent was Mr. Brock, Prince Brock? Do you know what the nature of his relationship was with Mr. Epstein?
Damn you, Deborah! You took everything from me. Everything actually belongs to Israel.
I don't.
Do you know? Were you ever with them together?
I think I have a memory of meeting Ehud, but I don't know if he was with Epstein or I don't remember. I just know that I did see him, and I'm struggling to remember the context around it. But if I
Oh, so you're telling me you met the former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak, someone Jeffrey Epstein had close associations with, and you just simply cannot recall when, how, why that took place. That's crazy. That's a crazy thing. Not a memorable person to meet at all. You don't understand. I meet foreign heads of state all the time in my pedophilia sex trafficking operations that we're doing at the behest of ourselves and not a foreign nation state, of course. It's very normal. He's very boring. Unremarkable, really.
I'm sure it happened, but it must have been very brief because I don't have any serious memory of it. Any, deep memory of it.
And maybe
Okay. It's getting late. It's already 4 p.m. We got EU chatters in here staying awake late at night, waiting to be a part of the census. The HasanAbi Census Bureau is alive and well. We'll do this, and then we'll go back to Jeffrey Jedediah Epstein, the most unjustly maligned pedophile sex trafficker of all time. The interview that took place with the second most unjustly maligned person, Ghislaine Maxwell, who also totally is apparently innocent. But we're going to do the census now. Every year, we do a census in the community to get a better outlook on what the community looks like. Has it grown? Has it shrunk? Has it gotten older? Year over year, it has gotten older. Now, there's data from June 2020 to August 2024 in all the different time frames where I've done the census, usually around the month of August in this month. And shouts out the Brilliant Drink for putting this together. Incredible stuff. As you guys know, we start off by looking at the different age demographics. First and foremost, initially, when I first started doing the census, the number of 30 plus was only 18.93, 19% of the community. The largest chunk, the biggest group of people in the community was the 22 to 25-year-olds, comprising almost 30% of the community. And throughout time, that number has just grown. It's gone up. And now in 2024, 30+%, 30+ year olds is obviously the largest chunk, considering that obviously it's a massive, that number is anything from a 30-year-old all the way to a 67-year-old. So at a future date, we might actually just cut the under 18 side and just add a separate bracket for 30+ to 40+. Because it's becoming, when we first started, we used to joke and say this is a daycare. And nowadays it's seemingly reflective of not a daycare, but instead an old folks home. But without further ado, let's start with age. Obviously we're doing under 18 still. Maybe next year we'll just, if the under 18 goes even below 1%, which it might be at now, we'll just cut it out entirely. 18 to 21 is the second bracket. 22 to 25 is the third bracket. 26 to 29 is the next bracket. And also 30+. Remember, if you are at home at a HasanAbi household, okay, where your mom is also watching, get her to join the broadcast with her laptop to vote separately. Okay? Stop writing your age in there and stop writing your age in the chat and put it in the poll. Okay? Here is the poll results. The poll is now in the chat. You can vote on it. You can vote on it if you go to the current poll in the chat right now. Holy fuck. It is taking off like a spaceship. 30+ is taking off like a spaceship, folks. God damn, it's going crazy up in here. All right. It's Unktown, baby. I don't see the poll on mobile. Wait, really? Does it not show up on mobile? I can't vote. It does. Hello? 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 Am I back? Do you see me? Fuck. Oh, you do see me. Okay, my internet is still kind of dusted. I had to swap over to the backpack. And I don't know what happened. Unfortunately, I got cooked. But it should be fine now. Did I Alt F4? No, I did not. I actually did not Alt F4. Is it choppy? It's a bit wonky. That's not good. It'll get better in a second. But that was definitely lame. I wasn't trying to skip this. Is obviously this is something I'm looking forward to. But the reason why mysteriously I got cooked. Read the vote. A lot of us couldn't. Don't worry, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna do it again. Is it effing again? You're breaking up? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? What? Weird. I don't know why it's busted. Call Jason for some bit rate? I can't. He's taking it all. Okay, I think it should be fine now. It probably took a while because I just turned it on. I guess the SIM cards took some time to like power up or something. I don't know, to like actually access the internet or something. But I think it should stabilize right now. Okay, continuing along with what we were doing. Okay, it's probably good now, and it'll probably be good now in general. We're gonna start that from the top. We're gonna do that. We're gonna redo that poll because real voice. What's happening? Is it? Why are people saying real voice? What's going on? Can new followers vote? Yes. Okay, I'll tweet about the census in real time. In the meantime, I don't know what's going on, dude. My internet is so fucking busty, dude. What the hell? It's like not loading. It's not even like loading properly. I don't know what's happening. Hold on. Okay. Ah, it's census time. Get in now. Okay. All right. Mossad doesn't want us to do our census. No, the internet is like, the mic cooked your voice. No, we're gonna do age again. We're gonna do age again. Hold on. There's an issue with my internet even on the bag for some weird reason, and I don't know what the fuck it is. But will delay? Here it is. We're gonna do the first census part, census bracket again. Make no mistake. Is it effing? What the hell? What the f is happening? Why is this happening right now? You're choppy, bumpy sometimes? That makes sense? No, I think it's just like going up and down. The upload speeds just like erratically shift. And in the process of the upload speeds going up and down, it like ends up being choppy for some reason. I'm gonna fix it. Hold on. It's not I'm not being DDoS, chat. You can't fucking DDoS a like 12 SIM cards that I'm getting it off. Wait, what the fuck now? Now it's just like a 0 bit. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck? What is happening? I'm so mad. I'm so fucking mad. I'm so annoyed. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna have to do this tomorrow potentially if this issue persists. I think it should be fine, but hold on. I'm gonna reach out to the team real quick. It's okay. It's probably related to the heat wave. It's not. This is not. I'm not using the infrastructure, the hardwire infrastructure that I have. I'm not using my regular internet. What the fuck is going on, dude? Chat, stop backseating. Cell towers shat themselves. Yeah, that's probably what happened. Okay. Anytime I try to say, oh, we're good, it should be fine now, it ends up being not so good, but I think it should be good now, hopefully. Let's do a delay check. Everybody subscribe right now for free with a Twitch Prime or for $6. Subscribe now and also spam this number that I'm holding up right now, the number 4. Delay check, delay check. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. There's a crazy delay. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Okay. I just realized there's like a fucking 40-second delay. Holy moly, there's a big delay. Okay. We're getting a lot of subscriptions now. There's like a 40-second delay. Which is causing me to realize that I definitely have to fix the ingest, which I'm going to do in a second. I'm going to fix the ingest in a second, and then we're going to do another wave of subscriptions / the number that I'm asking you to spam. Unless I've already lost the internet again. Did I lose the internet again? Oh my God, I'm disconnecting and connecting. Fuck me. Why is it not fucking working, dude? What the hell is going on, dude? Server connection timed out. I have no idea if I'm live or not. I can't see my chat. I can't see my fucking websites. Okay, we're good now. We're good now. No need to panic. My internet is back completely. I'm back on Ethernet. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that was. I don't know what happened there. Just kind of... Okay. Bro, we tried to fucking vote on one goddamn census. They can't hold us back. They can't take us out, chat. They can't. They can't do it. All right, we're going to test out the delay again. Subscribe. And also, type this number that you see on the screen, number 3. Testing out the delay. Everyone's typing 4. Why are you... Okay, we got no delay. All right, we're good. Hashtag real viewers stayed anyway. All right. I'm going right into it. God damn, everyone's going crazy with both the subscriptions and the motherfucking 3s being spammed in the goddamn chat. Holy moly, we're back. Y'all thought we were gonna go away. They thought that they could hold us back. They thought that we couldn't do a census, but we are doing a census in spite of it all. In spite of all the ups and downs, we're stuffing the ballots, baby. This is the community that got Donald Trump elected by illegally voting for him. Holy Toledo. We had Mexicans. We had Guatemalans voting illegally for Donald Trump. Illegal voting, baby. All right, it's time. It's time to do the poll one more time, okay? We're doing age. Once again, we're doing age because the last poll was totally cooked. Okay? Under 18 was at 1%, by the way. And I don't know if we should keep under 18 any longer, but 18 to 21, 22 to 25, 26 to 29, and last but not least, plus 30. And I guess we can do a separate breakdown of 30 plus in the future potentially, or cut out under 18 and just do 0 to 21 or something. Okay, new poll, baby. Get it. You can vote. You can vote on mobile too. It just takes some time. Yeah, we can do 0 to 21. You can vote on mobile. It just takes it just shows up for some and it doesn't show up for all, it seems. I don't know. I have demographic concerns. My community is aged out of the marketplace of ideas. This is a community full of unks now. We're unked up. Not working on mobile, you can't select anything? Can you not select anything? Or or your unc and aunties. %, seemingly is over the age of 30 plus. 26 to 29 is at 23%. 22 to 25 is at 19%. 18 to 21 is at 8%. And under 18 is at 1%. You can vote on mobile. You just have to refresh. That's what chatters were saying earlier, that you can refresh if you just... You can vote on mobile if you refresh, chatters. Here it is. $13K voted only. Tell viewers to vote. What are you kidding me? 13K votes for fucking 36,000 viewers is really good. That is a way higher participation rate than expected. There's hella people who can't even fucking vote on mobile. 13,000 votes is great. We haven't reached that number of votes in the past. I don't think. There's motherfuckers watching in the car, you know? Had to pull up desktop site for mobile. It don't work. Mobile doesn't work after refresh. Lies. I've refreshed 3 times and it still won't let me select anything. I mean, the poll on, fuck. Not everyone on mobile is able to vote, which obviously cooks the books a little bit. You have to use web. Android won't work. Update your app if you can't vote. Okay, well, that's crazy. But I guess that's one way to do it. But scrap under 18, bro. This year is the year. Next year, we're scrapping under 18. It's over. We're bracketing under 18 to 18 to 21. Or not 18, 0 to 21. But this year, last year, 30 plus was at 43%. This year, 30 plus is at 50%. Last year, 26 to 29 was at 22%. This year, 26 to 29 is still at 22%. Last year, 22 to 25 was at 21%. This year, 22 to 25 is at 19%. And last year, 18 to 21 was 11%. This year, it is at 8%. And under 18 is 1.69%. Now it's down to 1%. Android users are reporting that they're having a hard time voting. So that's a big L for Android users. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, this year's demographic breakdown. This community has just been, it's the same community. It feels like as our numbers have grown, every year I do this. And as our numbers have grown every single year, I realize that like it's the same, almost the exact same age distribution. It's just getting older. God, Harry Anton, if there was a day for you to tune into the broadcast, today is the day. Holy Toledo! Ladies and gentlemen. I mean, look at that. Look at that distribution. It's like the distribution is damn near identical. It's just getting like the same people are aging through the different brackets. If you started watching me in 2020, you just basically click through these different age groups. At some point, you just moved up into the next bracket in the HasanAbi community. We're going to do this next year until it's all 30 plus. We're turning into Japan. I'm realizing that we need fresh blood in this community. How the fuck did this happen? The only time where the under 18 percentage grew was in 2021. And since 2021, all of the cancellations seemingly have eviscerated the young blood in this community. Less fun. Older chat. Less fun. We're not having fun anymore. We got to do. How are you going to get fresh blood? We're going to do a Zoomer charm offensive. It's literally just the same chatters, which is kind of crazy, which means that in spite of everything, this community has kept growing over the course of the past 5 years now. And in the process of growth, it's just basically kept mostly the same community. Because like back then when I first did this in June 2020 and then in December 2020, right? Originally, when I did this in like December 2020 and then December 2021 and then August, July, August, like at this time frame when I was doing it, this was literally like pre-election, post-election, right? And the numbers went from like, you know, when I did it in June, probably it was like 10K average to like 30K average. And then it's just 30K average all the way over here. Sometimes going up, sometimes going down. Dog, Zoomers are between 24 and 30 now too. No, that's true. I forget that fucking Zoomers are unk. I forget that now Zoomers are unk. It's Gen Alpha. Do some more phase collabs, unk. Stop saying your age. Pestiny might want to date you. No, dog. This is why Destiny doesn't fuck with this community, okay? This is why. Only 1% is under the age of 18. That's why he hates us. He's like, y'all are too old. We are not his demographic, bro. Oh, man. I got called Unk IRL for the first time today. Okay, we're moving on to the next bracket at the HasanAbi census. It's time for gender. We got male, female, non-binary, and other. Okay? That's right, ladies and gentlemen. As you guys know, this was a heavily male-dominated community that has become increasingly less male over time, and that is a good thing. Now, we are going to do that. We are going to look for, we're going to see if this community has gotten more male-dominated or less. Manage the poll, new poll, gender. Male, female, MB, other. All right. The poll has started. Everybody, let's go. Once again, I don't do anything with this data. It's just a fun thing that we do for the community, okay? Considering that I don't really do any ads. I don't even run ads. And the Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you, the viewers. For you, the viewers. Your voluntary contributions in the form of a Twitch Prime, which is free, or a $6 a month donation in the form of a subscription is the only way you can sponsor and support the Piker Broadcasting Service. Your sponsorship and your support allows me to maintain my editorial independence. All right, I haven't even looked at it yet. I'm going to keep it a secret for myself. You guys probably know what the poll results are looking like right now. I still don't know. Let's take a look. Oh, holy Toledo! The women are rising up! And the non-binaries are rising up! Oh my God! Male, female is not gender. Okay, shut up. You know what I mean. Don't do this. Okay, we need to find like some kind of designation here. Okay, everybody. It's just not. It doesn't mean like. If you are a trans female, say female, okay? Or wait, no, is that how we did it? Did we do cis man, cis woman, MB, and then trans? No, that's not how we did it. I don't think that's how we did it. No. It's just, no, we didn't do that. We only did men, women, non-binary, and other. There's a separate poll for trans. Why are you motherfuckers making shit up? No, it's like what you self-identify as. Every year we have this conversation. No, we haven't. There's a separate trans cis poll. Just wait. I'm trans. I pick female. Chatter was attention seeking. Also, I would not like it if you did that way. It would be otherizing. Yeah, we don't do that. We don't do that. If you're a trans woman, you're a woman. Just pick female. What the fuck's wrong with you? If you're a trans man, pick male. The fuck? There's no separate designation. And if you're non-binary, you pick non-binary. That's how we do it. That's how we've done it. That's how we've done it every year. What is this? What is this? Be normal. What the fuck? I don't even remember this being an issue. No, I mean, you say this every year. Do I? Do I have this conversation every year? I don't remember that. What the fuck? You think I would expect like trans women to pick male? What are you, crazy? That's insane. Okay, well, I've erased this conversation apparently that's taking place every fucking time. But you know what has actually gotten a lot cooler? 30% women. Let's fucking go. 30%. Yeah, the HasanAbi Broadcast also does a genital inspection day. I was actually a trans medicalist all along. Turns out this was the big reveal. You caught me. God damn, it's over for the men. There is literally a gender side taking place here. What the fuck? If this continues, holy Toledo, men are going to be extinct in this community. By the way, this is an impressive gender breakdown for Twitch in particular, considering how male-dominated of a platform Twitch actually is. So the fact that year over year, the number of ladies have gone up from June 2020 at 11.51%, 83% men, 11.5% women, to all the way in 2025 to 29% women, 8% non-binary, which is the same as last year, and 1% other, is crazy. Turns out the thirst talk momentum is very much alive and very much well. More female viewers than Cutie, just saying. Yeah, I mean, that's also, yes, it's also true. Men are going extinct, folks. Men went from 67% last year, starting at 83%, to 67% last year to 62% this year. Holy Toledo. All right. Next up is political ideology. This one is always a contentious one because everybody always says, why is my particular political ideology not reflected in the polling results? And of course, you are not going to get exactly what you want out of this poll, but it doesn't matter. Put yourself in a bracket that you find most comfortable with. Politricks, I say. Politics, more like politricks. All right, we got socialist, social democrat, apolitical, liberal, and conservative. Okay, you already know what it is. Let's get it going. Let's get it twisted. That's how we started off. That's how it's going to be. Don't want to fucking hear about people complaining about the poll results. And as you can see here, initially when I started off in June 2020, we had a 5.24 conservative base of voters. We had liberals at 7.6%. We had social democrats at 35.57%. And socialists were the majority at 51.5%. Okay? And of course, the number of sock Dems have gone down over the years and have maintained 18% in the last two, whereas everybody else have basically bracketed themselves into socialists, with socialism being the 76.5% overwhelming majority year over year, growing from 51% in June 2020 all the way to 76%. Can we get the music back? Yes. The hogs have left or have converted from not being a hog. Oh my God! Holy Toledo! 85%. 85% socialist, 12% social democrat, apolitical is at 1%, liberals at 1%, conservatives at 1%. We need the hogs back, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on? And I don't even want to say ladies and gentlemen. I just want to say ladies, because it seems to me like there's not a lot of gentlemen remaining in the broadcast. We got 60%. It is a gentle side. Men are under attack. It turns out I should be playing this music instead. Turns out the music that I've been playing this entire time was actually not good. I should be playing this instead. That's right. There is a specter haunting the HasanAbi Broadcast, and that is the specter of communism, socialism, Marxist-Leninism. Can you read this out for the Android users? Confirmed to work for Android mobile users. Try using /vote in brackets number, where number is the option number, presuming top option is 1. Remember to remove curly brackets. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would like to vote and you are an Android cuck, all you need to do is type in the chat. For Android mobile users, try using /vote and then the number being the option number, presuming the top option is number 1 on the polls. The green boxes will be liberated. I might have to reconfigure these polls for next year as well, because it seems like we don't have any hogs in here, which is something that I am desperate for, as you guys know. At least back in the day, we had 5% of hogs that made up 90% of the conversation, and now the hogs have gone. Where are all my hogs gone? Asmongold's chat, of course, unfortunately. I wish the hogs would return, at least some of them. We banned all the hogs. All right. That's it. Unless the hogs got converted. There it is. Socialists at 84%. I'm ending it. Socialists at 84%. Social Democrats at 13%. Apolitical at 1%. Liberal at 1%. Conservative at 1%. We have eradicated conservatism in this community. And we have created a socialist utopia in this community. All right, up next is ethnicity. This is another spicy one, a spicy facility where people get upset and frustrated that their ethnicity is not being properly represented. But you already know we have limitations. Ethnicity, ladies and gentlemen. Number 1 is Caucasian, white. Okay. Hispanic / Latiner is number 2. Asian / Pacific Islander is number 3. Black is number 4. And mixed / other is number 5. The poll begins. Most of these are just Turks. All right, ladies and gentlemen, vote away. As you have seen, the number of whites have actually gone up and then maintained stability since 2021. That's right. In 2020, when we first did this poll before the election, mixed and other was at 25%, black was at 8%, Asian Pacific Islander was at 9%, Hispanic and Latiner was at 13%. The community has become less diverse over time. Whites have, unfortunately, colonized this chat. Calling this poll ethnicity is crazy law. This is just race categorized according to us. Yes, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. This is not an official government census, okay? Calm down. All right, it seems as though my racist behavior has taken a toll. Caucasian is still standing strong at 58%. Hispanic Latiner numbers have grown from 17% to 18%, it seems. Asian Pacific Islander is also at 8%, remaining strong. And black is still at 7%, whereas mixed and other went from 8% to 9%, it seems. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, this is busted. Okay, all right. There's something wrong here. Bro, this just shows that this community has literally been the same. Every year we have this conversation, and it literally has been like, there has been no difference whatsoever since like 2021, basically. And it's just the same people. They're just getting older. How is this fucking possible? How is this possible? Are we just going to keep, like, there's just no new faces around here? Or how does the ethnic like demographic breakdown and everything else remain the same, and the community just keeps aging? Like, there are clearly newer people in here, you know what I mean? We're not, it's not the same 30,000 people. I don't understand. Is it the same 30,000 people? In 2021, you lost all the black conservatives, it seems. The same people getting older, but some people transitioned? Yeah, I think that's what happened. No, actually, this is like shocking. This is literally just the exact same percentage breakdown, like a little bit more movement for the Hispanic Latiner caucus, but Asian Pacific Islander pretty much the same. Like 1319. Now it's 1495. Just more people are voting. And black percentage is at 7% this year, and it was 7.8% last year. Click on some chatters profiles. They're all 50 plus months subs / followers. Not bothering to answer anything because I can't see it. I can't see the poll on mobile and haven't answered anything. That's so cute. This guy said, my girlfriend in parentheses, Asian baddie, by the way, is a new viewer, but she's at work, so she can't vote. Asian baddie, by the way. Okay, bro. Nice, sweet flex, man. You're killing it. Horrible ad break segue. Also, 30-month subscriber. Following since 2022. No wonder the fucking demographics have remained the goddamn same. None of you motherfuckers are bringing in new people, bro. What the hell? Half of the chat has been here for in perpetuity. Half of the chat has been here forever. We're going to be passing a decade. Motherfuckers are going to be in here. That's crazy. Okay, Caucasian at 58%. Hispanic Latino at 18%. Mixed other at 10%. Asian Pacific Islander at 8%. Black people at 7%. God damn. We ain't moved shit around these parts, bro. Let's do religion. Another annoying topic, okay? Annoying topic that every year leads to some of the funniest conversations that take place about how atheism is not the same as agnosticism, and also that atheists are actually the most undermined, the most unjustly maligned in this community, even though the entire fucking community is atheist. Okay, religion. There we go. First and foremost, we got atheist / agnostic. Then we have Christian. And if you're Catholic, that means you're fucking Christian, okay? Don't even play with me. Islam. Judaism. And other. All right, the poll begins now. What if I do if I'm culturally Jewish but don't believe in God? Just say Jewish, man. What do you mean? Just, Jesus Christ. It's up to you, okay? Just make a Redditor option. We really need a Black Israelite section. Agnostic really is different, but I get it. Dude, that is the nice bathroom. If I hadn't known you for years at this point and knew that you were a black man, I would never believe that you were a black man after what you just said right here. Okay? Agnostic really is different, but I get it. That is the most white Redditor ass take I have ever. I wish the fuck you would. That's the most white Redditor take of all time. Okay? Excuse me. Excuse me. Nah, you can convert someone that's agnostic but not an atheist. Okay, dude. Where's the Amish section? What the fuck? Sorry. Apologies to the Amish, but you just bracket it off as other. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got atheist and agnostic from 76% to 74%. Wow. First time we've seen a dip. Or I guess last year to the year prior to last year, there was a 2% dip and another 2% dip now. Uh-oh. What's going on? Christianity is on the rise from 11% to 12%. Islam from 4%, still at 4%. Seems like Islam was much more prominent initially. Okay. It seems like when I first started this broadcast, we had more Muslims. Judaism is at 1%, and it is increased to 2% by 1% to 2%. This year, it's still at 2%. Other is at 8%. Why'd you lose them in 2022? I don't know. I don't know what happened in 2022. This is what Turkey criticism gets you? Nah. Wait, is Christianity on the rise? Were they actually cooking when they said that? Was that not a lie? Is Christianity actually on the rise, chat? What the fuck? It's one of the only demographics. It's the only religion that's grown in this chat. Atheist agnostic has gone down, and seemingly people have converted back to Christianity. How the fuck? Is this a recession indicator? What the hell's going on? Woke Pope, hello? Down by percentage, not by number, though. I mean, that doesn't mean anything. Left-wing Christianity is seeing movement on TikTok. It's time for the yearly recitation of the Shahada. Yeah, we got to get those Muslim numbers up, man. My girlfriend, Christian Batty, by the way, is a new viewer, but she's at work, so she can't vote. Yeah. These numbers would be so much better for Christianity if Pinoy Pope won, because as everybody knows, we have a massive Swagapino population in here. Atheists see non-practicing Jews and Muslims still call themselves that and didn't know they could too. No, I'm willing to bet the overwhelming majority of people who say they're atheist and agnostic are mostly from either Christian or Jewish background, but even mostly just Christian background. Like, I think even atheists who are of Jewish descent will still say Judaism. It is 2:56 a.m. in the Middle East, to be fair. Brother, do you think the only place where Muslims exist is the Middle East? My sister is voting illegally. She only watches when I visit. What the fuck? Voting illegally. Illegals! They're voting! Okay, next up, 74% Christianity, or not Christianity, atheist and agnostic. Atheist agnostic has gone down. Christianity's gone up. Everything else has stayed the same. All right. Next up is sexuality. That's right. Sex. Are we having it? Are we not? Just kidding. That's another poll. It's the V card poll. We'll do that afterwards. But before we do that, we got straight, bi/pan, because we're doing some kind of erasure always, gay/lesbian, asexual, and questioning/other. Remember, we're doing sexuality. Okay. Sexuality poll. Now, initially, when we first started off, this community was way more straight. And year over year, the straights have gone down, with the exception of July 2023, where there was an uptick in the number of straights. But starting point was 65% straight, and the end point last year was 55.9, so 56% straight. It seems like the men are under attack, and it seems kind of like the straights are under attack in this community. Considering that the audience profile has not changed, I just suspect that everyone became gay. It turns out the conservatives were right. Okay? Conservatives were right. People are just simply becoming gay. Here's the sexuality poll. Straights have gone down again. Now at 53%. Bi/pan is up from 27.5 to 30%. Oh my God. Holy Toledo. The gays and lesbians are also up 7.5 to 8%. Asexuals have gone up as well from 4.61 to 5%, and questioning/other is still remaining around 4%. That's gone down a little bit as well. Maybe some people are no longer questioning and figured out what kind of bracket they fall under. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, holy Toledo. Let's go. Buy Christian Unks on the rise. No queer section. Queer section would be just like other, I guess. Right? That's what we did before. Yep, that's right. The straights are getting eliminated, 56% to 54%. Bipan is on the rise from 27 to 29%. Well, it was 30 a second ago, so it's probably around 30 still. Gay and lesbian at 8% as opposed to 7.5%. And the ace community has risen up from 4.6 to 5%. We are deleting the straights, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up next is the height category. I don't necessarily care about the height category, but a lot of people wanted to put it in, and we have since December 2020. And I think it's one of the silliest ones because you don't really get anything. You don't really understand anything there, but here we are. All right. All right, I'm ending this poll. Okay, straights of one. Height category is the lie category. Why would you ever lie about that? No one can see you. No one can associate your username with whatever your input is. It literally is the most inconsequential thing of all time to lie about. All right, at number one, we have under 5 foot. At the second category, we have 5'1" to 5'5". At the third category, we have, wait, what the fuck? How did I do so many different ones here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. How do I do 8 categories? Wait. Oh, it was the first poll was before Twitch. Is that what it is? Okay. Okay, yeah, we're doing under 5 foot, 5'1" to 5'5", 5'6" to 5'8". And then 5'9" to 5'11", and over 6 foot tall. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. No centimeters. Can 5'11" chatters get our own category for being so powerful yet humble yet also goated at the same time? Yes. All right, you want me to play CNN America's poll music? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Holy Toledo! Welcome back to Harry Enton doing the polls. That's right. This community is obviously gotten a lot. This community has noticeably gotten a lot taller over the course of many, many years. Going from 6 feet at 27%. No, actually, the community's height has stayed noticeably the same since July 2023. Here is 5'1" to 5'5" at 17.6%, only to go up to 17.9%. Let's take a look at what the numbers look like right now. You got the under 5 feet coming in at 2%. Not a lot of under 5 feet chatters in here, but their numbers have grown as opposed to last year, going from 1.67 to 2%. The 5'1" to 5'5" category has gone from 17.9% to 21%. Probably an increase in the number of women in the community has also led to an increase of the number of people that are between the height of 5'1" to 5'5" in the same time frame. 5'6" to 5'8" went from 24% to still staying at 24%, and the 5'9" to 5'11" category has gone up from 28.7% to 29%, and the 6 foot plus has actually gone down. That's right, we are chopping the tall trees here. It's the Holocaust. That's right, a tallicide is imminent, ladies and gentlemen. Noticeable decrease in the number of talls, which is good because we don't fuck with the talls. Chop them down. Gravity. The number of 6 foot plus has gone from 27.48% to 25%. Once again, it could be because there are more girly pop nations rising up in the community. That is probably part of the reason why. Having said that, however, we welcome the girly pops to the community. We do not want any talls in the community. El Gonzo Gamer says, my girlfriend is a 6'2" baddie, but she's at work, so she can't vote. Some people think that we've shrunk as we've aged, and that is the reason why. Perhaps that's the case, but I doubt it. All right, up next is transgender. That's right, the trans agenda. Is it alive? Is it well? Is it living and breathing? Let's take a look. In the year 2022, the year of our holy Lord, the number of cisgender chatters was at 87%. And in that time frame, the number of trans chatters have actually increased from 12.9% to 14.3%. Has this community actually done trans erasure? Is Hasan Piker transphobic, as many of his haters claim? Find out more at 7. Harry Enton coming in here live. Wait, what? Okay, it won't let me write cis and trans, so I'm just gonna do this. All right. For some reason. All right, if you're cis, go to C. If you're trans, click on T. That's right. That's pretty simple to understand. I hope everybody understands that. I hope it's not that difficult to comprehend. All right, ladies and gentlemen, holy Toledos all around. It seems like the number of trans chatters has actually increased. As a matter of fact, everybody transgender. Everybody transgender, folks. That's right. Everything computer, everyone transgender. Hold on. Although the trans chatters initially voted in large quantities and large numbers, it seems to me like their increase in the community hasn't been all that significant. It turns out it was only because the trans chatters were very excited to vote. It's gone down in the process of voting from 90% down to 15%. Still an increase, however, from the 14.3% as it was last year. And certainly an increase from 12.9% 3 years ago. Yeah, the trans mirage. Yeah, it stopped the steal. Reporting live. Reporting live from outside of the polling station, we have a trans baddie wearing coder socks. She says, stop the steal. Stop the count, she says. It turns out the initial number of reported trans chatters was simply a trans mirage. All of the vote by mail voters have come in, and once the votes are tabulated, it turns out that the transgender community has only grown by 0.7%, going from 14.3% to 15%. Maricopa County votes are coming in by the hour, with the number of cis chatters growing or the number of cis chatters remaining the same. Oh no! The number of chatters, no! As Maricopa County voters are coming in, it seems the number of trans chatters have gone down from 14.3% to 14%. It's too close to tell. Holy Toledo! We have lost count. It's probably almost identical in terms of the breakdown, in terms of the voter breakdown. It's just that it's literally just that what do you call it? Let's see the exact breakdown. Hold on. Does it show like the exact percentage? No, it doesn't. The cis from Maricopa County have taken over and brought up the number of cisgender chatters to 86% with 15,000 votes, and trans people are at 14% with 2,538 votes. Now, of course, once again, contrary to popular opinion of my naysayers that claim that this is an anti-trans community and that HasanAbi is a transphobic person, the percentage of trans chatters reflects a different reality. That's right. Trans people make up around 1% of society, but 14% of the HasanAbi chatters, which means there are 14 times more trans chatters in here than in regular society. Oh, trans chatters are up by 0.1%. All right, up next is location. That's right. Ladies and gentlemen, next question is location, location, location. I'm Harry Enton, and we're looking at locations. Americas is number 1. Australia is number 2. Europe. Not EU. If you're UK, you click on Europe. Asia and Africa. Obviously, given the time constraints, Asia is very unlikely to be able to report accurately on this. And I would say the same about Australia as well. Yes, Australia is New Zealand as well. I set my alarm for 8 a.m. for this shit. Now it's 10 a.m. I mean, these numbers have not really changed at all, so I don't see anything. I'm not expecting anything too crazy to change here. So, and it doesn't seem like it's changing at all. Hold on, I gotta pee. Okay. Oh. How do I vote Utah? Don't worry about it. My ex-wife, ZA Batty, by the way, can vote, and she's in the chat, but she hasn't been respecting the equal custody rules of our divorce agreement. Can you help? All right, America's is at 81%, as it has been forever, or 82%, as a matter of fact, which of course means South America and North America, but I assume that most of it is North America. Europe is at number 2 at 13%. Number of Europeans have actually gone down, as a matter of fact. And Australia is at 2%, an increase from Australia, still less than when it was at 2022. Asia is at 2%, also somewhat of an increase from 2024. And Africa is at 1%, an increase from 0.8. Part of the reason why this is the polling results is time zone as well, for sure. But a big part of the reason is because we have mostly, Europe would probably be much higher percentage-wise if, I had a different time zone that I was doing it in. I suspect that my European chatters have a hard time staying up this late. How many for North Korea? All of the 2% Asia is actually North Korean. It's the entire population of North Koreans that have access to the internet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the next. Another real doozy. No Middle East. Dog, it's one of the respective continents that's on there. We have 5 options only. What do you want from me? Every goddamn year. All right, time for the salary conversation. Might feel as though you're talking to your parents and having that uncomfortable conversation about when you're going to inevitably move out, but it's time. Salary none/unemployed, which of course means you might be a student as well. Salary at $1 a year to $20,000 a year. Salary at $20,000 to $50,000 a year. Salary at $50,000 to $100,000 a year. And last but not least, the greatest salary number, which is $100,000 plus. You have 3 minutes. Now, of course, initially when I first started in December 2020, a lot of y'all were none and unemployed. Lots of students, maybe still in college, or just straight up unemployed and laid off. And of course, that unemployment layoff number increased a little bit in 2021 during COVID. I'm in Canada. How do I do this? Convert to American dollary dues. Actually, no, just say it in Canadian dollars, whatever it reflects to. Okay? All right, none unemployed was 29%. What, 1 million bracket when? Is it just my salary or both our salaries? My partner is mega fucking rich. Man, if you share a bank account, then fine. Everyone's Rancor, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Sunny in Yuffie, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Non-Jade, all the wealthiest chatters are gifting subs right now. Don't fuck with the integrity of the poll. Yeah, that's right. Just fucking vote however you would, however much money you make. All the 100K plus earners have to be responsible, are the gifties, right? That's right. All of the Asian baddies that are making $100,000 plus are in the chat right now, peppering everybody with gifted subs. All the Asian girlfriends, all the banker girlfriends, all the wealthy girlfriends, and the boyfriends alike are in the chat, showering the community with gifted subs. Holy moly. All right, let's take a look at the numbers. It's gone up, up, up. As a matter of fact, it seems as though the none/unemployed bracket has actually gone down. This is not a recession indicator, but instead, it's a progression indicator. That's right, the community is actually leaving the unemployed leftist category here, going from 29.5% last year to 27%. The $1 to $20,000 bracket is at 14%, which is around the same, 13.8. And the $20,000 to $50,000 bracket has gone from 21.2% to 21.20. I don't know. It's just still 21%. It seems like there's not a lot of movement in the 20K to 50K category, whereas the 50K to 100K category is at 22%, going up to 24%. And last but not least, the Big Monty, holy Toledo, the 100K plus chatters rise up. It turns out the 100K plus chatters have gone from 8% to 5% to 10% to 11% to 12%, all the way now to 14%. Socialism but rich is no longer just a theory or a slander. Socialism but rich is now becoming a reality. It's also a consequence of inflation, as a matter of fact, but having said that, the community is getting older and is filled to the brim with champagne socialists. That's right. What happened? If you were to ask the average person outside, if you were to ask like a random person, right? They would literally say, this community is filled with a bunch of teenagers who are unemployed and don't know anything about the world or whatever. But it turns out it's people who are making like 50K to 100K plus, and mostly over the age of 30 now. To be fair, that was me when I came in. No, I know. I mean, it's just, what does this tell you? What does this tell you? This tells you that if you're a HasanAbi head, you will get a job. You will get older as time goes on, and you will become a woman. That's what this tells you. This is another one of those like that kind of moves a little bit in the upwards direction in the same, almost the same way as like, almost the exact same way that the age bracket moves as well, interestingly enough. It might have been different if you pulled a week ago because school started this week in many places. I mean, it's what is it? It's a Friday night. And in places where school has started, it's Saturday if it's in the morning, so it's fine. I literally got my job because I'm a HasanAbi head. HasanAbi head coworkers, hell yeah. All right, up next is education. That's right, we're doing education. Another one that's a fantastic one. Hold on. Edumacation. Okay. All right, let's get it started. Let's get it twisted. Don't get it twisted. I really hope that the CNN theme music doesn't cook me and hit me with a DMCA. I was just thinking about that. If it mutes like most of the fucking VOD, I'm going to be so pissed. It will? God damn it. All right, new poll, ladies and gentlemen. Education. High school / GED level at number 1. Associates / trade at number 2. BA / BS at number 3. Bachelor of Arts or Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Arts in Science. Masters at number 4. And last but not least, PhD, Pretty Hot Dad. MD, Mid Dick. And JD, Jedediah Dick. Let's start now, ladies and gentlemen. All right. For those of you who do not know, let's take a look at the results from prior years. August 2022 is when we first started this Census Bureau addition to the polls, and high school GED was at 26.9%. That has largely remained stable. Associates and trades was at 14.3%. That has also largely remained stable. BA / BS has gone down from 46% to 44%. Masters have gone up from 8% to 10%. And Pretty Hot Dad, MD and JD, has gone from 3.8% to 4.2%, which leads me to believe that because everything else was adjusted, a bunch of chatters with undergraduate degrees actually went on to get their masters. And maybe even their PhD, MD, or JD. If you're still in progress of getting your degree, then you put your degree. That's how we do it. Right? It's not the last one that you attained. Like if you're closer to attaining it, you just put, you know, if you're close, if you're literally a senior in college, you can put BA, dude. That's how we do it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the poll results. Turns out high school and GED is still at 26% as it was before. Associates in trade is still at 14% as it was before. BA and BS is at 44%. Masters have gone up from 10% to 12%, and the PhD, MD, JD number has stayed at 4%. Wait, why are you saying recount? The hype train ruined it? It's not over yet. You can still vote. Restart the vote. We demand a recount. Wait, why? Oh, because of the hype train? It's still going. You can still vote. They did it wrong? They already voted before you explained the college thing. Voted himbo? I can't believe it, dude. I'm going forward with it. Restart. I voted incorrectly. I mastered weed. Not that I have a master's in weed. It's too late. We voted based off what we have. That's fine. That's good enough. Come on, we still have V-Card, Weebs, Diet, Neurodiversity, and Gaming Frogs. We're moving on. This'll... God damn it. Neurodivergent is coming up, chat. Don't worry. I know what the results are. I can tell from the way you're reacting right now. Okay. 99%. 99.9% actually. Yeah, we don't even need to put the neurodivergent question in there. All right. Next up, we have V-Card. Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be a fast one. V-Card. The reason why we can't say virginity is because it is not allowed on Twitch to write in a poll. Okay, so if you are a non-sex haver or a sex haver, write it in there. It means you have had sex at least one time. That means you are a sex haver. If you have never had sex, that means you are a non-sex haver, as in you are a virgin. This is a stand-in for a virgin, which I can't write because Twitch won't allow me. Because they think it's like inappropriate to call someone a virgin, so they think I'm writing like it's a TOS term. In a dream doesn't count. When we first started the broadcast, or when we first started doing these polls in December of 2020, non-sex havers was only at 46.3%, with the majority still being sex havers at 53.69%. Over the years, many HasanAbi heads have actually lost their V card and have become sex havers. 70% is sex having, and 29% are non-sex having. Let's take a look at the results now. Holy Toledo! The number of virgins are diminishing in this community. Even further, it's gone from a 30-70 split to a 25-75 split. If you are a HasanAbi head, that means you are fucking. Does it count with a cousin? Yes. It seems to me like CHADVICE is working. Also, this is a good opportunity to plug CHADVICE, the segment. It will start at 1 p.m. Pacific tomorrow with 2 guests. CHADVICE, the segment. Community segments are back, alive and well. As a matter of fact, ladies and gentlemen, we are still doing more community stuff, including but not limited to CHADVICE. The CHADVICE segment is going to be tomorrow at 1 p.m. Pacific, and our guest advisors are going to be Vanilla Mace and Phase Adapt. 2 guests, Vanilla Mace and Phase Adapt. PDT, not PSD. What? It's Pacific. 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 3 p.m. Pacific. 3, or not 3 p.m. Pacific. 1 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 p.m. Pacific time. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Wow, sex hours are actually at 76% by the end of this poll. 76% to 24%. Virgins are getting eradicated. Up next is Weebs. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ending the poll and we're moving on to the next one. Up next is Weeb. This is one that is near and dear to me. The number of weebs have actually swung wildly over the course of many years now. In December 2020, the number of weebs in this community was at 47.42%, as opposed to the number of non-weebs was at 52%. Nowadays, the number of non-weebs is at 54% to 45%. It turns out weebs have not been rising up. I'm going to put it at ayaya or no. Ladies and gentlemen, the Weeb poll is alive and well. For our annual new poll, do you want to do the how long have you been following to get an idea of how some are new in the community? I don't know how we would bracket that. What makes someone a weeb? Do you watch anime and enjoy anime or not? Twitch UI is so busted I can't see the poll. Why? Because the level 6 hype train is taking up a lot of space. Okay, it seems like the number of weebs have risen up in the last year. You have to refresh. If you can't see the poll, just refresh. If you can't see the poll, just refresh. Tell chat to refresh if they can't see the poll. It worked for me. Ding, 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 ding. Weebs are still... Wait, what? Weebs are back to being a majority in the community. Oh my God. Holy Toledo. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Holy Toledo. Ay. The last time weebs have risen up, they rose up far too much. And ever since then, they were taking a nosedive in the numbers, going from 57% in August 2022 to down to 45% in August 2024. The number of weebs have risen back up to 49 or 51%, overtaking the majority once again. Anti-weebs, you are losing. The more the community fucks, the more weebish they get. Something important to notice here. C-Mac, bro, your mods are streaming waifu horse race weeb games in their free time is out of control. Hell yeah. Umamasume. Body pillows for all. Number of weebs are at 51% and number of non-weebs are at 49%. Non-weebs out. All right, we're moving on to another incredibly annoying poll. Diet. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm ending this poll. And as I said, 51 to 49%. We're moving on to the next poll. The next poll is diet. All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, mostly women in here. Shouts out to the women. I love women. Girly Pop Nation, rise up. At number 1, we have carnist, omnivore. Number 2, we have vegetarian. Number 3, we have vegan and pescatarian. All right, starting the poll in 3, 2, 1. Fired off. Waiting for the carnist lab grown category. Have you watched K-pop Demon Hunter? Yes, it's fucking goated. I just ate next to Marsh in Bushwick. That's funny. Who's Marsh? Important for CHADVICE. Final day to submit 2 p.m. PST tomorrow. 1 p.m. PST, by the way, not 2 p.m. We moved it down to 1 p.m. PST. Stop with the political questions. I mean, there could be some political questions. As long as they're funny. You mean Mauricio Miranda? I don't know who that guy is. I haven't seen him in so long. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at carnist omnivore at 87%, which is been relatively strong here. 87 to 88% is what it's been looking like. Vegetarians are at 6%, up from 5.4%, and vegans were 3.5%, and now they have risen. Vegans rise up. They are at 4% now, finally reaching that same boundary that they had in December 2021 when we first implemented the vegan poll question, and pescatarians have gone up from 2% to 3%. It's kind of funny because whenever this question comes up, of course, Megan Venice, why do you think eating animals is ethical? As you guys know, especially back in the day with Austinox, this used to be a major point of contention where every year I'd be shocked at how little the numbers of vegans were in this community, and yet how much they occupied so much fucking time on the broadcast. I used to butt heads with vegans all the time. We had Bow Bow. We had Bow Bow, who's gone. He's not even in the chat anymore. I don't know what the fuck happened to him. Maybe he became a hater. Who knows? What happened to Bow Bow? Israel already walked back. Hamas is baiting them to committing genocide. Why isn't Gaza just picking themselves up by their bootstraps? Them demands food and water and freedom. We don't negotiate with terrorists. Damn, he was in here in October 7. He's not like a October 7 leaver though. You had a big fight about it? No, he's not. This is not like an October. I don't think this person is like pro-Israel, chatters. He's being sarcastic. Yeah, Bow Bow's cool. He's not. If anything, he probably left because I stopped gaming. Bow Bow watches Caroline or Will still busy with life. Can we retake the poll with Karna's red meat, Karna's no red meat? No. I don't want to add another question to the poll. It's just too many. It's already too long. Neurodiversity, ladies and gentlemen. Neurodiversity. I think we already know what the answer to this question is. Come on now. Yes versus no. Neurodiversity. Are you neurodivergent or not? Obviously, we know the answer. When we first started this in July 2023, the numbers of neurodivergent chatters was at 64%. And the neurotypical chatters was at 36%. Let's see if those numbers have increased in spectacular fashion. Yeah, this question should be, are you neurodivergent or are you in denial? But I wouldn't say that, of course, except I just kind of briefly alluded to it. But let's take a look at the number of neurodivergent chatters versus the number of chatters that are in denial. Okay, 67%. There is an increase from 63% to 67%. The number of neurotypicals has gone down from 36% to 33%. RFK is going to use this to send us to the farms? Yeah. Hasan's my hyperfixation. They've been trying to box me in for years, but I'll never let them. Neurodiversity has gone up, up, up. The schizophrenia count. What the fuck do you think? God damn it. 6, 7. Up 6-6. Gone up from 63.8% to 66%. Neurodivergency is up and up. And last but not least, the scariest question of all, the one that was implemented last year for the first time. This is going to be the first year to see if the numbers have gone up or gone down. A lot of people are going to be talking shit about this, of course. There it is, 66 to 34. New poll, gaming frogs. Many of you are dead at this point, but is it alive and well? We will find out. Gaming frogs, watch none, watch some, watch all. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the last question of last year, and we'll be getting polled for the first time ever this year, is gaming frogs. I've literally never seen you game. Would you watch, or have you watched? Would you watch some gaming, or would you watch all gaming, or would you watch none? If you were to look at this community, you would assume that this is the #1 gaming community of all time. Okay? A lot of people are saying depends on the game. I said your Marvel Rivals gameplay was cute. Retirement home cute. And of course, predictably, everyone is a liar. Last year, when we first polled this question, watch none was at 20.1%, watch some was at 62%, which I think is a lie, by the way. And watch all was at 17.8%. This year, there has not been a lot of gaming. There have been some, but not a lot. And the numbers have remained 20, 60, 20. That's right. Watch all has gone up to 20%, which is a fucking lie. Watch some has gone down from 62 to 60%, and watch none is still at 20%. You would assume that this would mean that I would go from 30K with a 20% dip. I would only have a 20% dip at 30K and not half the community leaving immediately in droves. Except we know what the truth is. What is this? The requested page could not be found. Is not 80% watch all? Okay, that's true. I guess that does make sense. When people say watch some, a bunch of streamers were playing Among Us yesterday. Could it be you? No, they asked me. It was Elam's lobby initially. I didn't want to play Among Us. And also it was in the morning. Oh, so you are doing this to us for fun? No, guys, I'm not going to. I don't want to play Among Us. If someone were to invite me to a Peak lobby, I would play. I've been meaning to play Peak. Why are you like this? Watch some at 60%, watch none at 20%, and watch all at 20%. I guess that actually does make sense. So the watch some chatters, are you know, they range. Play Peak with Vanilla Mace. Please, please. I'm down. That's why you don't have Gen Alpha chatters? Yeah, watch some means 50-50 split, which means that my audience number dwindles to 50%. So it does make sense. It goes from 30K to 15K when I'm gaming, which means that only 30% watch some of the games and the other 30% watch some of the games. So watch some does make sense. The half that leaves aren't even voting in the polls. Look at the vote count, lol. That's normal. Having like 35K people in the chat and having like this number of voters is perfectly valid. It's perfectly normal. Like right now, there's 32,000 people watching, right? That concludes our community function for the day. Yeah, we have 27,703 chatters right now. So there's like 5K inactive watchers that are not chatting. This was great. All right, fuck it. I'll do a new question. What should I do? All right, we'll do a new question. Fuck it. What should the new question be? How many years have you been watching? Years watched? Cat or dog? Dick size, clit length? Dude, there are years. It's been years. Why do you guys still ask me this? It's been years. Why? Why is that still something that a bunch of chatters will ask? This is so crazy. At least now it's inclusive to clit length as well. It went from just dick size to clit length. And that's fucking nuts, because I guess that means it's because we are a fucking 60-30 community now. You know what I mean? Israel supporter versus anti-Zionist. Okay, that's going to be 100% poll. There are two things that this community does not have: cops and Israel supporters. Okay, if there's anything that is impossible for people to, like, people know where my preferences are on this. Relationship status versus years watched. 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, something like this. Wife hours? Okay, Megaphonics. Shut the fuck up. We know. We know why you want that. We get it, bro. Your years watched is good. All right, let's do years watched. Let's do years watched. Let's do years watched. All right, last question. New question being added. I'm such a sucker, dude. And then after that, we'll go back to Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay, years watched. Follow age 3 months, 6 months, 1 year, 3 year, 5 year. I don't think that should be. But it's 5+ years is going to win out like big time on that one, I think. Wait. Maybe like where you found me? Like hater pipeline. Could that be good? TYT, gaming with friends, hater pipeline, social media, like TikTok. You know what I mean? Broad. Put in leftovers? Nah. Podcasts? Is that too much? Last year, you said you wanted to add a poll for how many parents, legal guardians are in the chat since chat is getting older. No, I don't want to do that. What union we're in, if any? No, that's not. You need to include the HasanAbi Clips Industrial Complex. I follow because one of my friends said you were banned for the 9/11 comments, and I thought based. How do I count that? Poke did something like that, but with a Google form might be the... Yeah, there's a limit to the polls. It has to be 5, right? So that's the issue. Okay, this is too hard. This is too hard. Because... No, I'm not going to break it to 2 questions. There's too much there. There's too much there. That's like too difficult to put together. It's not going to work, I don't think. Let me think. Political alignment before watching? What do you mean political alignment? We already did that. Oh, you mean like before watching? Years ago, Osman Gold was glazing you, so I started watching. Lol, Jesus Christ. This is before Osman Gold's pivot. X Arthur, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. Yeah, I think years watched is easier. I've always wanted to do that. Hell yeah. Yeah. Based on the trends in like 5 years, we're all going to be short, old, rich, white, bisexual Christian women. Hell yeah. Okay. We're doing years watched. Years watched frequently. Okay. Number 1. 0 to 1 year. At number 2. 1 to 2 year. At number 3. 3 to 4 years. Three to 4 year. At number 5, 4 to 5 year. And at number 6, 5+ year. All right. Let's take a look. New one just came in. Hot, fresh off the polls. Fresh off the presses. Not even on the Brilliant Drink GitHub yet. Wait, the top 5 is only 5 years? Come on, man. Does old head erasure? Low key, you're not wrong, but holy Toledo, 29% is already at 5-year plus. I was a person in New York City you met in the Hypeland Trafalgar Law Pants. I'm waiting for the 8-year button. Look at that. Well, I mean, you're a 50-month subscriber. You got a long time to go. Including YouTube, yes. Oh fuck! I forgot 2 to 3 years. Fuck. All right, we got to do the poll again. I'm tired. Fuck. It's not my fault. It's Fizz's fault. Look, 0 to 1 year, 1 to 2 years, 3 to 4 years. He skipped it. It's entirely his fault. Stop the count. Stop the count. Stop the count. We're going to do it again. 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 Years watched frequently. Okay. 0 to, I'm going to say 0 to 2 years. And then 2 to 4. Do 4 years plus. The data is more useful when we see who is new. Okay, you're right. 0 to 1 year. Damn, that's brilliant. You're right, Lil Bear. And then 2 to 3 year. 3 to 4 year. And then 4 year plus. That number's going to go crazy, though. All right, let's do it. 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 Once again, doing it one more time. Doing it one more time for the one time. 0 to 1 year, 1 to 2 year, 2 to 3 year, 3 to 4 year, 4 year plus. Jesus Christ, dude. This is so much less informative. Wait, why? It's not. It's not. It's just we don't have any new viewers. Yeah, Hellbender, my sub badge is like twice as old as the top tier of that poll. 6-year subscriber. 74 months. Guys, any other Twitch community where you would do a poll like this, I can't stress this enough. Any other Twitch community where you do a poll like this, the numbers would look exactly the opposite. You understand that, right? Most people's Twitch careers have a limited time span. Like, there's a reason why so many content creators who are at the top will just eventually like fizzle out and move in a different direction. I don't think you understand. This level of viewer retention is not normal at all. If you're going to do a new poll, I think this would work. My girlfriend, 1010 straight white autistic socialist streamer, cis atheist baddie with juicy firm ass, by the way, is the breadwinner, which is a huge W. Hell yeah. God damn. 0 to 1 year is at 14%. 1 to 2 years is at 12%. 2 to 3 years at 12%. 3 to 4 years at 14%. And 4 year plus is at 47%. It's crazy that we don't have that many people that are new because I feel like I've seen you in way more podcasts and publications. I think the reason why is because a lot of, like, I would say that like a lot of my impact, like there's still new people coming in here very clearly, right? Obviously, there's still a lot of new people coming in here. I mean, 12% of the community is new. It's just like 1 to 2 years. Or I mean, 14% is 0 to 1 year. Sorry. So that means like there are a lot. I mean, 14% of the community is new. Having said that, however, I would say that part of the reason why, at least for Twitch, part of the reason why this is the way it is because a lot of the facets of new viewership coming in here to be like, oh, let me check this guy out. I haven't really considered him. Yeah, I'm one bottlenecked by the lack of new Twitch users, but there are a lot of new Twitch users. They're just watching like, you know, younger content creators that are doing like very different kinds of content. And I would say that those who are like interested in politics primarily or like apolitical do get their notes from a lot of the slop tubers and shit. So I'm sure there's that's part of it. $25% are post October 7th. That's huge. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Look, 12% and 14%. That's 26% of the community that's post October 7th that have been watching since October 7th. That's huge. Which also tracks because I did lose literally 33% of my audience after October 7th. Gen Alpha fucks with XUC, little bro. No, that's not even true. They don't fuck with XUC either. They ain't coming in. You're like CNN for Gen Z and millennials. No, Gen Alpha fucks with like AMP and Phase, which isn't the worst thing, honestly. Yeah. Yeah, they watch, a lot of Gen Alpha watches Keizo, Jinxie. Oh my God, brother, let me tell you something. Do you know how much Gen Alpha loves Jinxie? Holy fuck, dude. They play fucking Clash Royale. They play whatever the fuck he's playing, okay? They love Speed. They love Jinxie. They watch Kai. They watch Keizo. They watch AMP. They watch FaZe. That's who they watch. But yeah, this was a fun ass thing we did, man. God damn. Especially after the fucking week that I've had. Holy shit. Definitely the start of this week was way crazier. This past weekend was insane. I mean, I came in from unlimited death threats and mass deplatforming attempts. Damn, Brilliant Drink updated it already. Holy shit. No, HasanAbi Census, baby. Updated and upgraded. Yeah, next year we're definitely we're bracketing off 30 plus and 40 plus. We're doing under 21. We're doing under 21 as a new category, and then we're bracketing off like, you know, 20. We're bracketing off like 30 to 35 and then 35 plus or something. Because it's literally almost 50%. I mean, it's basically 50% of the community is 30 plus now. We're getting old. We're getting old as shit, chat. Let's be real. How did this happen? Look at this spike. It feels like we're giving up on the youngins. Aren't they the future? I think this is partially a byproduct of Andrew Tate and Aiden Ross and Kick and a lot of youngins who are, remember when you were young, okay? I can't believe I'm saying that because you're fucking all 30 plus, just like I am. But when you were a little bit younger, like you probably found yourself you probably found yourself like watching a lot of slop tuber, whatever you would consider a slop tuber now. You probably were watching that back then. And if a lot of those slop tubers have really fucked up right-wing aligned politics, then, you know, you're not going to fuck with a person like me. You're going to be like, oh, that guy sucks. That guy's unk and he's bad. He's a bad guy. I've heard. So you don't even entertain this this side of politics in general. Give up chasing the face bag, old man. Grab some icy hot. Yeah. Back then we didn't have slop tubers. People just uploaded for fun. No, there was definitely a lot of right-wing commentators as well. But I wouldn't say that there was as much like the apolitical side of YouTube and the commentary sphere wasn't as like hardline busted into like taking a fuck Hasan position. And I feel like there's probably a lot of people who watch that shit that are like relatively young who don't really know anything about politics. Keem was slop tube and still is. I mean, those guys are going to grow up eventually and form their own political worldview, and it won't be as busted, I don't think. But I also don't do a lot of collabs and don't do a lot of fun stuff to bring in like a younger audience as much any longer. Partially because I'm hyper focused on news, and that's partially because you guys have gotten older and you don't fuck with anything fun. I've become more lame in the process, I think. So I need to do more. I need to do more fun collabs and shit like that. And more like, think about it this way. This is peak woke. Okay? So, of course, if you were under the age of 18 in 2020 during COVID, you were literally like either a Minecraft fan, like a Minecraft stan, and you were omega woke, and you probably thought I was maybe a little too reactionary. Okay? But you're like most people's positions back then was crazy woke. And it dwindled away slowly but surely as like the younger and younger people and most of their content consumption swung exactly in the opposite direction. We took Minecraft wokeness for granted, man. That was pretty nice. Oh my God, I know. Because at most they were annoying. You made me less woke and annoying. Exactly. That was what I tried to do a lot back then. To make like people who are unimaginably frustrating because they were little babies, less annoying. And there was definitely a lot of success. Thank you, Brilliant Drink, by the way, for the census. Bro, I was 14 when I watched you. Not all Zoomers are cooked. No, I'm not saying. I don't think Zoomers are cooked. There's still Zoomers in here. As a Gen Zer, you helped mobilize a lot of us. No, for sure. Based on your Discord, not really Lamau. Don't listen. It's just Discord. What the fuck was the maid outfit in Japan? Not fun. Hard news. Yeah, Nuke Hoscord. Anyway. Yeah, I will say it again, but we took woke for granted. Okay? We took woke for granted. When woke was here and it was hot, it was so good. I didn't realize it was like that. I would rather be canceled by the most annoying woke scolds 1,000 times over than have to fucking entertain whatever the fuck's going on Twitter now. I'm Gen Z and only started watching recently. I've been woke, but thought you were like a right-wing streamer. What the fuck? You thought I was a right-wing streamer? See, this is always interesting. What led you to believe that? And this is not me like attacking you or anything. I'm just like genuinely interested. Like how did you come to that conclusion? I guess there's people that present themselves as, I just assume all streamers are right wing. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. No, it's not the MAGA body. No, I was gonna say, because there's a lot of people who like present themselves as liberals who are just like incredibly right wing, but then will like in a very cynical way do woke scolding. Like they'll do the actual virtue signaling. I was surprised to see woke on Twitch law. Yeah, no, it's been here. Used to be here way more as a prominent fixture. Still here though, hasn't gone away. Like people back in the day, I mean, not back in the day, but like since 2021, there's been a lot of people who are like, who have done this thing where they're not like socialist at all, but they present themselves as though like there is a, I also thought you were just like the other reactionary slop tubers until February 2024 after 710 happened. And I saw a video by the HasanAbi Industrial Complex and that basically led me to watching Twitch live. In my mind, it was always Democrats and Republicans, and I saw you shitting on Democrats, so I'm like, oh, he must be a Republican in 2020. Huh. Being a virtue signaling liberal while also being incredibly right-wing is literally just Ethan Lemefeu. No, he's not the first guy to do this. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what Ethan is doing is not even new or unique. You just described every single quote-unquote apolitical slop tuber. Like, fucking, what's his name? The turkey guy. Or Destiny. Or any number of his different orbiters that are now eating his ass alive. And, like, shanking him. All those guys, when they attack someone like myself, they present themselves as, like, apolitical, liberal-adjacent guys who are simply saying that I'm hypocritical. They're not actually saying what their worldview is at all. And none of those guys are like socialist or anything. You know what I mean? All of those guys are like, oh, socialism means not a house, but you have house. How does that work? Stupid. And then like a bunch of people who don't understand anything about politics will like watch that and go, wait, that does make sense. Socialism should mean no house. You're right. This guy's a real fucking hypocrite. And there is a lot of, he was the first time I've ever seen someone behave like that. No. Every annoying shit lib that pearl clutches about how much I hate America while still maintaining some kind of like liberal aesthetics is doing that exact same thing. Because back in the day, throughout my career, I've experienced every type of attack, right? I've experienced every type of attack. And most of the time, the people that said, you fucking hate America, weren't people who consider themselves Democrats or liberals. People who said, Hasan, you hate America, you need to be deported. Hasan, you hate America, you need to be prosecuted. Hasan, you hate America, you're a terrorist, was the Steven Crowders of the world, the Ben Shapiro's of the world. Those were the guys who called me a fucking terrorist, America hater. Nowadays, there is an entire crop of like center-right, apolitical, liberal adjacent, but secretly far-right content creators and right-wing content creators who have presented themselves as like either apolitical or liberal, and they just cynically attack not any of the positions that I actually hold, but positions that they think I hold, that they make up for me, like a straw man. Yes, a lot of the liberals did the same right-wing backsliding that Kamala Harris did, at least on not like liberal voters necessarily, because many of them are still far more progressive than the Democratic Party is. And we see the results of that. That's the reason why the Democrats are in the shitter in their approval ratings. But But I think like I think the party and also a lot of like the liberal content creators that get their notes from a lot of content creators that get their notes from like what the Democratic Party's position is and what they think they're supposed to be defending simply to like win an argument or whatever. Those guys have done that same backsliding. In mid-2020, I saw you at one of those QAnon rallies pretending to blend in, and I thought it was real, Lamau. That's so funny. What is this? Cult? If it gets confirmed, okay, this is just 88 votes, man. This is not that significant. If it gets confirmed that Destiny was exchanging news with a 17-year-old, would you stop watching him? 66% said no. It's only 88 votes, chatters. You're being crazy. I mean, I'm sure there are a big chunk of his community that are going to continue watching him. They're locked in. Anyway. It's hard to recommend your stream to people IRL because often I tune into you talking about your haters. Oh, come on. 8 hours? 8 hours a day? 8 hours a day. And this past week is unique. 8 hours a day and this past week is unique because, you know, my drama is fucking prominent critics of mine being outed as pedophiles in the process of issuing death threats against me. It's a little bit different than just drama. You could say I get stun locked, which is true. But yeah, you should show YouTube clips to normies anyway. You shouldn't you shouldn't make them dive off the deep end. Yeah, not just death threats, but calls for direct violence against me. I just found out I started watching you in 2020, the day the IRGC struck U.S. air bases in response to Soleimani assassination. I was very liberal and remember thinking you were too extreme because you didn't really speak nicely about the U.S. military while missiles flew their way. Damn, 59-month subscriber, 4.5 years later. Look where you're at now. Sometimes when you say something really good in a YouTube clip, a YouTube video, I clip it and send it to my normie friends. Good. Yeah. I usually insta-close the stream when you get stun locked with hater shit, but this week you were basically covering criminal activity. Exactly. It's a little bit different. What happened to XQC? Did he turn against you just because of Gamba? Yes. I mean, that's like most of it. I think he just doesn't necessarily care about people. Like, I don't think he hates me. I don't think he hates anybody. I think he just doesn't care. Like, everyone is discarded on a whim. That's what it is. And a person like that is just like far too selfish to maintain like real relationships and doesn't really have like a discernible worldview or anything like that. I became a communist Israeli activist after watching E for over a decade, then radicalizing from leftovers. Damn, you became an anti-Semite? I was a fan for E for a decade, and after watching Leftovers, became a communist activist in Israel. I'm E's worst nightmare. This is the guy that he did not want. You are the guy. You are literally the guy. You're the guy. I'm making Israeli Jews into anti-Semites, but he's like, what? It's like, it's selfish. Do not refuse to serve in the military. That's selfish. You have to serve in the military immediately. I'm a stalwart ally of the Palestinians, by the way. Anyway, I literally started reading Lenin with my friend a month after watching you. Hell yeah. On my roommate's account, but I started watching the night of the last RNC and I felt like the world was imploding. That hasn't necessarily stopped, but your content has legit helped me get through my grad program and stay functional amid an environment full of people who don't get it. I remember thinking you weren't radical enough, but you and Chad have helped me consider the legitimacy of actionable hope and focus on what can be. Coming across you was truly a godsend. I was a disillusioned centrist who grew up in a conservative household during J6 who needed to hear someone speak strongly like you did to deprogram me. Bro, I used to watch Destiny, but I found you through Ludwig. So glad I ended up here, lol. I thought you were more serious and Anna talked shit about you being dumb, but I tuned in the second you started Black and White and it was heaven. In 2020, I saw brief frames of you from time to time, but assumed you were just another Twitch streamer. I saw my first clip watching your reaction to Mr. Beast's 2020 Rewind and was pissed because I thought you were complaining there needed to be more right-wing figures in it, Lamau. How the fuck? Stop reading the Glaze and get back to finishing the Maxwell tapes. We are not going to be able to finish the Maxwell tapes today. What are you, crazy? They're like 8 hours long.
Obtaining some audio from Ghislaine Maxwell's recent interview with the feds about Jeffrey Epstein. Maxwell says she was never aware of a so-called client list. Maxwell is thought to have the most direct knowledge of Epstein's decades-long sex trafficking operation. Here's an excerpt from that interview, which happened over 2 days last month.
You never saw any sort of list or black book or a list of individuals who, linked to certain masseuses or
Absolutely
anything
no.
like that?
Absolutely no. There is no list. There is no, I'm not aware of any blackmail. I never heard that, I never saw it, and I never imagined it.
Maxwell said that she never witnessed or heard of any inappropriate or criminal activity by President Trump, former President Bill Clinton, or any of the well-known men who associated with Epstein.
And so for the folks we just talked about, so former Secretary of State John Kerry, Ted Kennedy, you don't know whether Mr. Epstein knew him, so I take that to mean you have no recollection of them flying on his planes or visiting him. Okay.
But Bobby Kennedy knew him. Bobby, the health.
Sorry, say that again about Bobby Kennedy.
Bobby knew Mr. Epstein.
Bobby!
How do you know that?
Damn, convicted sex trafficker is crazy. I thought she was innocent. What's going on? This is weird.
Because we went on a trip together. We went to dinosaur bone hunting in the Dakotas.
So now moving back to the 2000s, there come a time when Mr. Epstein met Prince Andrew?
Yes.
And others in the royal family, or just Prince Andrew, as far as you know?
Well, so as much as I can piece it together, first of all, let's just state, I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew. I did not introduce him to Prince Andrew or to Sarah Ferguson. That is a flat untruth. I'll start with that. So now I'm going to tell you how he did actually meet him. So if you find me that photograph, I can date that time when he met Princess Diana at that event. And based on that, I'll be able to tell you if it's pre or post that event, because I haven't looked it up. And
Why is she being treated like a victim? Why is her word relied on? Because her word is exonerating Donald Trump. That's why. She's playing a very important role here. How do you hunt a dinosaur bone? Those motherfuckers are like super dead. Bro, what do you mean to eat? It's RFK Jr. we're talking about. He was trying to chomp on a fucking fossil, baby. He's like, exotic meats. I've had all kinds of roadkill, but never a dinosaur bone.
I've never bothered to check. So Lynn Forrester, who was a client or some type of client, or I think she actually tried to date him, or might have dated him for the record. She was in... Do you want to ask me something?
No, no.
Okay. She was... she had a house, or she rented a house in the Vineyard. I think it was in the Vineyard or Nantucket. I can't remember now which one it was. It was one of those. It's either Nantucket or the Vineyard. And invited Epstein to go. And I believe that's when he met Prince Andrew. However, I believe that before that event, he had gone to the Bahamas and had hung out with Sarah Ferguson. And Sarah had called Epstein and had arranged with Lynn, or I don't know now, I'm speculating. Anyway, long and short, he met Andrew at there.
And I'm not holding you to an exact date, but when
Well, we can
approximately
date
was
it from that picture, if you find me the picture.
But do you know, without looking at a photo, in your mind, approximately when was that?
I want to say it was 2000, no, probably 2001, 2002.
Early 2000s.
Yes.
And I think it was...
I think the reason why she's calling him Epstein instead of Jeffrey, even though they fucking dated for like 3 decades, is because she's actively trying to distance herself from him and knowing full well that these tapes are eventually going to be released. That's it. But, I mean, who the fuck believes that, you know?
Actually, Prince Andrew himself who suggested that he met Jeffrey Epstein through you.
I think that's true. So, well...
It's true that Andrew said that.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's true. Because I'm English, and my close friends are all close friends with Sarah and Andrew. And I would not say that I was close friends with Andrew before, but certainly we were friendly, and certainly his best friends, some of them were very, very close with me. And I think that my friendship, me being present, or me, is what made Andrew like Jeffrey more, trust him, or I think that's maybe it.
So you don't dispute that that you kind of had a role in them getting together. You're just saying you didn't say, Prince,
I would
here's
never
Jeffrey.
have introduced them. It would never have occurred to me to introduce them. I couldn't imagine them being friends. Two chalk and cheeses would never, I mean, for real, there's nothing there to connect them. So he met Prince Andrew, and then he had a relationship. I don't like that word, it sounds funky. They had a
acquaintanceship.
Thank you. And through Sarah, actually. I think Sarah is the one that pushed that. And they met and hung out, I want to say 2 or 3 times. That had nothing to do with me. I wasn't communicating with Andrew. I wasn't in touch with him. And I know this because I was annoyed.
Your Justice Department is also sending some of the Epstein files over to the House Oversight Committee today. Are you in support of them releasing all of them?
Keeping it open.
Yeah. I talked to Todd. Todd's a wonderful guy. Best deputy attorney general you'll ever find. Best lawyer. Todd told me, Ghislaine said many truths, said I was a nice guy. Take this pedophile at her word. I am a nice guy. This pedophile sex trafficker says I'm nice, which means I'm nice. Believe me, very cordial with woman. She's... That's what it is, right? Hey, this war criminal told me that he would have never invaded Ukraine and did war crimes if I was president. And this pedophile sex trafficker said I was very nice and very cordial and a gentleman. That's 2 for 2 for Trump this past week, dude. Well, I'm convinced now. What's next? Benjamin Netanyahu, very good guy, also another war criminal, genocide there, said I love the Palestinians. That's what he said. He said, I'm the biggest fan of Palestinians. You can't say I'm against Palestinians. Destiny. He's a streamer, not a big fan of mine, not a good guy. Said, I've never done anything inappropriate with minors. He would know. He would know. This guy, he lives in Florida. Can you believe it? He's got a very patriotic son. I wish him well. He's just making new voters for me every day of the week. Can you believe it? Can you believe it?
If they wanted to
innocent
release.
people shouldn't be hurt, but I'm in support of keeping it totally open. I couldn't care less. You got a lot of people that it could be mentioned in those files that don't deserve to be people, because he knew everybody in Palm Beach. I don't know anything about that, but I have said to Pam and everybody else, give them everything you can give them, because it's a Democrat hoax. It's just a hoax. The whole Epstein thing is a Democrat hoax. So we had the greatest 6 months, 7 months in the history of the presidency, and the Democrats don't know what to do, so they keep bringing up that stuff. But it affected them. Bill Clinton was on his plane and went to the island supposedly 28 times. I don't want to bring that up, frankly. You have Larry, whatever his name is, Summers, the head of Harvard, who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend. Nobody ever talks about that. I mean, but I don't want to hurt Larry Summers, but he was best friends with Jeffrey Epstein. No, this is a Democratic hoax to try and get the significance of what we've done over the past 7 months. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. They say it's #1 in history. What we've done, including stopping 7 wars. I mean, just include that. And now you look at the stock market today. It's way up to start off with from where I took it. And this market was going to crash. If Joe Biden or Kamala were president, this market we would have had a crash like in 1929. You're not going to have that. It's only a question of how high is it going to go. You know, I had the strongest.
It's 10 wars. From 6 to 7 wars? Nah, it's 10 now. You don't believe me? It's so much more. It's so much more. It's like 10, maybe 11 wars. Up. The number of wars I've stopped has gone up. The number of wars I've stopped has gone up to 11.
Economy in the history of our country. And despite COVID, we had the strongest economy in the history of our country. And we're going to blow it away this time. I was always good at making a lot of money. And whether it was for myself or whether it was, I like doing it this way.
Oh, he's making a lot of money for himself. $3.6 billion in overall net worth increase for Donald Trump and his family. Since the beginning of this presidency, by the way, in the last 8 months, this motherfucker made $3.6 billion extra dollars, bro. He's so good. He is the GOAT. He is clearly the GOAT. I mean, he is the GOAT at making money. And I got a nice plane.
Way better. I mean, I like making it for the country. Our country's been ripped off by friend and foe, nations all over the world ripped off. And the friends have been much worse than the foes for the most part. And they're not ripping us off. We just signed a deal with the European Union. They're paying us essentially $950 billion, like a signing fee. They're going to buy $750 billion worth of energy. They weren't buying much of our energy there. And they're very smart in doing it. And as you know, Ursula was here a couple of days ago having to do with the people, the leaders that we had a great, people said they've never seen anything like it. Well, we had the leaders of Europe right here in the Oval Office. And she's so happy that she has an agreement. But people aren't ripping us anymore. We're run by, this country is run by smart. So, you know, I really am.
Yeah, this was the last thing I wanted to cover today, of course. I briefly alluded to it. But Chicago, maybe the next city for crime crackdown. Interesting. What does this mean? Weird. DC, Chicago. Very odd.
Honored that the National Guard has done such an incredible job.
Dude, I already covered this. I did. I covered it extensively yesterday. Chatters.
working with the police, and we haven't had to bring in the regular military, which we're willing to do. We have to. And after we do this, we'll go to another location and we'll make it safe also. We're going to make our country very safe. We're going to make our cities very, very safe. Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough.
The Joe Rogan.
Oh, God. All right. Well, that's enough for me today. We got a big day tomorrow. Like I said, lots to talk about. Lots to talk about, ladies and gentlemen. Donald Trump is invading different parts of the United States of America with the military. That's fucking awesome. Well, tomorrow, obviously, we have the news, as always. But then also some fun stuff lined up as well. I'm going to be hanging out with Vanilla Mace and also Phase Adapt. Like I said, CHADVICE starting at 1 p.m. I don't know if the submissions are still available and open, but I'm bringing back community stuff. I'm bringing back fun stuff. You already know what it is, okay? My goat is cooked and chopped. Your goat is alive, live, and thriving, okay? Love you guys. See you tomorrow. Peace.
Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop. Great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reading live stream fair comments. Austin show CHADVICE. And all the ways the right-wing pipeline can suck you in online. JCS REACTLORD frame gets broken, cover blown. A full-blown mass pandemic monster streaming at your home. Total radicalization coming out to find. The system you were taught to trust in was broken the whole time. All these daily streams, whether big or whether small, have helped me and so many find the meaning through it all. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There